Chapter 1682. After sending the green-robed man flying with a punch, Ling Xiao looked at Fan Ruohai and said, "Young Master Fan, we're here to enjoy delicious food, not to cause trouble. Since we've followed the rules of the banquet, can we take our seats now?" "Ha ha ha, of course. Brother Ling, and the three fairies, please take your seats." Fan Ruohai laughed, showing the magnanimity and pride that he should have. Ling Xiao felt more and more that this person was not simple. This person's way of doing things was really smooth, and he had a maid like Mu Wanshuang by his side. He was definitely not simple. Ling Xiao waited for the three girls to take their seats before he sat down in an imposing manner. Because he had already tasted the delicacies of the Tower of Wonders on the 9th floor, he was even more curious about the delicacies on the 15th floor. He stared at the delicacies and tasted them himself. The others, however, were all staring at him. Perhaps they were all guessing what method Ling Xiao had used to send the green-robed martial artist flying with a punch without any fluctuation of inner power. What a pity. Although these things are good, the main dish hasn't been served yet, right? Ling Xiao tasted every dish, even though the effects were much stronger than those on the 9th floor. However, because he had already eaten those things before, the effect was naturally greatly reduced. Thus, he was not very satisfied. "Haha, Brother Ling is right. Since everyone is here, let's serve the main dish." Fan Ruohai smiled and clapped his hands. Then, more than 20 women in bright clothes walked out with plates in their hands like floating clouds and flowing water. Their steps were like dance steps. There were lids on the plates, so they could not see what was inside. Fan Ruohai continued, "To taste this delicacy, you have to be in the snowy plains to feel it better." Then, the scene on the 15th floor changed, and everyone seemed to be in the snowy plains. The cold wind was not raging, and martial artists with weaker cultivation had to use their inner power to expel the cold. But there were also those who did not care about the cold. Ling Xiao was one of them. They had flown over the snowy plains, so they had already experienced the cold air there. Although the cold air was stronger after the scene changed, his body could easily handle it. "Open the pot," Fan Ruohai said. The 20 or so women opened the lids and saw that there was a steaming bowl of meat soup on each of their tables. The meat soup was very rich in ingredients. There were probably more than 100 types of ingredients. Furthermore, with just a light sniff of the hot air, he could feel a warm current flowing through his body. The cold air of the snowy plains instantly disappeared. Ling Xiao now understood Fan Ruohai's words. Only in this cold place could the food taste better. This dish is called Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Scarlet Young Malatang. It contains 108 kinds of precious ingredients, all of which are more than 2 years old. The seasonings are also carefully prepared. It must be cooked with a flame above immortal fire. Fan Ruohai smiled and said, "Each of these 108 precious ingredients has a special effect. They can increase one's internal force, increase one's cultivation, increase one's soul force, strengthen one's body, and so on. Normally, only martial artists at the 14th level of the yin-yang realm and above were qualified to taste it. Moreover, it was extremely expensive. Probably not many of the people present could afford it. However, since it's a banquet today, of course, you can taste it for free. Young Master Fan, this is too little. I'm afraid you'll finish it in 2 mouthfuls. Someone said with a bitter smile. "I can't help it. The ingredients are too precious. Even I can't get too much. If you want to eat more, you'll have to think of your own ways. Actually, all of you added up is the amount of food for an ordinary person." Fan Ruohai smiled. His words were very ordinary, but some people understood the meaning behind them. Everyone present was smart. They understood the meaning behind Fan Ruohai's words almost instantly. Therefore, as soon as he finished speaking, a battle for the position of elder began at the banquet. Ling Xiao was still observing the ingredients of the Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Malatang and replicating the method of making it with his Tai Kai eye. He wanted to make it himself in the future. However, suddenly, a shocking aura rushed toward him. The target was his Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Malatang. This person was extremely fast. Moreover, his cultivation was even stronger than the green-robed man that Ling Xiao had sent flying earlier. Then, the second, third, and fourth chilling auras were released at the same time. Their targets were actually him and his 3 female companions. After all, they were the 4 weakest people in the banquet. If they really wanted to fight for the ingredients, they would definitely be targeted at the first moment. Cold Plum, Feng Minglian, and Ji Luoyu's heavenly spirit earthly fiend Malatang were snatched away in an instant. The attacker was a 7th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Although the 3 of them were stronger than ordinary 3rd-level yin-yang realm martial artists and could even defeat 4th-level yin-yang realm martial artists and challenge 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artists, however, they stood no chance against the attack of a 7th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. When the 3 of them were snatched away, many 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artists had their heavenly spirit earthly fiend Malatang snatched away as well. At the same time, Ling Xiao's Malatang was targeted as well. After a wave of energy fluctuation in the air, a palm formed by yin-yang origin energy grabbed his table. Ling Xiao did not even look at it. He just waved his hand lightly and a blast of energy flew out. The palm was shattered immediately. "I'll give you a chance. You'd better return what you snatched from my companions. Otherwise, you won't get anything and will be humiliated." He still placed the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Malatang on the table. He did not even take any protective measures. It was as if he was giving others a chance to snatch it away. Then, his cold voice rang out on the 15th floor. Unfortunately, his words were treated as a joke. None of the martial artists above the 6th-level yin-yang realm were afraid of him. Not only that, but the person who had failed earlier also attacked again. Perhaps he was resentful because he did not succeed the first time. This time, his yin-yang origin energy was even more powerful. His huge palm was able to grab the entire table. Fan Ruohai and Mu Wanshuang did not say anything as they watched the fight. They tasted the delicacies on the table while watching the fight. They were especially shocked by the situation on Ling Xiao's side. They had thought that Ling Xiao would definitely be defeated in the first round. They did not expect that the person who ambushed him did not succeed. In that case, how was Ling Xiao going to deal with the second attempt? "Wanshuang, do you think he was bragging just now?" Fan Ruohai asked with a smile. "He doesn't look like it." Mu Wanshuang shook her head and said, "Most of the martial artists from Sky Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent have to go through the Sin Domain. Even if they pass the test there, they will still be humiliated. However, this Ling Xiao seems to be different. Do you admire him a lot?" Fan Ruohai's tone had a hint of jealousy. Chapter 1683. Fan Ruohai seemed to be jealous because Mu Wanshuang had a high opinion of Ling Xiao. "Young master, if you don't like him, I can kill him now," Mu Wanshuang said calmly. "Haha, that's not necessary. Haha, there's no need. If he really is a promising talent, keeping him around is still useful. The conflict between our Fan clan and the Tianhai clan is already on the verge of intensifying. Sooner or later, there will be a day when we will meet on the battlefield. Having more helpers is still beneficial." Fan Ruohai smiled and continued watching the battle. Bam! Bam! Ling Xiao only casually blasted out a punch, and that dustpan-sized elemental energy palm print was directly shattered into pieces. The shockwave caused the delicious food on the table to shake. Despicable. The attacker's heart was filled with hatred after failing twice in a row. He had only wanted to take the heaven spirit earth fiend Malatang, but now, he wanted to attack Ling Xiao as well. As long as he destroyed Ling Xiao, the things in Ling Xiao's hands would be his. Thinking of this, he leaped into the air. A huge handprint descended from the sky and covered Ling Xiao's entire body. Ling Xiao had one hand on the table, but the other hand was secretly accumulating power. "Stubborn idiot. I gave you 2 chances, but you didn't know when to stop. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being rude. Do you really think a martial artist at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm is so great?" Ling Xiao casually took out a piece of alchemy stone. The alchemy stone shattered and wrapped around his table. Ling Xiao could not bear to waste the delicious food on the table. Then, he slowly stood up as a terrifying aura burst out from him. Green and golden lights flickered on his arms. He's still trying to fight back. The other martial artists were stunned. Logically speaking, a 4th-level yin-yang realm martial artist would have a hard time defending himself against an attack from a 6th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Yet, Ling Xiao was still trying to fight back. This guy was a little cruel. Moreover, this was the Wonder Tower, the Fan family's territory. Generally, foreign martial artists would always be afraid of the slightest thing, not daring to casually make a move. However, Ling Xiao didn't seem to have any such misgivings. He immediately launched a counterattack. You can talk big again if you can take this palm of mine. In the sky, sparks actually appeared on the hands of the 6th-level yin-yang martial artist. They were in the snowy plains and yet he was able to start a fire with friction. This was enough to show how rich his yin-yang elemental force was. What's wrong with that guy? He actually used 90% of his inner strength. Is it worth it? Even if he really wants to kill Ling Xiao, that would be too exaggerated. A voice came from the crowd, as if they did not quite understand this warrior's attack. That's right. It's like using an array to bombard mosquitoes. It's a complete waste of inner energy. The martial artists at the side also echoed. Both of them were martial artists at the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. They took Feng Ming Lian and Cold Plum's Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Malatang. It was just that he hadn't enjoyed it yet. This was because these two fellows were very ambitious. They were planning to divide up the remaining Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Malatang. When the Sandpiper and the Clam fought, the fisherman would benefit. If Ling Xiao was seriously injured or died, the Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Malatang would be theirs. Get down here. Just then, they heard Ling Xiao's voice. When they looked up, they saw Ling Xiao actually stretching out his hand to grab the 6th-level yin-yang martial artist in the sky. Was Ling Xiao crazy? That was what everyone was thinking, including Fan Ruohai and Mu Wanshuang. However, what happened next left them completely dumbfounded. Ling Xiao actually managed to grab hold of that cultivator, and then abruptly pulled him down. The terrifying strength made that cultivator feel as if his entire body was being imprisoned by something. He could not release the yin-yang elemental force in his body. Rumble. As everyone watched in horror, the 6th-level yin-yang martial artist was thrown to the ground. His body bounced back, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. However, Ling Xiao still did not let him off. He directly stomped his foot down, and that cultivator's chest caved in completely. His eyes instantly became blurry. He looked like he was about to die. This scene caused everyone's pupils to contract abruptly. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Was Ling Xiao really only at the 4th level of yin-yang realm? They were already shocked when he sent a 5th-level yin-yang realm martial artist flying with one punch. This time, it was even more exaggerated. A 6th-level yin-yang realm martial artist could not even unleash any of his strength. He was thrown to the ground like a bag of trash. Stepping on the martial artist, Ling Xiao scolded in disdain, "Is this a genius martial artist from the White Tiger continent? What a piece of trash." His voice was cold and emotionless. The martial artist felt extremely humiliated. He wanted to find a hole to hide in. However, he did not even have the strength to speak now. He could only look at Ling Xiao with pleading eyes. "Brother Ling, we can fight, but not kill. After all, this is a place to eat. Dead people are inauspicious." Fan Ruohai finally spoke. He really did not want to help anyone. He just felt that dead people were inauspicious. "I have to give face to young Master Fan. However, since you are here to plead for mercy, you should at least give something, right?" Ling Xiao looked at Fan Ruohai calmly. He did not like this person. Fan Ruohai was a scheming person like Feng Yinshan, but he was even more vicious and hypocritical than Feng Yinshan. Ling Xiao hated such a person. If not for the fact that he was weaker than Fan Ruohai, he would really want to cause a scene here. However, it was impossible for him to let this piece of trash off so easily. There was no way he would let this piece of trash go without any benefits. "How dare you not give face to young Master Fan?" one of the hostages asked. "This is my business. Trash has no right to interfere. If you are not convinced, let's try." Ling Xiao looked at that person with a cold gaze. His gaze was filled with killing intent. The snowy plains were already cold enough, And Ling Xiao's gaze was even more terrifying. The person who spoke was stunned. Then, his face flushed red and he shut his mouth. His cultivation was also at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. He did not even see how Ling Xiao won. If he had to fight with Ling Xiao, he might as well just admit defeat. He would definitely be humiliating himself. He really regretted that he had offended this madman from the Dragon Phoenix continent in order to flatter Fan Ruohai. H, you are worse than this piece of trash. Not only are you trash, but you are also a coward. The Tianhai Empire actually chose a piece of trash like you to participate in the White Tiger meet. I really wonder how many of you got in through the back door. With a cold snort, Ling Xiao no longer looked at that piece of trash. Instead, he looked at Fan Ruohai and waited for him to speak. Although he didn't attack that person probably even had the heart to die at this moment. After being humiliated in front of so many people and being called a piece of trash that brought shame to the Tianhai Empire, even if he returned to the sect, he probably would not be able to survive. Chapter 1684. The 6th level yin-yang realm martial artist clearly felt that it was embarrassing to admit defeat in front of Ling Xiao. However, he was still scared to death and didn't dare to look for trouble with Ling Xiao. He was so embarrassed that he didn't even have his underwear left. His last bit of dignity was also completely lost. Most importantly, it was fine if he was the only one who was embarrassed, but he also dragged the Tianhai Empire into it. This was a little too much. Ha ha ha, brother Ling, give me some face. How about I give you a bottle of wine? Fan Ruohai wanted to show his generosity. He could not let Ling Xiao kill that martial artist, but he could not lose too much face. A jug of fine wine was extremely hard to come by for the martial artists who came to the Wonder Tower, but it was nothing to him. This wine is called Empty Valley Orchid. After drinking it, although it cannot increase one's cultivation, it can allow one to enter the ethereal state of being one with the world. It is extremely helpful for cultivation. How about it? Of course, it tastes very good. Fan Ruohai explained. Sure. Cultivation required one to enter a special state. This state could increase one's comprehension for a period of time and allow one to enter a state of epiphany. The Empty Valley Orchid wine was like this. He moved his foot away from the 6th level yin-yang realm martial artist, and Fan Ruohai also ordered a female servant to bring over a bottle of Empty Valley Orchid wine. Ling Xiao stored it in his storage ring and did not drink it for the time being. It was more suitable to drink it during cultivation. Then, he looked at the 3 7th level yin-yang realm martial artists and said coldly, "Didn't you hear what I said just now? Return the Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend spicy hot pot that you stole to my 3 companions." Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, do you really think you are someone? The person who laughed was dressed in purple and looked domineering and powerful. He was the martial artist who stole Ji Luoyu's Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend spicy hot pot. He laughed loudly and said, "I admit that your cultivation is not bad. You can actually defeat a 6th level yin-yang realm martial artist who is 2 levels higher than you. This is rare even in the White Tiger mainland. However, to be complacent and self-righteous just because of such a battle record, that would be the height of stupidity. The Tianhai Empire is more than 100 times stronger than your so-called Celestial Empire. Don't think that you can do whatever you want. Under this sky, no, even if it's just within the 15th layer, there are plenty of people who can kill you. Seeing that you're new here and don't know the rules, I sympathize with you and don't want to argue with you. But don't be arrogant because of your talent and go too far. Otherwise, you might bully the weak today." The purple-clad man was extremely arrogant. When he spoke, he did not even look at Ling Xiao. Instead, he communicated with the other 2 7th level yin-yang martial artists by his side through his eyes. That kind of contempt and disdain could be seen by anyone. However, Ling Xiao did not respond to him at all. Instead, he looked at Fan Ruohai and said, "Young Master Fan, if I steal the Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend spicy hot pot from these people, does it belong to me?" That person did not look at Ling Xiao initially, but he was ignored by Ling Xiao at this moment. He stood up angrily and finally looked at Ling Xiao. However, his gaze was filled with intense anger. Of course. Fan Ruohai only wanted to watch the show. Of course, He also wanted to see how capable this arrogant Dragon Phoenix mainland martial artist was. How could he be so fearless against a 7th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist? That's fine. Ling Xiao nodded. Then, he turned to look at the purple-clad man and said, I can return what you said exactly to you. To be honest, apart from young Master Fan and Miss Mu Wanshuang, I don't care about the rest of the martial artists here. If I want to kill you, I can take your life at any time. It's just that I'm new here and don't want to cause trouble. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Hand over what you stole. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Ling Xiao's words caused an uproar. Apart from Fan Ruohai who smiled and Mu Wanshuang who remained expressionless, the rest of the people were filled with righteous indignation. However, only the 3 7th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists dared to glare at Ling Xiao angrily. After witnessing how powerful Ling Xiao was, the rest of the people did not dare to provoke Ling Xiao openly. However, it was still possible for them to whisper behind his back. Arrogant brat, could it be that the martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent are all as ignorant as you? The purple-clad man slammed the table and roared furiously. Self-aware. I think you should be the one to remember these words, not me, Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you really think you can challenge me, a 7th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist, just because you're a 4th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist? You think too highly of yourself. People who like to spout nonsense usually die very quickly. The purple-clad man really wanted to kill Sumo ever since his cultivation had reached the 7th level Yin-Yang realm. No martial artist below the 5th level of Yin-Yang realm dared to talk to him like that. 7th level Yin-Yang realm? Is it that great? Ling Xiao's face was filled with disdain. If he had encountered a 7th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist when he had entered Sin realm, he would not have been able to win. However, he would definitely win now even if he did not use his tyrannical martial soul. After all, his cultivation had broken through from the 3rd level Yin-Yang realm to the 4th level Yin-Yang realm earlier today. After stepping into the Wonder Tower, his cultivation had already advanced to the peak of the 4th level Yin-Yang realm. However, the arrogant purple-clad man was only at the early stage of the 7th level Yin-Yang realm. Moreover, he was only an ordinary 7th level Yin-Yang realm martial artist. He was not a genius like the Dragon Crown Prince or the number 1 hero. It would be easier to deal with him. If the two of you want to fight, I have a suggestion. Fan Ruohai suddenly smiled and said, I'll use a complete Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Mala Hotpot as the prize. Whoever wins will get the prize. I won't take a single cent. This prize definitely had a fatal attraction. Fan Ruohai did this because he wanted both of them to give it their all. This way, the show would be more exciting. He was also more aware of the true strength of this arrogant brat Ling Xiao. Young Master Fan, you're generous. Thank you so much. The purple-clad man cupped his fists and seemed excited. It was as if the complete Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Mala Hotpot belonged to him. Ling Xiao was not worth mentioning in his eyes. Young Master Fan, can I kill someone? Ling Xiao's words were special. Fan Ruohai frowned and said, it's not auspicious to have a dead person here. What if I don't leave the corpse behind? Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. If you can guarantee that you won't leave the corpse behind, then it's up to you. Fan Ruohai nodded and said, however, you have to understand that if it's a life and death battle, your opponent can also kill you. Are you sure you won't regret it? What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? If I'm not as strong as my opponent, what's there to regret about dying? Chapter 1685. Great. What joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? I like you. It's rare for an interesting young martial artist like you to appear in the Dragon Phoenix continent. Fan Ruohai smiled happily. Let's fight. Ling Xiao turned around and looked at the purple-robed man. Shocking murderous aura surged out of his body and turned into a sharp blade that pierced towards the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man roared furiously. His powerful aura roared like a ferocious tiger. The two types of murderous aura exploded in the air, and the force shot out in all directions. As the battlefield was in the snowy plains and the two of them were far away from the banquet, they didn't have to worry about the dishes being destroyed. Kill. The moment the murderous aura clashed, Ling Xiao had already figured out his opponent's strength. Then, he flashed and Ice's Fury appeared in his hand in midair. Ice's Fury was a heavy sword with the cold attribute. In this snowy land, it was like an awakened beast that had become even more powerful. Facing Ling Xiao's attack, the purple-robed man sneered in disdain. He was a yin-yang realm level 7 expert. His cultivation was 3 levels higher than Ling Xiao's. How could he be defeated by this ignorant brat from the Dragon Phoenix continent? He also had a sword in his hand. However, it was shining with purple light like a swimming dragon. Purple snake sword technique, 1,000 shadows. As he roared furiously, the purple sword in his hand pierced through the air and pierced towards Ling Xiao. Thousands of purple sword lights appeared in the air, and it looked extremely gorgeous. Almost the entire battlefield was enveloped by the purple sword lights. It was chilling. Flashy but useless. Useless sword technique. Destroy. Ling Xiao shook Ice's Fury. The Imperial Earth Queen's cells in his body started to circulate. The 500 Imperial Earth Queen's cells were completely released. The Imperial Earth Queen's power gathered on Ice's Fury and exploded with a shocking aura. Destroy. Crush. Intimidate. Above was the heavens, below was the earth. In heaven and earth, only I am supreme. In an instant, the sword lights that filled the sky were destroyed by the terrifying sword aura. Not a single ray of light was left. Ling Xiao was already close to the purple-robed man. There were 2 terrifying forces spinning on Ice's Fury. It wasn't internal energy or soul power. Instead, it was a terrifying power that was beyond the 2 types of power. The purple-robed man was shocked and hurriedly waved his sword to block the attack. When the swords clashed, the purple-robed man felt as if he had been struck by a terrifying hammer. He lost control of his body and was sent flying. In the air, a streak of dark red blood splattered, looking so poignant. Bang! Peng peng peng! After breaking several pine trees on the snowy plains, the purple-clothed man finally stopped and fell to the ground. The situation was extremely embarrassing. His face was filled with anger and shock. Oh no! When the other 2 7th-level yin-yang realm martial artists saw that not only did Ling Xiao not intend to stop, but he even continued to pursue them, they stood up and attempted to join the battle. The 2 of you, sit there obediently. Don't embarrass the martial artists of our Tianhai Empire. Fan Ruohai's cold voice rang out, if I say it's a battle of life and death, then it's a battle of life and death. Are my words so worthless? I don't dare. The 2 of them shuddered and hurriedly sat down. Swoosh. The sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Ling Xiao's figure transformed into a stream of light and instantly arrived where the purple-robed man fell. He was like a shadow following the purple-robed man. The purple-robed man did not even have a chance to retaliate. When he saw Ling Xiao's snow-white sword piercing towards him, the purple-robed man's heart was filled with fear and regret. He did not understand how his opponent could be so powerful. This had already exceeded his expectations. You said you didn't touch me because you pity me? You don't want to bully the weak? You're so powerful. What a joke. Ling Xiao's voice echoed continuously on the 15th floor. Everyone heard it loud and clear, and they could feel the burning sensation on their faces. The purple-robed man's eyes were blank, and his face was filled with fear. He thought it would be a piece of cake to kill Ling Xiao and obtain the complete Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Malatang. However, the terrifying reality told him otherwise. His opponent defeated him, who had a cultivation base at the 7th level of Yin-Yang stage, with just 1 sword strike without using his inner energy. He could not even withstand 1 strike from his opponent. How could the gap be so huge? This sword strike had completely crushed his confidence, causing him to almost fall into a state of collapse. At the banquet, those martial artists who had spoken arrogantly and insulted Ling Xiao with filthy words were all trembling. This martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent was not human. He was a monster. I remember now. Suddenly, someone stood up and exclaimed, "His Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao. Who's Ling Xiao?" The Celestial Emperor. In the White Tiger continent, many martial artists knew that the Celestial Emperor was called Ling Xiao. However, There were many martial artists in the Dragon Phoenix continent called Ling Xiao. They did not expect that this ordinary-looking kid who looked only 17 or 18 years old was the celestial emperor who had turned the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continent upside down. Fan Ruohai was pleasantly surprised. The difference between the Fan family and the Tianhai family was military power. If they could rope in Ling Xiao, the Fan family would not lose to the Tianhai family in terms of wealth and resources. Mu Wanchuang's beautiful eyes flashed, and her cold expression melted a little. She was surprised. After all, it was difficult for even her to defeat an opponent who was 3 levels higher than him. Die. The fury of ice pierced through the air and through the man in purple's head. However, just as the blood was about to spurt out, Ling Xiao suddenly had a thought. The 18 Hell talisman floated above his head, and countless ghostly hands reached out and dragged the corpse in. This scene caused the crowd to be even more astonished. Even Fan Ruohai could not calm down for a long time. This Ling Xiao was too domineering and terrifying. He used the Blood Soul talisman in the end, right? Fan Ruohai's eyes were filled with even more intense shock. Even he did not have the Blood Soul talisman, but Ling Xiao had it and used it so well. This guy was even more frightening than he had imagined. Moreover, he had used a very strange and special energy to defeat the 3 martial artists. It was not internal energy, nor was it soul energy. It was as if it was the pure energy of heaven and earth, and no one dared to look at it. The Celestial Emperor is indeed extraordinary. To be able to stand out in the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, this strength is normal. Fan Ruohai was now completely certain. This martial artist who called himself Ling Xiao was really the Celestial Emperor whose reputation spread far and wide. Of course, the so-called reputation spread far and wide on the White Tiger continent as a target of mockery. People often said, "How dare a brat call himself the Celestial Emperor? Ridiculous." This was the common thought of all the martial artists on the White Tiger continent. Chapter 1686. Do the 2 of you want me to attack again? Ling Xiao returned to the banquet and looked coldly at the remaining 2 7th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. There was an unquestionable murderous intent in his eyes. You're indeed powerful. We submit. We'll return this heaven spirit earth fiend spicy hot pot to you. The 2 of them looked at each other and finally chose to submit. They were not confident that they could defeat Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao could defeat martial artists of the same cultivation level as them with 1 strike. It should not be difficult for him to defeat them. Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, and Cold Plum took back their portions of Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Spicy Hot Pot. Although it was only a small portion, it was still very rare. There's more. Ling Xiao looked around and said calmly, I've said it before. Don't make me angry. Once I'm angry, none of you can have any delicious food. Don't go overboard. Do you want us to hand over our Heaven Spirit Earth Fiend Spicy Hot Pot? Ling Xiao's words enraged one of the 7th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists. Go overboard. Did you think about going overboard when you attacked? Moreover, young Master Fan said that only those who are capable can have it. Do you bunch of trash have the right to enjoy such delicious food? Ling Xiao had never been a polite gentleman. Since it was within the rules, why couldn't he rob others if others could rob him? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Hand over the items, and you can keep your lives. If you don't, then you can die. Anyway, before the White Tiger meet begins, the participants can kill each other. Ling Xiao said coldly. I didn't expect you to know about this rule. Fan Ruohai was a little surprised. What's so difficult about that? Every time the White Tiger meet begins, the number of martial artists selected is almost double of the actual participants. During this period, there will be many deaths and disappearances. The killing will only be stopped when the number of participants meets the requirements. So, it shouldn't be against the rules if I kill them. I believe the Emperor of the Tianhai Empire won't blame me. Ling Xiao said calmly. 2 breaths left. Ling Xiao did not forget to keep track of the time when he spoke to Fan Ruohai. Soon, some 6th-level Yin-Yang realm martial artists gritted their teeth and took out the items and placed them on Ling Xiao's table. They did not want to die. Ling Xiao could easily kill a martial artist at the 7th level of the yin-yang realm. What were they? Even if the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Malatang was incomparably precious, in order to survive, so what if he had to be a coward for once? One breath's left. Ling Xiao's sword exuded a dense killing intent. I'm a man of my word. Whoever doesn't hand over the item will die. Ling Xiao's voice was extremely cold. They took out their own heaven spirit spicy hot pot and the ones they stole and gave them to Ling Xiao. With this, Ling Xiao would have 2 complete bowls of Tiangang Di Sho Mala hot pot in addition to the prize he had won. Let me remind you. It's best to only eat this once a month. Otherwise, you won't be able to take it. Fan Ruohai said with a smile. Thank you for the reminder. Let's go. Ling Xiao had already gotten what he needed. He was not willing to waste any more time here. He still had to go back and improve his cultivation. His cultivation was at the peak of the 4th level yin-yang realm. He was only 1 step away from the 5th level yin-yang realm. He believed that with this heaven spirit spicy hot pot, he would definitely be able to break through. Every time he broke through a new realm, it was equivalent to having an additional life-saving ability for Ling Xiao. Living in the White Tiger continent, he was unfamiliar with the place. Strength was the only thing he could rely on. The 4 of them walked out of the 15th floor and walked down the stairs. Although there were windows in the Wonder Tower, they did not allow flying. If they really jumped out, they would directly fall to the ground. Ling Xiao did not mind, but the 3 girls could not take it. Moreover, he came here openly. There was no need for him to leave through the window. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Ling Xiao's back as he left. That figure quickly disappeared before Fan Ruohai's eyes. However, Fan Ruohai's gaze was still on that side. Celestial Emperor Ling Xiao. What an interesting guy. He was looking forward to seeing how Ling Xiao would perform in the White Tiger meet. Wan Shuang, don't let him surpass you. Fan Ruohai suddenly smiled. That's impossible. Mu Wanshuang's face was still cold. She said confidently, although he's much stronger than these good-for-nothings, compared to me, he's still too far away. Wanshuang, don't be careless. He's only 17 years old, and you're already 22. You're 5 years older than him. Fan Ruohai said with a smile. The girl he took in was very talented. He used to think so too. However, after seeing Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt that his usual discipline was a little lax. Mu Wanshuang had to be more servile. Otherwise, it was not impossible for Ling Xiao to catch up with her. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others had already arrived outside the Wonder Tower and were walking in the direction of the Hero's Tower. After we go back, 1 portion of the Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Spicy Hot Pot will be mine. You can share the other portion with Danfeng, Long Chen, and the others. Ling Xiao had already thought it through. The Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Spicy Hot Pot was very effective. He could not finish it in a few days. Food was different from elixirs. After a long time, it would definitely spoil. The effect would be greatly reduced. He might as well share it with his friends. These people were now his subordinates. They were all working for him. If he wanted them to work harder, he had to give them some benefits. As a king, he really could not be too stingy. Moreover, he had already obtained the method of making this thing. In the future, as long as he had the ingredients, he would be able to make it. He would not have to worry about not being able to eat it. You're very generous. However, these were all obtained by your hard work. How can we accept it? Ji Luoyu said with a wry smile. If you feel embarrassed, it's easy. When we go back, I'll give you a list of ingredients. You can help me find it. Your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is best at doing this kind of thing. Ling Xiao said with a smile. No way. You've obtained the method of making the Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Spicy Hot Pot. Ji Luoyu was so surprised that her mouth was as if an apple had been stuffed into it. Sure, lower your voice. This is a secret of the Fan family. It's enough for the few of us to know. Don't spread it out. Otherwise, the Fan family will really fight with me. Ling Xiao made a shushing gesture. Oh, I know. Ji Luoyu hurriedly covered her mouth. However, she could not hide the excitement on her face. After a long time, she said, leave the matter of the ingredients to me. With this thing, the strength of our heavenly dynasty empire's martial artists will increase by a large margin. At the very least, it should not be a problem for them to increase by a realm. Chapter 1687. Ji Luoyu said that she could help with the materials. That's good. So don't say anything embarrassing. When you go back, just enjoy yourself. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I know. Ji Luoyu nodded and did not refuse. Oh right, you said that the Tianhai Empire has 4 young geniuses. I've seen Mu Wanshuang. She's as cold as ice and her strength is terrifying. But this woman is too scheming. I don't like her. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something else and said. You said that Mu Wanshuang is scheming? Why do I feel that she only has eyes for Fan Ruohai? Ji Luoyu was stunned. You haven't experienced political intrigue, so you don't understand. Fan Ruohai is very powerful, and Mu Wanshuang is not bad either. Both of them are 1,000-year-old foxes. They're very terrifying. Ling Xiao shook his head. Is Sun Longchan as beautiful as Mu Wanshuang? What, you're interested in that woman? Don't forget, she's the daughter of the medicine king, Sun Sa. Ji Luoyu was a little unhappy. Haha, I just want to know myself and my enemy. I should have a chance to fight with them at the White Tiger meet, right? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. I see. Then I can tell you that Sun Longchan is more terrifying than Mu Wanshuang. Mu Wanshuang only has a powerful cultivation and is scheming. Sun Longchan, on the other hand, had more tricks up her sleeves. Under her pomegranate skirt, who knew how many experts with profound cultivation had bowed before her? Not only are there young experts, but there are also some old men who are hundreds of years old. Ji Luoyu spoke of Sun Longchan with obvious disdain. Although Sun Longchan is a disciple of her father, the medicine king Sun Sa, she has learned many things. The most powerful things she learned from her father were knockout drugs and hallucinogens. You know these drugs. They can confuse a person's mind. In addition, she has outstanding looks. It's no wonder that she has so many love puppets. Interesting. It sounds like another woman with a heart as vicious as snakes and scorpions. Ling Xiao had seen many such women, so after hearing Ji Luoyu's description, he quickly had a clear impression in his mind. Don't think it's funny. If you meet her now, you'll definitely lose. Anyway, I feel that she's much scarier than Mu Wanshuang. You're not even a match for Mu Wanshuang, right? Ji Luoyu reminded. I admit that, but so what? Mu Wanshuang is 5 years older than me. Sun Longchan should be around the same age, right? Ling Xiao was very confident in his own cultivation speed. Yes, Sun Longchan is 1 year older than Mu Wanshuang. Ji Luoyu nodded. He, as expected. What about the other 2 young geniuses? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. As for the other 2, one is the publicly recognized number 1, tyrannical Heavenly Ocean. He's the crown prince of the Heavenly Ocean Empire. There are even rumors that the emperor of the Heavenly Ocean Empire has decided to pass the throne to him. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean rarely makes a move, but every time he does, it shocks the world. Mu Wanshuang and Sun Longchan have both fought with him before, but they were both defeated. Therefore, the 2 of them can only be ranked together in second place because they have never had a clear winner. Ji Luoyu replied. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, what a domineering name. Ling Xiao frowned. He immediately thought of Phoenix Cry Chishan. He was also a domineering person, but compared to tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, he was like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. The enemy was stronger, and Ling Xiao's pressure was greater. He was more eager to improve his strength. Right, didn't you just say that Sun Longchan is stronger than Mu Wanshuang? Ling Xiao asked curiously. If it's a chaotic battle, that's naturally the case. Sun Longchan's knockout powder is too powerful, but if it's a one-on-one fight, Mu Wanshuang has her own unique skills. She won't be afraid of Sun Longchan. Ji Luoyu explained. Then who's ranked 4th? Ling Xiao asked again. Ranked 4th is Sacred Sword of Wind Devil from Heavenly Ocean Academy. Ji Luoyu replied, although these 4 are ranked differently, they're basically on the same level. There's not much difference in strength, so any one of them has a chance of winning. The first person after these 4 is the water god's son of the water god. He's your enemy, so be careful. TSK, tyrannical heavenly ocean, Sun Lungchan, Mu Wanshuang, sacred sword of wind devil, water god. Interesting. Ling Xiao was very excited. If Heavenly Ocean Empire had such powerful 4 people, then White Tiger Empire, Silver Fox Empire, and Full Moon Empire would probably have them too. As for Righteous Sect, whose influence was the largest and strongest, it was needless to say. The number of experts they had was probably even greater than the 4 great empires. To be able to spar with so many experts was truly a blessing. Seeing how excited you are, I must pour a bucket of cold water on you. You'd better not provoke the 5 people I mentioned before. Ji Luoyu reminded him, actually, if you want to find someone to spar with, other than the 5 of them, the other heroes of Heavenly Ocean Empire are enough. There are even some guys that I don't think you can win with your current strength. Oh, there are experts? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course. Don't forget that the small divine Phoenix Empire had 10 Phoenix sons. How could the grand Heavenly Ocean Empire not have such a ranking? Ji Luoyu rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao and said, actually, Heavenly Ocean Empire also has the 7 little saints of Heavenly Ocean. This is a ranking other than the 4 heroes of Heavenly Ocean. Water God is ranked first, and the 4 ferocious beasts of Heavenly Ocean Academy are ranked 2nd to 5th. The 6th is also a troublesome fellow called Ghost Hand All Jew. It's rumored that one of his arms is a little strange. Even though the 7th is the weakest of the 7 little saints, he's not to be underestimated. He comes from the heavenly demon cult, but I don't know much about him. All I know is that others call him Little Thing. It's all thanks to you as a guide this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known so much about the young martial artists of Heavenly Ocean Empire. Ling Xiao was truly grateful. Big brother Ling, my life was saved by you. There's no point in saying these things. Ji Luoyu shook her head. I only hope that you can always think of me as a friend. More than a friend. In my heart, you're already family. Ling Xiao smiled. But to be honest, it's only after coming here that I truly understand that the white tiger meat is much more complicated than we imagined. In the eyes of others, the martial artists of our heavenly empire are probably cannon fodder and test subjects. They're used to test the strength of the martial artists of other empires. Big brother Ling, you're calmer than anyone else. Ji Luoyu sighed. You're absolutely right. I've always wanted to remind you, but I felt that it would be too cruel, so I never said it. If there's one person in the Heavenly Empire who can stand out, it can only be you, Big Brother Ling. We'll pave the way for you. Chapter 1688. Thank you for your kindness. Ling Xiao was not an unreasonable person who would bite off more than he could chew. At least now, among the people from the Celestial Empire, only he and Dan Feng could enter the finals. The rest would probably be eliminated very soon. This was a cruel reality that he could not avoid. Perhaps these people would become stronger in the future. After all, they were still young. But at least now, it was not enough. But there is one thing that I will do even if I have to risk my life. I brought you all here, so I must send you all back in one piece. In Ling Xiao's heart, Ji Luoyu was actually already considered a martial artist of the Celestial Sea Empire. Although Ji Luoyu was born in the White Tiger continent, the Celestial Sea Empire, this did not hinder his absolute trust in her. While talking, everyone had already arrived at the outstanding building. Ling Xiao gathered everyone together and gave the other portion of the Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Spicy Hot Pot to Dan Feng, Mo Yu, Zhu Shaozong, Long Chen, Ji Luoyu, Cold Plum, and Feng Minglian. He got one for himself. After that, everyone started to cultivate in the same place. It was safer to stay together like this. If something went wrong during cultivation, they could deal with it in time. Because he was worried that someone might assassinate him, Ling Xiao set up a 10,000 gate formation at the cultivation place before cultivating. This formation could be used to escape and trap the enemy, but also to block the enemy. It was very suitable. After setting up the 10,000 gate formation, The rest of the people had already finished their portions of the heavenly spirit earthly fiend scarlet sun spicy hot pot and were cultivating there together with the pills that Ling Xiao concocted. I should start too. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then took out the empty valley orchid wine and drank it. The moment the wine entered his stomach, he could clearly feel a clear spirit rising in his body. His entire person seemed to have been sublimated. All the troubles in the world were temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. There was only the word cultivation. Originally, what people cared about the most about the heavenly spirit earthly fiend scarlet sun spicy hot pot was not the cultivation effect. It was its superb taste. The moment it entered his mouth, he felt the spiciness explode in his mouth, but it wasn't uncomfortable. This kind of heat filled his entire body, making him feel so carefree that he wanted to scream. His appetite was instantly aroused. Each of the 108 ingredients had its own unique taste. Coupled with the base of the malatang, the feeling was simply wonderful. If he wasn't in a hurry to improve his cultivation, Ling Xiao really wanted to taste the most delicious food he had ever eaten since he was born. But now, he was like a boar who didn't know anything about food, swallowing the food in big mouthfuls. If the diners of the Miracle Tower saw this, they would probably curse him for recklessly wasting natural resources and not knowing how to cherish them. Ling Xiao immediately felt a burning sensation all over his body as the whole pot of delicious food entered his stomach. A stream of hot air rose from his dantian and entered his 8 extraordinary meridians. Ling Xiao hurriedly swung his hand, taking out a pile of mid-grade spirit stones and elixirs for cultivation, including the remaining demonic beast cores, and placed them in the most convenient place around his body. The heavenly spirit earthly fiend scarlet sun spicy hot pot's effects were excellent. Naturally, it had to be combined with spirit stones, elixirs, and demonic beast cores to maximize its effects. The spirit stones, elixirs, and demonic beast cores were all directly swallowed by him. The cool air met with the hot air and then entangled with each other. His soul power, yin and yang energy, and royal heaven-earth energy all fused together and started to circulate crazily. Now, Ling Xiao really understood why Fan Ruohai said that he could only eat this thing once a month. This kind of explosive release of energy was really too destructive to the body. When he ate the delicious food, he felt very comfortable. However, when he finished eating and started cultivating, his body started to feel extreme pain. Ling Xiao felt as if he had been thrown into a pool of lava to be burned. There was also a strange burning sensation in his body. He squinted his eyes and looked at the others. Although they also felt pain and discomfort, their reactions were not as big as his. Thinking about it carefully, it made sense. The other 7 people shared a portion of the spicy hot pot. And he alone had a portion. Naturally, the effects were even more terrifying. No longer looking at the others, he closed his eyes and focused on his cultivation. Inside his body, his meridians started to expand and strengthen again. His bones also started to strengthen under the scorching heat. The blood in his body was boiling, as if it was going to rush out of his body. Really, that kind of pain made Ling Xiao want to die. But he gritted his teeth and endured. Although his face was pale and his forehead was covered in cold sweat, he still gritted his teeth and endured. There was nothing that he could not endure. Ling Xiao's terrifying soul power played a crucial role at this moment. His tenacious spirit allowed him to maintain absolute clarity and perseverance in an environment of extreme pain. He could see all the changes in his body clearly, including the growth of his tyrannical martial spirit. Activating the light and shadow profound, the entire room suddenly became bright and dark. The energy of the spirit stones, elixirs, and crystal cores that he had eaten was driven by the light-shadow profound meaning. It constantly attacked the high-temperature energy released by the heavenly spirit's earthly fiend's scarlet yang mala hot pot. After the 2 types of energy were neutralized, they fused into one, turning into a gentler but more powerful energy. Then, it was absorbed by Ling Xiao's body. Open. 4th level, Hell of Mirrors of Retribution. To cultivate in the yin-yang realm, he had to open the 18 levels of hell. If he could not open them, he would not be able to break through. A strange palace floated above Ling Xiao's head. Above the palace's door, there were the words Hell of Mirrors of Retribution. His soul came out of his body and pushed open the door of the hell of mirrors of retribution. He could see many terrifying mirrors hanging inside. In these mirrors, he could see the deepest sins and the things he feared the most. If a normal martial artist's soul power was not strong enough, they would have already failed their cultivation and breakthrough. Because of the things in the mirrors, many yin-yang realm martial artists had gone crazy. Through the mirror of retribution, Ling Xiao saw the martial artists he had killed coming to take revenge on him. Each of them looked ferocious and terrifying. They cried and howled, wanting Ling Xiao to kneel and admit his crimes. However, Ling Xiao's expression remained cold and indifferent. He had never regretted killing someone. "You pieces of trash. I was not afraid of you when you were alive. Now that you are dead, you want me to be afraid? A bunch of idiots." Terrifying soul power was released, and the mirror of retribution shattered. The scenes inside also disappeared. However, in the next moment, an even stronger threat appeared. An even larger mirror of retribution floated in the air. Inside it was the scene of Ling Xiao's parents being tortured. "Kneel and admit your crimes, and we will let your parents go." The savage face of the murderer roared. "Admit my crimes? What crimes have I, Ling Xiao, committed? Since you dared to hurt my parents, I will make you pay back 100 times, 10,000 times." Ling Xiao coldly snorted and released his powerful soul power. Chapter 1689. Plead guilty. What crime did I, Ling Xiao, commit? In that instant, he released his soul power and directly entered the karma mirror. That hideous face immediately shattered. The shadows of Ling Xiao's parents also instantly disappeared. In the next instant, the Moon Lady's figure actually appeared inside. Again. How boring. Do you really think I, Ling Xiao, will be afraid of this kind of trick? Ling Xiao did not wait for the karma mirror to ask and directly released his most terrifying soul power. A soul storm blew in the hell of karma mirror, and countless karma mirrors shattered. Then, his primordial spirit successfully stepped out of the hell of karma mirror and returned to his body. At this time, several hours had already passed, and the sky was already dark. Dan Feng, who was the first to finish cultivating, sat at the door to guard everyone. Dan Feng's original cultivation had actually already reached the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. This cultivation was the same as Feng Ming Qi Shan's. However, these two people could not unleash their true cultivation when they were on the divine Phoenix continent. Therefore, Feng Ming Qi Shan dying in Ling Xiao's hands was really very unjust. If it was on the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao would definitely have been killed by Feng Ming Qi Shan. At this time, Dan Feng's cultivation broke through another realm and reached the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. Of course, this was all thanks to Ling Xiao's medicinal pills and the heaven spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Mala Hotpot. Dan Feng's cultivation had been stuck at the peak of the 9th level of the yin-yang realm for several years. Even though he had traveled the White Tiger continent for a long time, he had been unable to break through. After all, he could not enter the 15th floor of the Wonder Tower. Therefore, he could not obtain the heaven spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Mala Hotpot. Today, his cultivation broke through, and he was simply overjoyed. Originally, although he admired Ling Xiao's talent, he did not treat Ling Xiao as his superior. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation was inferior to his. He was somewhat displeased to address such a person as the Celestial Emperor. However, Ling Xiao helped him open the Chang'e secret realm, allowing his cultivation to rise from the early 9th level of the yin-yang realm to the peak 9th level of the yin-yang realm. He even obtained some unexpected benefits. Today, he gave him the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Mala Hotpot, which allowed him to break through to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. His attitude towards Ling Xiao had already undergone a great change. If they had only treated each other as friends before, then now, they were really willing to sacrifice themselves for each other. One had to know that their previous friends could only be considered ordinary friends because he had never told Ling Xiao his true cultivation level. When he finishes his cultivation, I'll tell him about this. Dan Feng thought for a moment and then closed his eyes. After he finished cultivating, he still needed to consolidate his cultivation. Anyway, with the pills that Ling Xiao had concocted for him, this was not a problem. Time continued to pass. Long Chen, Mo Yu, Zhu Shaozong, Ji Luoyu, Cold Plum, and Feng Minglian ended their cultivation one after another. Basically, everyone had a breakthrough in their cultivation. At the very least, he had broken through a realm. Feng Minglian even broke through 2 realms and reached the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Long Chen was even weirder. He had broken through 3 realms from the 2nd level of the Yin-Yang realm to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. When he broke through, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout the Tower of Elites and attracted many martial artists. However, with the 10,000 gate formation blocking them, those martial artists could not enter. This guy is really from the Dragon Clan. His cultivation speed is not slower than Ling Xiao's at all. That's terrifying. Dan Feng was dumbfounded. The Dragon Clan was known as the strongest clan in the Archean era. They were the best in terms of combat power and cultivation speed. This was not just for show. However, Ling Xiao is even more terrifying. Long Chen is so terrifying, but he can't compare to him. TSK, this guy's talent is even more ferocious than the Dragon Clan. I really don't know what kind of blood flows in his body. Dan Feng shook his head and smiled bitterly. At this moment, Dan Feng was at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Long Chen was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Feng Minglian was at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Ji Luoyu was at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Cold Plum was at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Mo Yu was at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Zhu Shaozong was at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm. Everyone had improved a lot compared to when they first arrived. Next, it was up to Ling Xiao. After drinking the Tiangang Earthly Fiend Scarlet Sun Mala soup, his cultivation would definitely break through. There was no doubt about that. However, Ling Xiao's inner strength was too strong, and his physical body was terrifying too. Every time he broke through, his improvement would be several times that of other martial artists. It would not be easy to break through, but once he did, he would become even more ferocious. Whoosh! At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a pitch-black space had appeared behind Ling Xiao. In the next moment, 2 types of constellations, the sun and the moon, appeared at the same time in this space. The glaring light connected heaven and earth. The scarlet sun in the sky seemed to be sucked in, and its power kept pouring into the room. Then, it merged into Ling Xiao's body. In an instant, the temperature in the room rose abruptly. Even the martial artists outside the room could feel the heat. They were puzzled. Who exactly was cultivating in this room? How could it cause such a shocking scene? What cultivation technique is His Majesty cultivating? It's so terrifying. Dan Feng looked at Cold Plum and asked. In this place, only Leng Mai was the most familiar with Ling Xiao. She was also the person who had followed Ling Xiao the longest. I don't know. Cold Plum shook her head. She really did not know. She was not lying. Who cares what is cultivating? In my opinion, this cultivation technique's grade is probably very high. It should be at least an immortal grade martial art, Mo Yu said with a smile. Mo Yu smiled and said, Senior brother, the stronger the Sky Emperor is, the more benefits we'll get. Have you forgotten? When we came here, the Dragon Phoenix continent's law had changed. The law that originally limited cultivation to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm has changed to the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I believe it has something to do with His Majesty's cultivation. That's true. His Majesty is the ruler of the Dragon Phoenix continent. Even when the 7 rulers set the law, they would consider it based on his cultivation. Dan Feng looked at Ling Xiao. At first, he thought that he already knew this person very well. He was still far from it. He had never seen Ling Xiao's cultivation technique before. At that moment, Ling Xiao did not know what was happening in the outside world. The ice and fire in his body kept colliding and merging. Then, his cultivation kept accumulating and brewing. After activating the Hell of Retribution, the barrier to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm was completely broken. Next, as long as he brewed energy, his cultivation would naturally break through. The most difficult thing in the Yin-Yang realm was to activate the 18 levels of Hell. As long as he could do that, his cultivation would naturally increase. Of course, The prerequisite was that he had to have enough energy to maintain it. Spiritual stones, elixir pills, and demonic beast crystal cores were the key for Ling Xiao to maintain this state. While he was cultivating, his mystic world body was automatically refined. The power of the royal heaven-earth kept merging into his body. Chapter 1690. Ling Xiao's cultivation was increasing. His cells were also awakening one by one. His cultivation and cells were awakening at almost the same time. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth also merged into his body in large amounts. The green and golden lights continued to collide and fuse together. Buzz! Suddenly, a blinding light shot out of the house and pierced through the clouds in the sky. Ling Xiao's divine light retracted. He slowly opened his eyes. Every time his cultivation broke through a new level, he would have a new understanding of his own power. He didn't actually have any inner strength cultivation technique. Instead, he cultivated with esoteric force. The quality of esoteric force was obviously a few levels higher than ordinary inner strength. This was also the secret of why he could challenge those of a higher level. Generally speaking, inner strength was divided into 3 levels. First, ordinary inner strength. This was also the inner strength that most martial artists possessed. Whether it was the vital essence of the past or the yin-yang essence of the present, they were all different forms of inner strength. In terms of grade, it was still ordinary inner strength. Second, special inner strength. This was inner strength that was infused with the changes of the 5 elements. Martial artists with special martial souls or special martial arts could have it. It was stronger than ordinary inner strength. Third, original inner strength. This was the core of inner strength. It was the essence and was very powerful. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't use original inner strength to fight. However, they would definitely use it when they were risking their lives. Fourth, esoteric inner strength. This was the strongest inner strength that Ling Xiao knew. It was even more terrifying than original inner strength. This was also why Ling Xiao's inner strength always had the upper hand when he collided with other martial artists. Ling Xiao had to thank the Human King for this. If it wasn't for the Human King's guidance, his inner strength would only reach the special inner strength stage. Congratulations, Your Majesty, for breaking through to Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. Dan Feng smiled as he looked at Ling Xiao, who had opened his eyes, and said, "You don't have to be so polite. We're all friends here." Ling Xiao smiled and said. This breakthrough allowed him to directly reach the late stage of Yin-Yang Realm Level 5. Moreover, his cultivation was completely stabilized. This was enough to show how powerful the heavenly spirit earthly fiend Scarlet Yang Mala soup was. After Ji Luoyu found the ingredients, she would definitely make some personally. This thing could definitely greatly increase the cultivation of all martial artists in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. You all broke through as well? He opened the High Heaven Tai Chi eye and saw the cultivation levels of the others. After coming to the White Tiger continent, Ling Xiao didn't expose Dan Feng's true cultivation. However, since Dan Feng didn't say it, he didn't expose it. His Tai Kai eye was able to see through anyone unless the difference in cultivation was ridiculously large, at least 5 levels. Otherwise, no one would be able to escape his eyes. Ling Xiao opened his eyes, but before he could say anything, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. The voice was very pleasant, like the sound of an icy spring dripping into a valley. Judging from the voice, it should be a gentle girl. But there was a hint of weakness in her pleasant voice. She was clearly ill. She probably came here to look for Ji Luoyu. She probably wanted Ji Luoyu to treat her illness. Ling Xiao thought of many things in an instant. He casually removed the 10,000 gate formation and walked out with Ji Luoyu and the others. Although the voice was pleasant and gentle, it couldn't guarantee that the other party didn't have any hostility. After all, the hero's pavilion was in danger now. According to Dan Feng, a dozen or so martial artists had mysteriously disappeared while he was cultivating in the Tower of Heroes. Some of them were found dead, while others couldn't even find their bodies. After stepping out of the room, Ling Xiao noticed that there were many gazes looking at him. Some were curious, some were cold, and some were filled with killing intent. The owners of these gazes should be the martial artists who came to Heavenly Sea City to participate in the White Tiger meet. Among them, there were many martial artists with extraordinary strength. Even he wasn't confident of winning. "I'm Ji Luoyu. Why are you looking for me?" At this moment, Ji Luoyu's voice rang out, drawing Ling Xiao's gaze to the man and woman standing at the very front. The man was handsome, and his cultivation was not weak. He was at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. The woman's cultivation was weaker. She was only at the 1st level of the yin-yang realm. If he guessed correctly, the man should be one of the candidates. The woman wasn't. Ling Xiao never cared about a girl's appearance. After all, he only cared about the Moon Lady. Although the girl was pretty, she was still very different from the Moon Lady. She was even worse than Cold Plum. How could he possibly care about that? "You're Ji Luoyu?" The girl had yet to speak, but the man's voice was filled with disdain. His words sounded like he looked down on Ji Luoyu. "I'm Ji Luoyu. What's wrong? Is there a second Ji Luoyu in Sky Sea City?" Ji Luoyu frowned when she heard that. She was very unhappy. "Miss, don't be angry. My cousin is such a person. He's more talented, so he's more arrogant. I'm deeply sorry that I spoke rudely to you after being selected as one of the candidates for the White Tiger meet." The man wanted to say more, but the girl stopped him. They were here to ask for help. The man's words were not words for begging. "Cousin, I think you're just wasting your time. Ji Luoyu's cultivation is only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. So what if she's Medicine King's son Sa's disciple? Why don't you ask my cousin to go to the Medicine King Valley and get Mr. Medicine King to heal you personally?" The man continued to speak unyieldingly, his attitude extremely arrogant. Ling Xiao found it ridiculous. A mere 6th level of the yin-yang realm martial artist going to find Medicine King Sun Sa? Would he even bother? When Feng Ming Wuliang invited Medicine King Sun Sa, he spent almost the entire nation's resources and gave Sun Sa many benefits. Could this young man do it? "Ha ha." Ji Luoyu laughed mockingly. "Then you can go to the Medicine King Valley to find old man Sun Sa. However, I'm afraid you won't be able to return. If you meet Sun Lungchan, that demoness, you'll definitely become a subject under her skirt." "How dare you?" "I, Sun Wuji, am a 6th level of the yin-yang realm martial artist. I'm a prodigy selected by the Sky Sea Empire to participate in the White Tiger meet. Who do you think you are? How dare you be so disrespectful to me?" The young man drew his sword and pointed it at Ji Luoyu as he spoke angrily. "Cousin, if you continue to be like this, please leave." The girl was clearly angry. He was here to ask for help. Regardless of whether it was useful in the end, he had to have an attitude and no etiquette. "Mph, I'll let you off this time because of my cousin." Sun Wuji snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. However, he didn't know that he saved his life because of this. Chapter 1691. Sun Wuji didn't know that by sheathing his sword, he had actually saved his life. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would have dared to kill him as long as he drew his sword. Candidates were allowed to kill each other. If Sun Wuji didn't know what was good for him and dared to attack, he naturally wouldn't be polite. Seeing that Sun Wuji was silent, the woman said, "My name is Liu Lian, and I am from the Liu clan of Sky Sea City. I am not a famous clan, but I can be considered a rich one. Originally, I could have participated in the White Tiger Storm meet. However, my heart is higher than the sky, but my life is more fragile than paper. I fell seriously ill and my cultivation regressed. A terrifying demonic aura accumulated in my body and couldn't dissipate. This demonic aura tortured me so badly that I couldn't cultivate. Moreover, it often made me lose my mind. Therefore, when my illness acted up, I could only lock myself in the room and endure the torture. It's useless for you to say this. He has to apologize to me. Otherwise, I won't help you no matter what you say." Ji Luoyu also had a temper. After being insulted by others for so long, how could she help others in a good mood? "I'm afraid you don't have that ability," Sun Wuji said disdainfully. "What does that have to do with you? Hurry up and leave with your cousin. This is the outstanding building, not a place for you to behave atrociously," Ji Luoyu said coldly. Plop. Liu Lian suddenly knelt down, looked at Ji Luoyu and said, Miss Luoyu, my cousin was just worried about me, that's why he said the wrong thing. No matter what, it's all my fault. Today, Liu Lian kneels down before you. I only beg that you can use the divine physician's sacred hands to relieve Liu Lian of her pain. This girl was really amazing. How much courage did it take to kneel down in front of Ji Luoyu in front of so many people? After all, she was a girl, and girls were usually very thin-skinned. Hurry up and get up. Otherwise, others will say that I, Ji Luoyu, am bullying you. Ji Luoyu was still a girl and was more soft-hearted. She hurriedly went forward to help the girl up. However, at the moment when the two of them collided, Ji Luoyu's expression changed. She hurriedly retreated. Between her hands, black gas curled up. Seeing this, Ling Xiao suddenly grabbed Ji Luoyu's hand and sucked the black gas into his body. It really is the demonic qi of the heavenly demons, and it's so pure. Ling Xiao thought to himself. This scene was also seen by Liu Lian. In the past, there were many pharmacists who were so frightened that they didn't dare to treat her the moment they touched her. Today, Ji Luoyu's situation was similar, but the young man beside Ji Luoyu was not afraid of the devil qi at all, which was really surprising. This is my big brother Ling. If you want to save people, it's more useful for you to beg him. His ability is more powerful than that old man Sun Zai. Ji Luoyu said with a smile. At the moment when Ling Xiao grabbed her hand, she really felt as if she was about to ascend to heaven. Her entire body seemed to be filled with delicious honey. It was indescribably sweet. So it's young hero Ling. Liu Lian looked at Ling Xiao. Her originally gloomy eyes were now filled with anticipation. I can help you, but there are two conditions. Ling Xiao stared at Liu Lian and said with a smile, first, get that trash to apologize to my sister Luo Yu. Be more sincere. Second, I want that Taiji stone on you. Hearing this, the girl suddenly used her hands to cover her body. She looked at Ling Xiao in horror. How do you know that I have the Taiji stone on me? Don't be so nervous. I'm most familiar with the aura released by the Taiji stone because it's very helpful to my cultivation. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hearing this, Liu Lian heaved a sigh of relief. She put down her hands somewhat awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, young hero Ling. This Taiji stone is my Liu family's heirloom. Furthermore, it's very important to me. I can't give it to you. Ling Xiao said with a smile, the so-called help is actually helping you suppress the heavenly demon's fiendish aura, right? You originally had a relapse almost every day. With this thing, you only have a relapse once a month. Am I right? You're indeed amazing. Liu Lian became even more agitated. Let's make a deal. If I cure your illness, this Taiji stone will belong to me. How about it? Ling Xiao had indeed taken a fancy to that Taiji stone. That Taiji stone contained the two powers of yin and yang. They complemented each other and were rather mysterious. It would definitely be of great benefit to his cultivation. Now that he was about to participate in the white tiger meet, it was very urgent for him to raise his cultivation. Obtaining this Taiji stone was absolutely necessary to him. He was not the kind of person who would snatch things. That was why he proposed a deal. Cousin, don't listen to him. I've already investigated this brat. His cultivation is only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. Do you really think he can help you with this cultivation? Sun Wuji said loudly, listen to cousin. Let's go. There's no need to talk nonsense with these two liars. They clearly only want the Taiji stone. Cousin, if you're unwilling to apologize, then leave. I won't force you. However, I believe in young hero Ling. I can make this deal with him. Liu Lian actually did not completely trust Ling Xiao in the depths of her heart. After all, it was their first meeting. How could she completely trust him? If she completely trusted him, then she would be a fool. The reason why she did this was because she had no other choice. She was very clear in her heart that she could not afford to hire Medicine King Sun Sa and Sun Lungchan. Her Liu family was only a small and wealthy family. He could destroy them all with a finger. How could she miss out on her only hope? Looking at Liu Lian, Ling Xiao could not help but secretly praise her. This girl was really amazing. Not only did she behave appropriately, but she also knew the importance of things. She also knew the pros and cons. She was not like many people who looked smart, but when doing many things, they often grasped the sesame seed and threw away the watermelon. In fact, even if Sun Wuji did not apologize and Liu Lian was not willing to make the deal, he would still help. This was because the pure demonic qi in Liu Lian's body was a great supplement for him. Apologize? That's impossible. Cousin, you've been bewitched by a scoundrel. You can't tell who's right and who's wrong. Fine, I'll kill these two liars today to wake you up. Sun Wuji suddenly drew his sword and a cold aura shot towards Ling Xiao. He was actually going to attack. Ling Xiao sneered. Since he was going to attack, then he did not need to talk nonsense. He also liked to solve problems with violence because it was simple and fast. However, at this moment, Liu Lian suddenly stood in the middle. She looked at Sun Wuji and said, "Cousin, are you crazy? They're my only hope." Sun Wuji seemed to really care about Liu Lian. He withdrew his sword that was about to stab out. He did not know that this was the second time Liu Lian had saved his life. Sigh, cousin is so educated and polite, but cousin is like an idiot. Ling Xiao sighed and looked at Ji Luoyu and said, "Luoyu, do you want me to help you kill that kid? He doesn't look like he'll apologize. If he said he would kill, then he would really kill." Chapter 1692. Forget it, I won't lower myself to his level. On the other hand, Miss Liu Lian is quite sincere. Big brother Ling, do as you see fit. If you want to help her, then help her. I have no objections. After all, Ji Luoyu was not Ling Xiao. She was not as decisive as Ling Xiao. If it was Ling Xiao, Sun Wuji would have died long ago for being so rude. Okay, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao no longer looked at Sun Wuji. Instead, he looked at Liu Lian and said, "My sister Luo Yu is magnanimous and will not bicker with your cousin. However, I will definitely add the Taiji stone into the deal. Is that okay?" "No problem." Liu Lian sighed in relief. She looked at Ji Luoyu and said, "Thank you, Miss Luo Yu. No need. I just feel sorry for you and don't want to bicker with that idiot." Ji Luoyu knew very well that with Ling Xiao's strength, killing Sun Wuji would be as easy as flipping his hand. However, he still knew about the Sun clan of Sky Sea City. They were much more powerful than the Liu clan. Moreover, they were a little bit related to Sun Sa, although they were distant relatives. However, if Ling Xiao really killed Sun Wuji, he would definitely get into trouble. According to Ji Luoyu's personality, she was naturally unwilling to do so. Sun Wuji was so angry that his face turned pale. However, he was unwilling to leave. He stood there trembling, and his eyes revealed a dense killing intent. "I advise you not to try to take revenge. Otherwise, the unlucky ones won't be us." Ling Xiao glanced at Sun Wuji. He felt that killing this kind of trash was beneath him. Then, he looked at Liu Lian and said, "Let's go. Take me to your clan." Of course, he had to go to the Liu clan for treatment. Otherwise, if the Liu clan's elders refused to admit it, it would be troublesome. "Young hero Ling, please," Liu Lian said happily. Before Ling Xiao left, he stared at Dan Feng and said, "You are the strongest cultivator in our Heavenly Dynasty empire. Protect them well and try not to go out. Even if you go out, don't be alone." "Don't worry, I will." Dan Feng nodded and said. Then, Ling Xiao followed Liu Lian and left the Tower of Heroes. In the crowd, a few pairs of eyes stared at him. The moment he left the Tower of Heroes, they also left quietly. "Cousin, why are you bringing this kind of person to the Liu family? If I didn't know better, I would have thought that he was a wild man you brought back from outside." Sun Wuji finally couldn't hold it in any longer and asked when they arrived outside the outstanding building. "Cousin, I don't want to say too much. If you're still like this, then please leave. I don't need your protection anymore." In fact, Liu Lian didn't want Sun Wuji to leave. After all, although Sun Wuji's personality was a little bad, he still cared about her a lot. His cousin had always been obedient to him since they were young. Who would have thought that she would actually chase him away after meeting a wild man? The jealousy in his heart burned uncontrollably. Of course, Ling Xiao could feel his killing intent, but he didn't care at all. He just smiled secretly. He planned to teach this guy a lesson on the way. It was about 1 kilometer from the Tower of Heroes to the Liu family. The three of them were martial artists, so they didn't ride their mounts. They walked. However, it didn't take long. About 1 kilometer away from the Tower of Heroes, they arrived at a deserted street. There were dilapidated houses, beggars, and 3 people in tattered clothes everywhere. A dangerous aura came from the dark. Ling Xiao sneered secretly. 4 martial artists at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm want to assassinate me? They must be tired of living. He suddenly approached Liu Lian, grabbed her soft waist, and leaped into the air. Just as he leaped into the air, he heard a sonic boom behind him. Liu Lian wanted to scream, but she shut her mouth when she heard the sonic boom. Ling Xiao dodged with Liu Lian. Sun Wuji became the target of the sonic boom. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. However, he was a 6th level of the yin-yang realm martial artist. Faced with this predicament, he unsheathed his long sword. It glowed, and the sonic boom sent him flying and crashing into the wall. They were 4 strange hidden weapons. Sun Wuji, take your cousin and leave. Don't meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, we'll kill you too. The owners of the 4 hidden weapons were 5th level of the yin-yang realm martial artists. They were also candidates for the white tiger meat. Sun Wuji turned to look at Liu Lian. He really wanted to leave. The 4 martial artists saw that Sun Wuji didn't attack, so they attacked Ling Xiao again. However, Ling Xiao instantly appeared near Sun Wuji with his ghostly movement technique. As a result, Sun Wuji became a target again. Damn it. Sun Wuji, are you crazy? Damn it. You're the crazy ones. I'm not attacking, but you keep targeting me. Do you think I'm stupid? Sun Wuji was enraged by Ling Xiao. He vented all his anger on the 4th level of the yin-yang realm martial artists. A sword light flashed. He killed one of them with just one move. A 6th level of the yin-yang realm martial artist was much stronger than a 5th level of the yin-yang realm martial artist. However, there were more of them. While one of them was killed, the other 3 had already closed in. Sun Wuji blocked hastily, but his arm was still cut. His protective origin energy broke. Fortunately, he wasn't injured. However, it was still very dangerous. Furthermore, the other party did not stop attacking. After dodging the first stab, another knife stabbed down at almost the same position. This time, Sun Wuji's arm was dyed red. However, he didn't have time to adjust before the 3rd attack came. The 3 worked well together. It was obvious that they were from the same sect. Just as Sun Wuji's arm was about to be crippled, Liu Lian flicked her finger at the crucial moment. Liu Lian deflected the 3rd attack by about an inch, allowing Sun Wuji to dodge. Then, Liu Lian took the opportunity to kill the 2nd person with another attack. What a pity. Ling Xiao originally wanted to see Sun Wuji lose an arm. He did not have a good impression of this fellow. Even if this fellow died, Ling Xiao would not pity him at all. For people tried to assassinate Ling Xiao, but Sun Wuji killed 2 of them. When the other 2 saw that the situation was bad, they turned and fled. However, they had only taken 10 steps when 2 pitch-black shadows suddenly appeared under their feet. They were as sharp as sword qi and directly pierced through them. The shadows instantly vanished. Ling Xiao sneered inwardly. The entire process was undetectable. Even Liu Lian, who was in Xiao Chen's arms, only felt a weak flow of energy. It's fine now. Ling Xiao placed Liu Lian on the ground and said, let's continue on our way. Sun Wuji looked at Ling Xiao, feeling very angry. However, just as Sun Wuji was about to roar in anger, he suddenly felt dizzy. His expression immediately changed to one of horror. Poison. Poison. The assassin was really sinister. He actually smeared poison on the short saber. Chapter 1693. Although the poison on the dagger was nothing special, if it was not treated in time, even a yin-yang realm martial artist would be in trouble. Especially when the white tiger meet was about to begin. Even if they were not poisoned to death, they would have to withdraw from the white tiger meet if something happened. The goal of those 4 people seemed to be very clear. They wanted to eliminate Ling Xiao as much as possible. Kneel down and beg me, and I'll cure you. Ling Xiao glanced at Sun Wuji with a smile and said, I'd rather die than beg a liar like you. Sun Wuji roared. Liar, liar. Very well, then you can wait for your death here. This place is 1 mile away from the Liu family. When you get back, even a golden immortal won't be able to save you. Ling Xiao was really annoyed by this idiot Sun Wuji. This person had a strong character. Even now, he still refused to beg Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao was not interested in admiring him. He could only say that this guy was an idiot with a strong character. Cousin, just beg young hero Ling, otherwise, you'll really die. Liu Lian hurriedly advised. Sun Wuji could feel the poison entering his bones. He refused to kneel down and beg Ling Xiao, not because he had a strong character, but because he felt that he could save himself. It was just a poison. How could it do anything to him, a 6th-level yin-yang realm martial artist? However, at this moment, his expression really changed. Not only was the poison not expelled, but it had also entered his bones. If he was not saved, he would really die. He suddenly knelt on the ground and grabbed Ling Xiao's leg. He cried, Hero Ling, please save me. If you save me, I'm willing to be your slave. Haha, so you're also a coward. I really misjudged you. Ling Xiao sneered in disdain. He took out an antidote pill and injected a gust of sinister demonic qi into it. Then, he fed it to Sun Wuji. After a while, Sun Wuji's expression improved. He stood up, looked at Ling Xiao and said coldly, You'd better not tell anyone about what happened today. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Threatening me? Ling Xiao smiled inwardly but didn't say anything. He had long known that Sun Wuji was not a good person, so he had integrated his own heavenly demonic qi into the detoxification pill. I won't kill him for the time being. I'll keep him alive for now. Maybe he'll be useful. A cannon fodder at the 6th level of the yin-yang realm would definitely be useful at a crucial moment. Cousin, you've really disappointed me. Young hero Ling, let's go. Of course, the other reason Ling Xiao had saved Sun Wuji was to let Liu Lian see Sun Wuji's true colors. Let's see what it is. Sun Wuji followed behind with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking. However, no matter what he did, everything was under Ling Xiao's surveillance. In the end, he could not escape from Ling Xiao's grasp. Soon, the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Liu family. The Liu family was said to be a big family in Sky Sea City, but it was not even considered a big family. However, it was much bigger than many big families in the Divine Phoenix Empire. The White Tiger Continent is indeed the White Tiger Continent. Not only are the cultivators' cultivations much higher, but even the family's influence is also much stronger. A small family like this can definitely be considered one of the 8 big families in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Ling Xiao lamented for a while, and the heroic spirit in his heart flourished. Since when was it that the more difficult something was, the more worth it was to try? Sooner or later, the entire White Tiger Continent would belong to him, Ling Xiao. Seeing Liu Lian, the guards outside the door immediately came to welcome her. Young Miss is back. Liu Lian nodded, then led Ling Xiao into the house. The 2 guards glanced at Ling Xiao and seemed a little confused. However, since Liu Lian had brought him back, they couldn't stop him and allowed him to enter. 2 good-for-nothings. If that person was the one who kidnapped my cousin, wouldn't you care? Sun Wuji now had nowhere to vent his anger, so he began to flip out when he met someone. The 2 guards were not in the wrong, because Liu Lian didn't look like she was kidnapped at all. In the end, they were still scolded badly by him. After Sun Wuji entered, one of the guards said, I don't know what he's so smug about. He can't get young Miss Liu Lian, so he's always venting his anger on us servants. Sure, lower your voice. Sun Wuji is a member of the Sun family. The Sun family is bigger than our Liu family, and even the old master can't afford to offend them. The other guard said. Oh right, who is that young man just now? Young Miss seems to be very respectful to him. Could he be some otherworldly expert? One of the guards said. Otherworldly expert? Impossible, his aura isn't as strong as Sun Wuji's. He's probably a friend. The other guard said. Could he be an apothecary or something? An apothecary's cultivation is a little lower than ordinary warriors. The first guard said again. That's possible. Our young miss has been poisoned by some bastard, and she's in so much pain that her cultivation is constantly regressing. With her talent, it's possible for her to cultivate to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm. That Sun Wuji is nothing. Do you think that Sun Wuji was the one who poisoned her? Don't talk nonsense, but I think it's possible. While the two guards were chatting, Ling Xiao had already followed Liu Lian to the Liu family's main hall. Liu Lian's parents, as well as the three elders, appeared there. According to Liu Lian's introduction, the three elders were the three elders of the Liu family. Their cultivation was at the 7th level of the yin-yang realm, and they were very terrifying. This kind of cultivation was indeed terrifying in the divine Phoenix continent. However, Ling Xiao found it a little funny when he heard it now. He had already broken through to the 5th level of the yin-yang realm, and these three people were nothing to him. Liu Lian roughly explained the situation to her parents and the three elders. Liu Lian's father looked at Ling Xiao worriedly. Then, he looked at his daughter and said, "It's not that I don't trust this young man, but the demonic qi in your body has been there for 3 years, and no one has been able to break it. Are you sure this young hero Ling can do it?" Parents were all concerned about their daughters. As a father, he naturally didn't want his daughter to be deceived by a swindler, so it was normal for him to ask. "Uncle, I've already told my cousin. This person is just a swindler. What can he know?" Before Liu Lian could reply, Sun Wuji interrupted. "Cousin, how can you do this? Young hero Ling just saved your life." Liu Lian felt that her cousin was simply unreasonable. "Wuji, tell us what happened," the leading Grand Elder asked. Sun Wuji briefly explained the process, but many things had changed. It became that he risked his life to protect Liu Lian, heroically got injured, and then got poisoned. "Grand Elder, Uncle, I have a feeling that those 4 assassins were sent by this young hero Ling, otherwise, how could he have cured the poison in my body in an instant?" Sun Wuji explained in the end. Chapter 1694. That makes sense. Capture this Ling guy first and interrogate him slowly. We'll talk about the treatment later. The Great Elder pondered for a moment before slamming the table. "Hold on." Liu Lian's father shouted, "You're arresting him before the investigation is done? No matter what, young Master Ling saved Wuji. It's fine if we're not grateful, but how can we repay his kindness with enmity?" Ling Xiao nodded secretly when he heard that. Although there were always a few scum in every family, this father was still a good person. Father is right. Young hero Ling is friends with Medicine King Sun Sa's disciple, Ji Luoyu. I believe he won't lie to me. Liu Lian looked at her father and said, "Elders, why don't we let young hero Ling try? Ji Luoyu's friend shouldn't be too bad. Moreover, we don't have any other choice." Liu Lian's father thought for a moment before speaking. "As the head of the family, you're really magnanimous to let a stranger treat your daughter. Aren't you afraid that he's up to no good?" The Great Elder said coldly, "Now that the White Tiger meet is about to begin, all sorts of people will gather in Sky Sea City. Anything can happen. Moreover, what Wuji said just now is not without reason. If he's really a scheming person and takes the opportunity to sully Lian our Liu family will have nowhere to put our face. He's just a 4th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. How can he be worthy of our Liu family's daughter?" After Ling Xiao made a breakthrough in his cultivation, he hit his true cultivation level. This way, he could avoid more people from targeting him. Otherwise, if his cultivation speed was too fast, there would be more people who wanted to kill him. He did not care about ordinary martial artists, but he really could not deal with those who were too strong. In this world, there were not many people who could see through his cultivation level. At the very least, there was no one in the White Tiger continent who could, unless he was willing to let them see. However, the Great Elder's words were really interesting. Because Ling Xiao's cultivation level was low, it was a crime to sully Liu Lian? If his cultivation level was high, wouldn't it mean that he was not guilty? Ling Xiao did not even look at the Great Elder. Instead, he looked at the head of the Liu family, Liu Lian's father, and said with a smile, "Liu family head, Liu Lian is your daughter. What do you want me to do? How dare you? How dare you look down on me? How rude. Seeing how arrogant Ling Xiao was, First Elder was instantly enraged. What a joke. If Liu Lian didn't beg me, I wouldn't come to your family. As the host, not only did you not serve me tea, you even tried to capture me. Who is the rude one here? Ling Xiao sneered and questioned the First Elder. Pa. Crack. The Great Elder suddenly slammed the table, causing it to shatter into pieces. He furiously stood up and roared, "Insolent brat, Lian is young and has been deceived by you. Do you think we are all fools? Hey, this idiot is dead meat. Looks like I don't have to waste my energy." Sun Wuji snickered. He thought that Ling Xiao was stupid. He was so arrogant in the Liu family. He was looking for death. He thought that he could easily kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, the Great Elder's cultivation level was one level higher than his. This brat was dead meat. First Elder, please don't be angry. Young hero Ling was just outspoken. He didn't mean to offend you. Besides, our Liu family's etiquette isn't up to standard. I hope you can forgive him, Liu Lian said hurriedly. She was frightened. Ling Xiao offended the Great Elder. It would be troublesome. She was afraid that the Great Elder would kill Ling Xiao on the spot, so she begged for mercy. Forgive him. If he kneels down and repents, I can consider cutting off his tongue. Otherwise, I'll kill him on the spot. The Great Elder sneered. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao suddenly burst into laughter, which shocked everyone, causing them to be extremely puzzled. What are you laughing at? The Great Elder asked. I'm laughing at your Liu family. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. You're so stupid that it makes one's hair stand on end. It's a pity that Miss Liu, the only person with talent and foresight, can't make the decision. Forget it. For Miss Liu's sake, I won't argue with you frogs at the bottom of a well. Anyway, I'm only here to do business. Liu Lian, if you want to be treated, I can take you away from here. Once it's done, you can give me the Tai Chi stone. As for these idiots, you can ignore them. I believe you're a person with foresight, right? Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with the Liu family. He wasn't here to do business with the Liu family anyway. As soon as he said this, the whole hall was shocked. A 17 or 18-year-old young man actually didn't put the entire Liu family in his eyes. This was too arrogant. Even Liu Lian was shocked and did not come back to her senses for a long time. However, thinking about it carefully, was there anything wrong with Ling Xiao's words? He came here to treat Liu Lian's illness, not to look at the Liu family's face. And these people scolded him to his face and even said that he was trying to sully Liu Lian. They even wanted to capture him and cut off his tongue. It was simply laughable. He, Ling Xiao, wasn't a servant of the Liu family. It was fine if they didn't treat him as an honored guest, but they actually humiliated him like this. If it were any other time, he wouldn't be so good-tempered. It was just that he had just come to Sky Sea City and didn't want to easily cause a massacre and attract too much attention. Otherwise, based on what the Great Elder said, that old thing deserved to die. Impudent. You're going too far. How dare you look down on our Liu family? The Great Elder's face was ashen as he exploded with a terrifying murderous aura. Of course, this murderous aura was indeed terrifying to the others in the Liu family. However, to Ling Xiao, it wasn't worth mentioning. It was even a little laughable. Liu Lian, I'm waiting for your words. If you're not willing, I'll leave. You invited me here, not me shamelessly following you. Ling Xiao ignored the Great Elder and looked at Liu Lian as he said calmly, I'm willing. Liu Lian nodded her head and said, it's just as you said. I'm not someone's goods. My fate is in my own hands. I'm willing to believe you. Ha ha ha, good. I knew it. You're a good child with a bright future. Ling Xiao laughed heartily, completely ignoring the First Elder's face that had already turned the color of pig liver. Damn it. The Great Elder was furious. Great Elder, please calm down. I think that this young hero is right. We didn't do our duty as hosts. This is rude. We also made things difficult for him. This is even more rude. Young hero Ling is an honored guest of our Liu family. He should be treated with respect. Men, bring a seat. Serve tea. Serve good tea. Liu Lian's father had been watching the development of the situation. He frowned and finally made the final decision. Compared to the great elder's face, his daughter was obviously more important. Chapter 1695. To Liu Cheng, his daughter was obviously more important than the first elder's face. After all, as long as his daughter was cured, the Liu family would have their first yin-yang realm expert. They would be much more powerful than many large families. Moreover, judging from Ling Xiao's performance, he was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, he would not have remained calm when facing the first elder's murderous aura. Good. Very good. Liu Cheng, you're really good. As the family head, you're helping an outsider when an elder is being bullied. Do you really think we don't dare to remove you? The first elder said coldly. In the Liu family, the three patriarchs could depose the family head together. Do whatever you want as long as my daughter can be cured. Liu Cheng was clearly determined. As long as his daughter Liu Lian could recover, even if he was deposed, there would still be people who would re-elect him. In this world, strength was everything. Thank you for understanding, father. Liu Lian was very touched. In this world, if even a father could not understand his daughter, how sad would she be? Good, very good. Let this kid try. If he can't succeed, he can forget about leaving the Liu family today. The first elder said coldly. Liu Cheng was still the family head and his words counted. Therefore, the first elder had no choice. Great elder, you're making things difficult for me. You know my problem very well. Even the Medicine King's son Sa doesn't dare to say that he has a 100% chance of curing me. Why make things difficult for young hero Ling? Liu Lian furrowed her brows. She really did not understand whether water had entered this first elder's brain. Why did he keep opposing Ling Xiao's treatment of her? Could it be? She suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. No, impossible. Although the first elder is old-fashioned and stubborn, he is still the first elder of the Liu family. How could he harm me? Liu Lian shook her head. She could not believe her own speculation. Young hero Ling, are you confident? Liu Cheng looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Just as Miss Liu said, no one is 100% confident in her situation. Ling Xiao said calmly. In fact, he was 100% confident. However, he wanted to see Liu Cheng's attitude. Liu Cheng frowned. After thinking for a while, he said, Young hero Ling, how confident are you? 3 points. He didn't say much, but it was worth a try. It all depended on whether the other party had the courage to do so. Alright, if that's the case, then please begin, young hero Ling. If there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. The entire Liu family will definitely help you. Of course, these were just polite words. How could the Liu family be of one mind? Thank you for your trust, family head Liu. Ling Xiao nodded and said, if there's a need, I'll ask. Soon after, he looked at Liu Lian and said, the method that I am using is a secret technique. A third person is not allowed to see it. Therefore, during the treatment, only the two of us can do it. Do you have any objections? No problem. Liu Lian hesitated for a moment. She immediately shook her lips and said, although it was very risky, she was willing to try. Otherwise, with her current situation, she would sooner or later be defiled by someone even more disgusting. I have an opinion. How can a single man and woman stay together? What's more, Lian and my elder brother are engaged. Sun Wuji shouted. He liked Liu Lian, but Liu Lian was engaged to his brother, Sun Wushuang, a month ago. As for why, he didn't know. This matter had come too suddenly. He didn't like it at first, but now he could use his elder brother, Sun Wushuang, as a shield. The fox's tail has been revealed. Liu Cheng, you heard it too. This bastard has ulterior motives. He wants to take advantage of Lian in the name of treatment. Are you okay with letting him be alone with Lian? The first elder also snorted coldly. That's right, I think so too. At the very least, there should be someone watching from the side. The second elder also said. Liu Cheng's brows were also tightly knitted together. Ling Xiao's request was indeed a little unacceptable. After all, Liu Lian was already engaged. Although the engagement was forced, it wouldn't be good if word got out. Father, I'm not afraid. What are you worried about? Young hero Ling has so many women around him, and all of them are as beautiful as fairies. Even Miss Luo, you can't be the best. Why would he like me? Liu Lian sighed and said. There was a hint of disappointment in her words. Her beauty was praised to the heavens in the Liu family. However, when compared to the women around Ling Xiao, she was really ordinary. Hearing this, Liu Cheng immediately heaved a sigh of relief and said, if that's the case, then I'll have to trouble young hero Ling. My Liu family has a secret room that no one can peek into. Thank you for your understanding, father. Liu Lian also clearly relaxed. She was really worried that Ling Xiao would fight with her family. At that time, she wouldn't know who to help. Young hero Ling, please follow me. Liu Lian led Ling Xiao out of the hall, and then through several corridors, came to a secret room. After the door of the secret room was closed, it was almost completely isolated from the outside world. Girl, you're really bold. Being alone with me in a room like this, aren't you afraid that I'm a lecherous demon? Ling Xiao smiled and said. As I said, none of the women around young hero Ling are worse than me. How could you possibly fancy me? Liu Lian sighed and said, moreover, if I'm destined to be so miserable, I'll accept it. It seems that Miss Liu has a lot on her mind. Ling Xiao smiled but didn't ask. He didn't care about other people's matters. He only cared about the Taiji stone. Miss Liu, take off your outer clothes and then take off the Taiji stone. Ling Xiao suddenly said. Liu Lian was stunned for a moment. She suddenly understood why Ling Xiao didn't allow outsiders to be present. It was because she had to take off her outer clothes. Although she still had her inner clothes underneath, it would still be very troublesome if others saw it and word got out. I didn't expect him to be so meticulous despite looking so arrogant. Liu Lian thought to herself. She also obediently took off her outer clothes. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely clear because he had already entered an ethereal state. In this state, the woman in front of him was just a pink skeleton. What do we do next? Liu Lian asked shyly. However, in the face of Ling Xiao's indifferent gaze, she felt a sense of disappointment. Women were like that. They were afraid of being remembered by others. If others didn't feel anything, they would be disappointed. After all, a woman's beauty still needed to be acknowledged by men. No matter what happens later, you don't have to be afraid. I cultivate a set of martial arts that can summon the heavenly demon fighting spirit and directly extract the demonic chi from your body. If you feel any discomfort later, you can tell me directly. However, don't panic, understand? Ling Xiao reminded her. I understand. Liu Lian nodded, but she was a little disappointed. She had heard of such words before. There was once a warrior who said it to her and tried it, but he failed in the end. Chapter 1696. The martial artist who treated Liu Lian was Xiao Budian from the Heavenly Demon cult, an 8-year-old freak. Unfortunately, Xiao Budian did not succeed either. In her opinion, Ling Xiao had even less of a chance of success. However, Liu Lian did not say this out loud. She was afraid that it would dampen Ling Xiao's enthusiasm. Haha, Miss Liu, you don't seem to have much confidence. Liu Lian did not know that her expression could not be hidden from Ling Xiao's Tai-Kai eyes. If the patient has no confidence in being cured, what else can I do? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said calmly. Young hero Ling, have you heard of the heavenly demon Jiu poison? Liu Lian did not answer Ling Xiao's question. Instead, she asked another question. No. Ling Xiao said calmly. That's right. The heavenly demon Jiu poison is the heavenly demon Jiu poison that the heavenly demon cult developed using real heavenly demons. The Sun family paid a huge price to get their hands on it, but they used it on me. Liu Lian sighed. You know what happened behind the scenes? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. This girl was not as ignorant as she seemed. Of course I know. The one who used the Jiu on me was the first elder. He wanted to curry favor with Sun Wushuang from the Sun family because Sun Wushuang is a genius, a genius even more powerful than Sun Wuji. He is already at the 7th level of the yin-yang realm in his early 20s. His future is limitless. In addition, the Sun family is good at using poison and has a close relationship with the royal family. If he curried favor with them, the first elder's status in the Liu family would be even more respected. Liu Lian's lips trembled as she spoke. It was obvious that she had suffered too much in her heart. She just had no one to talk to. But he is not as good as you. Ling Xiao said calmly. Yes, Sun Wushuang is not as good as me. However, I am the only one in the Liu family. The Sun family has many geniuses in the military and the royal family. Moreover, Sun Wushuang and Sun Wuji are both disciples of the Tianhai Saint Court. Liu Lian sighed and said, "You know that my father had to compromise and agree to Sun Wushuang's marriage to save me. Why did he insist on marrying you?" Ling Xiao asked curiously, "You're going through so much trouble, it can't be just to support that great elder, right? My physique is rather special. When I was young, I accidentally awakened the yin-yang fish martial spirit. As long as I have the pleasure of fish and water, I can greatly increase my cultivation speed. This is something that Sun Wushuang naturally wishes for." Liu Lian replied. "Aren't you afraid that I'll be greedy?" Ling Xiao smiled. "Not to mention you, even a beggar would be better than being defiled by Sun Wushuang." Liu Lian said painfully, "Now you understand. In order to obtain me, the Sun family spared no expense to obtain the heavenly devil Gu. It really isn't that easy to get rid of it. Hihi, you don't have to think so much. You just have to trust me," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "You're still so confident." Liu Lian was a little surprised. "I've always been confident, and I'm not afraid to tell you that I lied to your father just now. I'm 100% confident that I can cure you, not 30%. Ling Xiao said indifferently, "What heavenly devil Gu? I'm a real heavenly devil." As his voice fell, Ling Xiao suddenly transformed into a heavenly devil. The terrifying and ferocious heavenly devil faced Liu Lian, scaring her so much that she almost screamed. "Hihi, you're not bad. You actually didn't scream. Looks like you're indeed a promising talent." A slightly rough voice came from the mouth of the heavenly devil incarnation. "Are you confident now?" "Yes." Liu Lian's voice trembled. She thought of many possibilities, but she didn't know that Ling Xiao actually had such a terrifying identity. "Good, it's good that you're confident. How can a mere heavenly devil Gu defeat me, a real heavenly devil?" Ling Xiao sneered. A terrifying aura was released and entered Liu Lian's body. At that moment, Liu Lian felt extreme fear, but there was also a strange sense of security. "Don't be afraid. If I wanted to harm you, I wouldn't have waited until now," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "I'm not afraid." Liu Lian shook her head. She endured the immense fear and the tearing pain in her body. She gritted her teeth and endured it. "You don't have to endure it. You can scream out loud. That way, you'll feel more comfortable," Ling Xiao said. "Anyway, this is a secret room. I just did some tricks, so no sound will be transmitted out." Liu Lian screamed at this moment. The ear-piercing scream could alleviate the pain in her body, but it was still unbearable. But she had to endure it. Only by enduring this would she be able to recover and have a future to speak of. Otherwise, her cultivation would continuously regress and she would eventually become Sun Wushuang's plaything. In the secret room, a woman's cries and gasps intertwined, making it seem somewhat charming. Fortunately, the people outside couldn't hear it. Otherwise, who knew what was going on inside? Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Liu Lian's performance. He knew that Liu Lian was enduring immense pain. It was really not easy for her to endure it. Bastard, this kid actually blocked the peeping bugs in the secret room. In the main hall, the Grand Elder roared furiously. It turned out that there were peeping bugs the size of ants in the secret room. They could see what was going on inside from the outside. However, after Ling Xiao entered, not only was the secret room's door sealed, but the peeping bugs inside were also killed. Naturally, he was furious. "Liu Cheng, did you see that? This is what you've done. Your daughter might be sullied by that bastard inside." The Grand Elder roared. "Grand Elder, You've gone too far. Liu Cheng's expression was gloomy. Are you trying to sully my daughter's reputation? Some words can't be spoken carelessly. Spoken carelessly? Do you really believe that trash who's only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm can cure your daughter? What a fool's dream, the Grand Elder said disdainfully. Why can't I believe him? Liu Cheng said coldly. That person is Ji Luoyu's friend and was recommended by Ji Luoyu. Naturally, he has some ability. What's wrong with letting him try? Are you afraid that my daughter will be cured? What do you mean? The Grand Elder frowned and said, do you think that I don't want Lian to recover? Haha, Grand Elder, you know what I mean. There's no need for me to spell it out. Although Liu Cheng said that, he was actually very worried. After all, that was his own daughter. If she was sullied by a stranger, he would be blamed. Liu Cheng, just wait to make a fool of yourself. Lian is poisoned by the heavenly demon vermin. Other than the heavenly demon sect's vermin, no one can save her, not even the medicine king Sun Sap. The Grand Elder suddenly snorted coldly. This was also his truest thought. When the heavenly demon sect Xiao Budian tried to save Liu Lian, he was still worried. After all, that kid was a freak. He was only 8 years old but had a terrifying cultivation base. He surpassed many martial artists and was one of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. However, that Xiao Budian also failed. What was there to be afraid of? Chapter 1697. The charming atmosphere in the secret room was even more intense. The treatment had already ended. Liu Lian crossed her arms in front of her, looking very lovely. Ling Xiao, who had already come out of the ethereal state, could not help but be tempted when he saw this scene. Although Liu Lian was not as beautiful as Ji Luoyu and the others, she was a delicate girl that made men want to protect her. He chuckled and shook off the inappropriate thoughts in his heart. He took the Tai Chi stone and said, Miss, you should change your clothes first. I'll wait for you outside the secret room. After speaking, Ling Xiao walked out of the door. At 17 years old, it was the time of puberty. It could be said that she was the most curious and sensitive about the matters between men and women. Ling Xiao was really afraid that he would not be able to control himself and do something wrong. He was a domineering person, but he always had a bottom line and would not act recklessly. Young hero Ling, thank you. How should I address you? Liu Lian's face was red and shy. She lowered her head like a beautiful flower that was about to bloom. His heart was thumping wildly. It was the first time in her life that she was so honest with a man. Heavenly Dynasty Empire, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao answered with his back turned. After speaking, Ling Xiao stepped out of the secret room. The moment Ling Xiao stepped out of the secret room, he felt 2 gloomy cold qi attacking him from the left and right. Cold light flashed as they stabbed at his vitals. They clearly wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao had endured it before because the other party did not make a move. However, this time, no matter who attacked, he could not endure it anymore. He smiled coldly. He didn't even have to do anything, and the 2 cultivators who were attacking him died in mid-air. Outside the cold secret room, only a gloomy shadow flashed by. 2 trash at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm want to assassinate me? Isn't your Liu clan's first elder looking down on me? Ling Xiao originally wanted to leave immediately. After all, he had already obtained the Tai Chi stone and trapped the heavenly devil worm in the mountain river world. There was no point in him staying here. However, he suddenly did not want to leave now. He already had the intention to kill. At this moment, Liu Lian just happened to walk out of the secret chamber. Her delicate face revealed a bit of surprise. It was obvious that the corpses on the ground had caused her to lose control. She had originally dressed up meticulously for Ling Xiao to see. However, at this moment, he was not in the mood to do so. Young Master Ling, you should leave quickly. I know it's our Liu clan's fault, but you're no match for the Great Elder. You killed his men, so he won't let this go. Liu Lian felt that her heart had been snatched away by this man. There was even a moment when she felt that she could abandon everything for this man. Feelings were really strange and came out of nowhere. It was probably because of that charming treatment. Let's go to the lobby together. Ling Xiao's voice was very gentle. You've already recovered. Of course, we have to let your father know about such good news. Young Master Ling, you. Liu Lian could not understand how Ling Xiao could be so calm. If I said that I could destroy your Liu clan with just a flip of my hand, would you believe me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Miss Liu, you're very kind and tenacious. Your future is limitless. Your father is also not bad, so your Liu clan should have a good future. However, that great elder is a parasite in your clan. If he doesn't die, your clan will have no future. What do you mean, young Master Ling? It's very simple. I'll help you kill him, and you'll give me a Taiji stone or other treasures of equal value to the Taiji stone. Ling Xiao smiled. I really only have one Taiji stone. However, I do have other treasures of equal value. However, are you really a match for the great elder? Liu Lian could not believe it. Ling Xiao could not be bothered to explain. He directly grabbed Liu Lian's waist and carried her. Then, he rushed into the lobby at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, in the lobby, Liu Cheng was clearly starting to get anxious. After all, too much time had passed. He had no idea what had happened in the secret chamber. This situation made him very uneasy. Haha, if you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it in the first place. Since you're so anxious, why don't we go to the secret chamber together? The great elder mocked. Liu Cheng was about to say something when a gust of wind blew in from outside the door. A figure stopped in the middle of the lobby. In his arms was the beautiful Liu Lian, who was dressed gorgeously and had a delicate appearance. This scene made Sun Wuji's eyes pop out of their sockets. Even Liu Cheng's expression did not look good. His daughter had never been touched by another man. Now, she was in the arms of a stranger. How could his expression be good? Young Master Ling, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Liu Cheng suppressed his anger and asked. Father, don't be angry. I've just recovered and my body is still a little weak. That's why young Master Ling carried me here. He didn't do anything out of line. Liu Lian hurriedly explained. Women of the pugilistic world were not like ordinary women. Under special circumstances, being carried would not be a big problem. What? When Liu Cheng heard this, he was completely stunned and could not react for a long time. Father, are you listening to me? At this moment, Ling Xiao had already placed Liu Lian on the ground. Liu Lian walked closer to Liu Cheng and said something. Only then did Liu Cheng wake up from his shock. My dear daughter, did you just say that the heavenly demonic parasite in your body was expelled? Liu Cheng asked again, thinking that he had heard wrongly. The three elders were completely stunned and could not believe it. Until now, they had not recovered from their shock. Even Xiao Budian, one of the 7 minor saints, could not get rid of the heavenly demonic parasite. But it was actually done by this unknown kid. Liu Cheng hurriedly placed his hand on Liu Lian's hand and injected his origin energy into it. After a moment, his face revealed an overjoyed expression. It was actually true. At this moment, other than being a little weak, the heavenly demonic parasite in Liu Lian's body was naturally gone. There was not even a trace of demonic qi left. This was simply a miracle. The most shocking thing was that the cultivation that was originally devoured by the heavenly demonic parasite was actually released at this moment. He could feel that his daughter's cultivation was constantly rising even if she was not cultivating. This was really too miraculous. How did he do it? Great kindness cannot be thanked with words. If young Hero Ling has any needs, just say the word. I, Liu Cheng, will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. Liu Cheng could be considered a truly considerate father of his daughter. He did not ask how Ling Xiao did it because he was very clear that this kind of otherworldly expert had a strange temper. It was not good to offend the other party. Anyway, his daughter had already recovered and her cultivation was also in the process of recovering. What was there to be dissatisfied about? However, although he was very satisfied, there were others who were very dissatisfied. At this moment, First Elder had already recovered from his shock. He coldly glanced at Ling Xiao and suddenly sneered. Good boy, now you've achieved your goal, right? Chapter 1698. Grand Elder, what do you mean by this? Liu Lian asked in confusion. You don't understand. This brat must have colluded with the heavenly demon cult and poisoned you. Then, he came to get rid of the poison. He clearly has ulterior motives. The Grand Elder threw a bucket of tea onto Ling Xiao. He said coldly, otherwise, how do you explain that he could solve a problem that even Xiao Budian, one of the 7 minor saints, couldn't solve? You are simply unreasonable. Ling Xiao said coldly. The 2 people who ambushed me outside the secret room were arranged by you, weren't they? He didn't come here to ask for a reward. He had already gotten what he wanted. Now, he was here to find trouble with the Grand Elder. However, before killing this old thing, there were some things that he had to make clear. That's right. I sent them. So what? You have ulterior motives. For Liu Lian's safety, I naturally have to be on guard. Where are they? The Grand Elder was clearly questioning him. Dead. Ling Xiao said indifferently. What? You dare to kill the Liu family's martial artists in the Liu family? Liu Cheng, you heard it too. Now, you still want to stop me from killing him? The Great Elder was really the one who complained first. Haha, if I don't kill them, should I wait for them to kill me? Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully. Liu Cheng wanted to say something but stopped. His daughter had already recovered, so there was nothing that he needed to ask of Ling Xiao. Therefore, although he wouldn't blame Ling Xiao, he didn't intend to protect him either. This made Ling Xiao's heart cold. Although this person loved his daughter, he was also a petty and ungrateful person. Father, young Master Ling is my savior. Are you going to watch as the Grand Elder harm him? Liu Lian's attitude was very clear. She stood in front of Ling Xiao. She wouldn't allow anyone to hurt Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she wouldn't have the face to continue living. Miss Liu, please step aside. Ling Xiao's voice abruptly turned cold, causing Liu Lian's heart to tremble violently, feeling somewhat desolate. However, Ling Xiao had to do this. He could not let Liu Lian become the enemy of the entire Liu clan for him. Therefore, after he killed the chief patriarch, he would leave and no longer have anything to do with the Liu family. He would pretend that he had never met them. Sun Wuji, kill him. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Sun Wuji and ordered. When Sun Wuji heard Ling Xiao's order, he froze. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He was originally standing behind the Great Elder. At this moment, he suddenly drew his sword and pierced through the Great Elder's heart. Although the Great Elder didn't die, he was seriously injured. He furiously turned around and sent Sun Wuji flying with a palm strike. However, as Sun Wuji flew out, the force of the sword had already destroyed the Great Elder's heart. Even a yin-yang realm martial artist would die without a heart under normal circumstances. The Great Elder quickly collapsed to the ground. He looked at Sun Wuji, who had been killed by his palm strike, in horror. He didn't understand. The plan that he had painstakingly devised had failed so easily. Why did Sun Wuji listen to that brat? He didn't understand at all. When he died, he was a muddle-headed ghost. This scene happened so quickly that Liu Cheng and the other 2 elders couldn't react in time. Liu Lian also didn't understand what was going on. Then, she heard Ling Xiao say, Miss Liu, we'll meet again at the White Tiger Summit. The GU poison in your body has been removed. I believe that you can recover your former cultivation in about 10 days. If we meet again at the White Tiger Summit, don't show mercy. After saying that, Ling Xiao turned around and left. Stop. How can we let you leave so easily after killing the Great Elder? The second elder and the third elder quickly rushed out and tried to block Ling Xiao's path. I'll kill whoever dares to stop him. Liu Lian suddenly rushed out and stared coldly at the 2 elders. She said coldly, although my cultivation hasn't fully recovered, killing the 2 of you is a piece of cake. Her aura was much stronger than before, and it exuded a murderous aura. But he killed the Great Elder, the 2 elders said. So what if he killed him? The Great Elder deserved to die. He attacked my savior. Even if he didn't kill him, I would have killed him. Since when did our Liu family become such an ungrateful family? After recovering a lot of her cultivation, Liu Lian became more confident in her words. The delicate and easy-to-bully girl now had a real domineering aura. Elders, let's stop. Let young Master Ling leave. Liu Cheng still favored his daughter more. Moreover, he felt that Ling Xiao was not a simple person and didn't want to offend him. Liu Lian heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the second elder and the third elder had given up. Although her aura was strong, it was just a facade. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to recover so quickly. It was just that her aura had recovered to its former strength. Liu Lian turned to look at Ling Xiao, but found that Ling Xiao's figure had already disappeared. If Ling Xiao wanted to leave, who in the Liu family could stop him? She hurried out the door. No matter what, there were some things that she had to say. Moreover, she hadn't given Ling Xiao the reward she promised. Liu Lian chased out of the door, but she still couldn't see Ling Xiao. Her eyes became blurry. Do you really hate me that much? You won't even let me say a word of thanks. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly felt her body become light. She was pulled up. Ling Xiao didn't leave. Instead, he stood on the roof. He just didn't want to see the faces of the rest of the Liu family. Liu Lian was still a good person. You didn't leave. Liu Lian looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. Why should I leave? I didn't even get the reward. Ling Xiao said with a smile. By the way, I promised you that I would give you another treasure of the Liu family. Liu Lian suddenly became shy. Another treasure? Yes, the Liu family has another treasure other than the Taiji stone. That's great. As long as you're willing to give it to me, I'm naturally willing to accept it. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Really? Liu Lian asked. Of course. Is there anyone who doesn't like treasures? Ling Xiao didn't quite understand why Liu Lian would ask this. Liu Lian smiled sweetly and said, All right, a man of his word can't be taken back. Don't go back on your word. Hearing this, Ling Xiao suddenly had a very bad premonition. The other treasure of our Liu family is naturally me. Do you dare to take it? After Liu Lian said this, her entire body turned red like a blooming red rose. How can I take this? Ling Xiao was stunned. Why can't I take it? If you take me, Sun Wushuang will definitely look down on me. After all, those people value reputation very much. Why would they like a broken shoe like me? The more Liu Lian spoke, the more confident she became. Her blushing face gradually returned to normal. It seemed that she had really made up her mind. Chapter 1699. I'm only 17. Ling Xiao avoided the topic. Even though he was usually handsome, he was still inexperienced when it came to women. How could he stand being seduced by a beautiful girl? So what if you're 17? On the White Tiger continent, there are plenty of people who get married and have children at the age of 16. Liu Lian bit her lips and said, Unless you look down on me and dislike me. I already have a woman I like. Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. I don't care. Liu Lian shook her head. She was very decisive and did not hesitate at all. It was as if she had already made up her mind. But I care. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Just as Liu Lian was about to say something, there was a sudden commotion below. Oh no, Sun Clan's Sun Wushuang has brought people here. I'm afraid they're going to forcefully take young Miss away. Hearing this, Liu Lian frowned. Then, she looked at Ling Xiao and said, If you're not willing, then I can only die today to prove my sincerity. In any case, I won't give myself to that Sun Wushuang no matter what. Liu Lian jumped down from the roof and arrived at the courtyard. At this moment, Liu Cheng and the two elders just happened to rush out. Lian you've caught up with young Master Ling? Liu Cheng asked. Liu Lian nodded. She seemed to be at a loss. Sigh, my good daughter. If he wants to leave, then let him leave. It's impossible between you and him. Liu Cheng sighed and said, even if you really like him, if you get together with him, you'll be harming him instead. Can he be stronger than Sun Wushuang? He's weaker than Sun Wushuang and even caused the death of Sun Wushuang's younger brother, Sun Wuji. Can he live? It's not that I don't like young Master Ling, but the reality is too cruel. It's not up to us. Hearing this, Liu Lian's eyes gradually became clear. She was no longer in a daze. Yes, just like what her father said, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. Although he had a strange ability, the huge gap between their cultivations could not be closed by that strange power. It turned out that he had almost harmed Ling Xiao. You rejected me because you're afraid of Sun Wuxuang, right? Liu Lian raised her head to look at the sky and said disappointedly. This sentence made Ling Xiao, who was about to leave, stay. What a joke. Would he, Ling Xiao, be afraid of a martial artist at the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm? At this moment, the Liu family's gate had become lively. Sun Wuxuang brought people to the Liu family, which caused the whole street to boil. The Sun family was extremely powerful and could definitely be considered a big family in Sky Sea City. Among the younger generation, a total of 4 people had entered the list of candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet. Sun Wuji, Sun Wuxuang, Sun Yuanji, Sun Little Magic Beast. Among the 4 of them, Sun Wuji was the weakest and had already been killed by Ling Xiao. 1 level higher than Sun Wuxuang was the person who had set his sights on Liu Lian. Sun Yuanji was the half-brother of the 2 above, and he was even stronger. However, the most terrifying of them all was none other than Sun Xiao. He was one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. He was one of the 7 little saints of the heavenly ocean. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. He was also the Sun family's biggest backer. He was a wild child that the Sun family picked up from the outside. It was said that he was raised by a demonic beast until he was 7 months old, which was why he was named Sun Xiao. What a pity. If Liu Lian wasn't poisoned, her talent would be on par with Sun Xiao. That's right, but there are no IFS in this world. She's just a small martial artist at the 1st level of the Yin-Yang realm, but she's stalling for time and refusing to marry Sun Wuxuang. This time, Sun Wuxuang must have been forced into a corner. This Sun Wuxuang is also very unreasonable. He doesn't give the Liu family any face. So what if he doesn't give face? Who asked the Sun family to be so powerful? Who asked Sun Wuxuang to have a good brother, Sun Xiao? Moreover, the Liu family is just a big family. The Sun family is a prominent family. They're already giving face by being willing to marry Liu Lian as a concubine. That girl doesn't know what's good for her. Although there were some in the crowd who sympathized with Liu Lian, most of them felt that there was nothing wrong with what the Sun family did. In this mystic world where the strong preyed on the weak, strength and influence were the only criteria. If you were strong enough, you could surpass the rules and do what you wanted to do. Even if the Sun family really destroyed the Liu family, no one would care. This was the cruel reality. Ling Xiao sat on the roof and stared coldly at these people's discussion. His eyes were cold. Although he rejected Liu Lian's good intentions of marrying him, his good impression of this girl was not fake. Since he didn't leave, he would just observe the situation. When Sun Wuxuang brought a group of martial artists from the Sun family to the Liu family, the 2 elders couldn't wait to welcome them. Young Master Wuxuang is in good health. They really looked like the 2 servants of the Sun family. Good health, good health. Sun Wuxuang waved his hand casually. Then, he looked at Liu Cheng who was standing behind him and said, "Father-in-law, I'm here to marry Liu Lian. I've specially prepared a generous gift." After he finished speaking, people carried out boxes of things and opened them. Spirit stones, precious herbs, pills, magic treasures, talismans, and all kinds of rare materials. There were hundreds of boxes full. They were priceless. The onlookers were jealous. They thought that it would be great if Sun Wuxuang took a fancy to their daughter. However, Liu Cheng didn't care about these things. His Liu family was a large family. They had these things. He couldn't really sell his daughter. Moreover, he was a father who loved his daughter very much. "Young Master Wuxuang, why don't you rest in the hall first? There are some things I need to report to you." The 2nd elder lowered his voice and said. At this time, the 2 corpses in the hall hadn't been dealt with yet. The 2nd elder clearly wanted to tell Sun Wuxuang about Sun Wuji's death and then let Sun Wuxuang take revenge for the 1st elder. Rest for what? As long as Liu Lian agrees, I can marry her and bring her back to the Sun family. She's my cousin. We can be considered relatives. Why do we have so many rules? Sun Wuxuang waved his hand. The second elder had no choice but to simply explain the matter in Sun Wushuang's ear. What? Sun Wushuang was furious when he heard this. Sun Wuji was his younger brother. He was also one of the Sun family's 4 candidates to participate in the White Tiger meet. How could he be killed? Who did it? Sun Wushuang asked coldly. A boy with the surname Ling. He lives in the Yingjie Pavilion and is familiar with Ji Luoyu. The second elder hurriedly replied. Ling Xiao? Sun Wushuang was a member of the Sun family. Of course, he knew who lived in the Yingjie Pavilion. When he heard the second elder's words, he immediately remembered. Yes. It's Ling Xiao. Not only did he kill Sun Wuji, but he also killed the first elder. This is a heinous crime. The third elder also came over and said. Second elder, third elder, you really know how to talk nonsense. Wasn't it Sun Wuji who killed the first elder? Sun Wuji was killed by the first elder's counterattack. How is brother Ling involved? The way Liu Lian addressed Ling Xiao changed 3 times in a day. This showed that her feelings for Ling Xiao had deepened. Chapter 1700. Liu Lian changed the way she addressed Ling Xiao 3 times a day. Now, she even called him Big Brother Ling. This made Ling Xiao, who was standing on the roof, feel a little helpless. He could feel the girl's passion, but unfortunately, his heart was on the Moon Lady. The rest of the time, other than cultivation, it was cultivation. It was impossible for him to accept Liu Lian. Is that really the case? Sun Wushuang asked coldly. Young Master Wushuang, don't listen to that girl's nonsense. That Ling guy helped her break the heavenly devil insect Jiyu. That's why she's protecting that Ling Xiao. Second elder said again. The heavenly devil insect Jiyu was broken? Sun Wushuang's figure suddenly flashed as he tried to get closer to Liu Lian. However, he was stopped halfway by Liu Cheng. Young Master Wushuang, please conduct yourself with dignity, Liu Cheng said coldly. Liu Cheng, calling you father-in-law is giving you face. Do you really think you're wearing a hat? Let me tell you today, immediately dress your daughter up and leave with me. Otherwise, I'll destroy the Liu family. Sun Wushuang revealed his killing intent as he looked coldly at Liu Cheng. He did not care about this future father-in-law at all. His cultivation was not inferior to Liu Cheng's. Not to mention his brother Sun Yuanji and his brother Sun Little Magical Beast. It was easy to destroy the Liu family. Sun Wushuang, don't go overboard. Liu Cheng was so angry that his body trembled. Overboard? My brother Sun Wuji died in your Liu family. Moreover, his death was unclear. Not only are you protecting the murderer, you're also trying to break off the marriage. Even if I destroy your Liu family, it'll be reasonable in front of the emperor. Sun Wushuang said coldly, I suddenly thought of a good idea, hehe. He suddenly smiled and said, go to the outstanding building immediately and capture that Ling Xiao. I'll only give you half an hour. After that, for every minute that passes, I'll kill 1 person from your Liu family. I'll go with you. Is that okay? Liu Lian did not want to see her father being forced like this. She also did not want to see her father and Ling Xiao become enemies. Therefore, she stood up. I can marry you now. You can do whatever you want. I'll accept it. An expression of despair appeared on Liu Lian's face, but there was determination in her eyes. Lian, you're crazy. Liu Cheng shouted, your Jiyu poison has been removed. You have a bright future ahead of you. Go back to your master, she will protect you. No, father, I can't just watch as the Liu clan is destroyed. Liu Lian shook her head and looked at Sun Wushuang again. Let's go, Sun Wushuang. Have you caused enough trouble? Hehe, what's the use of saying these words? Even if you don't come with me today, I will still force you, so whatever you say is useless. On the contrary, your words make me very unhappy. You are actually willing to sell yourself in order to protect that Ling Xiao. I'm so jealous. Very unhappy. Liu Cheng, what are you waiting for? Do you really want me to start a massacre? Sun Wushuang sneered. Suddenly, a ferocious expression appeared on his face. He suddenly attacked and killed a warrior of the Liu family nearby. That martial artist didn't even have the chance to struggle before he died. Ah! Seeing this scene, a cry of surprise came from the crowd. This Sun Wuxuang was too rude and unreasonable. Not only did he forcefully snatch someone else's daughter, but he also wanted to kill everyone in the Liu family. This was simply bullying to the extreme. On the Liu family's side, there were already many martial artists who knelt down to Sun Wuxuang. Young Master Wuxuang, we are willing to submit to the Sun family. Please spare our lives. Other than those who were especially loyal, who else would be willing to give up their lives like this? What does my Sun family need trash like you for? Sun Wuxuang coldly glanced at those people, then looked at the few martial artists who didn't kneel down to beg for mercy. Instead, they were eyeing him covetously. He smiled and said, "You people are not bad. If you are willing to submit, I can spare your lives." Sun Wuxuang, even a rabbit bites when cornered. It's best to leave a way out for yourself. Don't go too far. Otherwise, our Liu family won't let you have an easy time. As the family head, how could Liu Cheng not have any hatred when his family was humiliated like this? The current him was simply about to explode from anger. The other party was really too much of a bully. So what if this young master bullies people intolerably? So what if I'm unreasonable? Your Liu family killed my younger brother and even attempted to harbor the murderer. This young master gave you a chance to let you atone for your crimes. It's already giving a lot of face. It's you who didn't know how to cherish it. Sun Wuxuang chuckled coldly and said, "Liu Cheng, don't strut around there anymore. This young master isn't afraid of you. If forced into a corner, I'll even kill you too." He was really unbridled and unbridled. Because the Liu family's strongest were Liu Cheng and Head Elder. And these two people were not his, Sun Wuxuang's, match. This was the disparity between a large family and a prominent family. Moreover, right now, second elder and third elder also had the intention of submitting to him. The Liu family's hearts were long scattered. Liu Lian was currently very pained and shocked in her heart. She did not think that Sun Wuxuang was actually so rude. She was already willing to sacrifice herself. Not only was the other party unwilling, he even wanted her father to go kill Ling Xiao. Furthermore, he only gave half an hour's time. She originally wanted to avoid this tragedy. In the end, she discovered how powerless she was. She really couldn't do anything about shameless people. Young Master Wuxuang, let's go kill that Ling Xiao. After all, second elder and third elder were members of the Liu family. Although the two of them wholeheartedly wanted to avenge Head Elder, they could not watch the Liu family be destroyed without doing anything. You guys can't. I want that old thing Liu Cheng, This Sun Wuxuang was really cunning. He wanted Liu Cheng to kill Liu Lian's savior. This was completely to ruin Liu Cheng's reputation. Liu Cheng could neither agree nor disagree. He was simply caught in a dilemma. What if I refuse? Liu Cheng took a deep breath and asked. Then kill. When Sun Wuxuang's voice fell, another scream was heard. Another martial artist of the Liu family was killed. This Sun Wuxuang was really strong, and most of the Liu family's martial artists were too weak. They could not even withstand a single blow. In the crowd, most of the martial artists sucked in a breath of cold air. This Sun Wuxuang really killed without any hesitation. As expected of a prominent family, he did not put the large families in his eyes at all. If it was an ordinary person, wouldn't it be even worse? Stop! Liu Lian said angrily. Then, she jumped and attacked Sun Wuxuang. If you want to kill me. They are innocent. Liu Lian had been very gentle since she was young. Therefore, many people in the family loved and cared for her. She was also very concerned about those servants. Now that two people had died because of her, how could she just sit by and do nothing? Go to the side and wait. Sun Wuxuang threw a punch across the air. Liu Lian was directly sent flying into the crowd. Her body was weak and she spat out blood. She was already caught by the Sun family's martial artists. Although the Jiu poison has been expelled, your cultivation is still hard to recover in a short time. Very good. You are willing to die for a group of servants. You are really noble. Sun Wuxuang sneered. Chapter 1701. Just as Sun Wushuang was speaking, a gust of cold wind suddenly attacked him. His mind shook and he hurriedly dodged, but the cold wind chased after him again like maggots in a tarsal bone. Liu Cheng, you really dare to attack? Nonsense, you hurt my daughter, I'll take your dog life. This Liu Cheng was definitely a father who cared about his daughter to the extreme. 2 people from the Liu family died, but he didn't do anything. When his daughter was injured, he suddenly went berserk. His eyes were blood red, clearly disregarding everything and planning to go all out. Sun Wushuang was continuously chased by Liu Cheng and was really at a disadvantage for a while. The two's cultivation was similar. Liu Cheng had more experience, while Sun Wushuang's battle strength was slightly stronger. But the problem was that Liu Cheng suddenly attacked, while Sun Wushuang was passively defending. He was forced to the point that he couldn't attack, so this situation occurred. What are you 2 old things looking at? If you don't help, I'll kill you both after I escape. Sun Wushuang suddenly roared at second elder and third elder. The 2 were stunned for a moment, then they clenched their teeth and actually attacked Liu Cheng. They didn't want to offend the Sun family, otherwise, they really wouldn't be able to keep their lives. Under the joint attack of the 3, Liu Cheng was finally pushed back and fell to the ground, heavily injured. I beg you, save my father. Liu Lian suddenly shouted loudly. Even when she was in danger, she didn't think of involving Ling Xiao. But she only had one father. She couldn't just watch as her father was killed, so she finally shouted hysterically. Sun Wushuang was stunned for a moment and turned to look at Liu Lian. He didn't understand why Liu Lian suddenly went crazy. Second elder, third elder, and even Liu Cheng were confused. Could it be that Liu Lian's master came? How is the reward? A cold voice sounded, as if it came from all directions. No one could tell which direction it came from. My Liu family not only has a Taiji stone, but also a 10,000 ghost banner. You took the Taiji stone, so the 10,000 ghost banner is your reward for saving my father. 10,000 ghost banner? Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This was a type of magic treasure that could absorb ghosts. For Leng Mai, it could not be more suitable. If Cold Plum had the 10,000 ghosts banner, her cultivation speed would increase by leaps and bounds. She might even be able to catch up to him. That child had worked so hard to follow him and was always at his beck and call. He should reward him. Moreover, the stronger Cold Plum was, the more help she would be to him. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the courtyard. Many people couldn't see anything for a moment. He waited for the gale to dissipate. Everyone was surprised to find that Liu Lian and Liu Cheng were both standing behind a young man. This young man was naturally Ling Xiao. In fact, he had long wanted to save them, but he was afraid that Liu Lian would pester him. It was only when Liu Lian mentioned the 10,000 ghost banner that he found an excuse to make a move. Liu Cheng's performance was not bad. In the end, he did not agree to Sun Wushuang's request to kill him. Just based on this point alone, he would not refuse to save this old man. I'm sorry, big brother Ling. I still put you in danger in the end. Liu Lian had always felt that Ling Xiao was hiding his strength, which was why she asked Ling Xiao to save her father. However, she was also worried that even if he was hiding his strength, Ling Xiao would not be a match for Sun Wushuang. He would not be a match for Sun Yuanji or Sun Little Magic Beast. She had selfishly dragged Ling Xiao into this. I'm not willing to help. It's useless for you to shout. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Moreover, didn't you say that your family's 10,000 ghost banner is mine? Big brother Ling, you're really a good person. Liu Lian was extremely moved. You didn't even consider whether the 10,000 ghost banner really existed. You just wanted to find an excuse to help, right? Good person. This is the first time someone said that to me. Hey. Ling Xiao smiled. This feeling was really strange. He, Ling Xiao, had roamed the mystic world for a few years. There were people who called him a hero, a demon, and a heavenly emperor. There were even people who said that he was an executioner and a madman. However, no one said that he was a good person. Who are you? You dare to interfere with our Sun family's matters? Sun Wushuang could be considered to have some eyesight. Although his eyes revealed a cold killing intent, after seeing Ling Xiao's movement technique, he did not directly make a move. Young Master Wushuang, this guy is Ling Xiao. He's the one who killed young Master Wuji and Great Elder. Furthermore, this guy actually dared to stay in the same room with Liu Lian for 2 hours. This was simply not putting young Master Wushuang in his eyes. He clearly knows that Liu Lian is your fiancé. The second elder hurriedly tried to curry favor. That's right, that's right. It's this guy. If not for him, that old thing Liu Cheng would not be so stubborn. The third elder also said. The two of you are really unworthy of being elders of the Liu family. Now that the Liu family is in danger, not only did you collude with the enemy to attack me, but you also spoke without thinking and insulted Liu Lian's reputation. If I, Liu Cheng, have the chance, I will definitely kill you. Liu Cheng used to think that although he and the 3 elders had different opinions, they were still from the same family. At the very least, their attitude towards foreign enemies could be the same. However, at this moment, he was really in despair. These 2 old guys were simply shameless. Kill us. You, Liu Cheng, are already a half-dead person. Do you have the ability? The second elder said disdainfully, after you die, the 2 of us will naturally reorganize the Liu family under the wise leadership of young Master Wushuang and let the Liu family rise to become a big family in Sky Sea City. That's right. Liu Cheng, you idiot. You actually offended young Master Wushuang for an unknown brat. How can a guy with a hole in his brain like you make the Liu family strong? The third elder also said. Nonsense. The Liu family grew from a small family to what it is today because of me, Liu Cheng. You 3 old things are only elders of the family because you are older, but you are actually so shameless. Liu Cheng was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His face became even paler. Hehe, family head Liu, there is no need to be angry. I will give you a chance to clean up your family. Although I don't like you very much, compared to these 2 shameless people, you are really much better. Comparing people with people, I really don't dare to compare. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. The shamelessness of the second elder and the third elder didn't surprise him much. From the Sky Dragon continent to the Divine Phoenix continent, and then to the White Tiger continent, he had seen too many shameless people like them. Therefore, he didn't find it strange at all. Really? Liu Cheng looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Here are 2 elixirs. If you believe me, you father and daughter can eat them. Ling Xiao casually took out 2 elixirs and gave them to Liu Cheng and Liu Lian. He didn't want to interfere too much with the Liu family's matters. It was better to let the Liu family solve it themselves. Liu Lian took the elixir and swallowed it without thinking. Liu Cheng hesitated for a moment. However, when he saw his daughter eat it, he gritted his teeth and ate it. Because he had no other choice. Chapter 1702. Liu Cheng could no longer tolerate the shamelessness of the Liu clan's second and third elder. He finally wanted to kill them. Hence, he ate the pill that Ling Xiao gave him. From today onwards, the 2 of you are no longer part of the Liu clan. I, Liu Cheng, have no elders like you. After eating the pill, Liu Cheng felt the effects of the pill taking effect. His injuries started to heal rapidly. He knew that he had made the right bet. He believed that Ling Xiao was right. Liu Cheng, you're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn. Do you really think that this kid who came out of nowhere can change your fate? The second elder said in disdain, everything we did was for the sake of the Liu clan. Marrying Liu Lian to young Master Wushuang is the best choice. T. I, Liu Cheng, may not be a great hero, but I can't give my daughter to a good-for-nothing as a concubine and endure being bullied. Liu Cheng said furiously. Well said, but don't be angry. You still need to keep your body for revenge. Ling Xiao said calmly. Kid, you haven't answered my question. Who are you? Sun Wushuang could no longer stand being ignored by Ling Xiao. His voice drowned out everyone else's. It was like a bolt from the blue. A shocking murderous intent appeared on his face. Didn't they already tell you? Why bother asking? Ling Xiao said calmly. Looks like you really are Ling Xiao, the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. How impressive. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you're nothing. Sun Wushuang said in disdain, I was going to kill you for touching my woman. Since you're here, it's great. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. As a martial artist at the 7th level of the yin-yang realm, he was naturally not afraid. Are you sure you want to kill me? The last person who said that was the Liu clan's grand elder. He's already a corpse now. Ling Xiao mocked. Don't think that just because you killed the Liu family's head elder with a dirty trick, you can really fight with me. That head elder couldn't last more than 10 moves against me. Sun Wushuang said coldly. Ling Xiao then hooked his finger and said, since that's the case, then let me see your absolute strength. Big brother Ling, don't offend the Sun family. Even if you can defeat Sun Wushuang, the Sun family still has the stronger Sun Yuanji. He's ranked within the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's candidates. You're definitely not his match. Not to mention that little devil beast Sun, one of the 7 little saint. Liu Lian hurriedly said, I'm already very touched that you were able to save my father. Father, give the 10,000 ghosts banner to Ling Xiao and let him go. This girl was really kind. In the end, she was still unwilling to let Ling Xiao die for her family. Before Liu Cheng could say anything, Sun Wushuang spoke again, leave? Unless Ling Xiao doesn't want to participate in the white tiger meet, where else can he go? Surnamed Ling, you should have heard of my elder brother Sun Yuanji and younger brother Sun Little Devil's fame. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and end your own life. That will save me a lot of trouble. I can guarantee that I won't find trouble with your companions. Sun Wushuang released a cold murderous aura and pounced towards Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with disdain and indifference. Sorry, what Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Devil? I've never heard of them. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, I only know that a piece of trash like you actually dares to call yourself a genius. The Tianhai Empire's strength really disappoints me. Impudent. Sun Wushuang's killing intent grew even stronger. After that, he looked at Liu Lian and sneered, damned girl, I know you've fallen for this pretty boy. Then this young master will humiliate him in front of you and then kill him. I'll let you know how lowly and useless he is. I'll let you know what the consequences of offending our Tianhai city's Sun family are. Finished talking, Sun Wushuang urged yin and yang essence energy. Above his 2 palms, a cloud of dark green energy actually revolved around. That energy had a pungent smell that assailed the nose. It was very unpleasant, giving people a feeling of extreme danger. Sun family's 10,000 GU poison palm. I didn't expect that Sun Wushuang actually cultivated to this realm. Terrifying. In the crowd, someone cried out in surprise. The rest of the people retreated one after another. It was as if they were afraid of being injured by this terrifying 10,000 GU poison palm. Sun Wushuang, stop. He's the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. If you kill him, it will attract trouble. Furthermore, he doesn't have any romantic feelings with me. The reason why he helped me is only for the 10,000 ghost banner. Why do you have to force him? Liu Lian suddenly leaped up. She, who had just recovered a little from her injuries, hurriedly blocked between Ling Xiao and Sun Wushuang. When people saw this scene, they could not help being somewhat shocked. Liu Lian already protected Ling Xiao more than once, and Ling Xiao was also willing to come forward to save her. These 2 people really had no relationship at all. They did not believe it. Sun Wushuang did not believe it even more. Within his eyes, flames of jealousy were practically spewing out. Once this girl is emotional, her brain won't work well. The more you protect Ling Xiao like this, the more it proves that you like him. Someone in the crowd sighed and said, yeah, this instead harmed Ling Xiao. How can that young master Wushuang possibly let him off? Someone said again. What a pair of dogman and woman. Sun Wushuang's panting became much more hurried. He said coldly, to actually still be so affectionate in front of this young master. If I don't kill him today, I, Sun Wushuang, swear that I'm not human. You're simply unreasonable. Liu Lian said angrily, I already agreed to leave with you. Why make enemies for no reason? Moreover, I have no relationship with him in the first place. The reason why I'm protecting him is only because he helped me before. It's that simple. Shut up. You shameless stinking woman. Sun Wushuang said in rage, if not for the fact that you're still a little useful, not only would this young master kill him today, I would also kill you. Shameless, not abiding by the virtue of a woman. Liu Lian was so angry that her entire body trembled. Just as she was about to speak again, she was interrupted by Ling Xiao's voice. Miss Liu, you'd better go take care of your father. Originally, I didn't plan on interfering in the matters between your two families. But since this Sun Wushuang kept saying that he wanted to kill me, then I can only accompany him. Ling Xiao's voice played it down. As if dealing with Sun Wushuang was as easy as dealing with a chicken. She could not help but be a little confused. Just what strength did this Ling Xiao have? She discovered that she could not understand this person more and more. Big brother Ling, you have to think carefully. Even if you can really deal with him, the Sun family behind him is also something that you can't afford to offend. Liu Lian reminded. I don't want to offend the Sun family, but he keeps chasing after me and won't let go. Could it be that he really wants me to kneel down and end myself? Ling Xiao smiled and said, all right, you don't have to worry. I know what I'm doing. If the Sun family really can't get it straight, then I'll just destroy the Sun family. His tone was very relaxed, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary thing. Chapter 1703. Annihilate the Sun family? This time, not only was Liu Lian shocked, but the crowd also felt that there was something wrong with this young man's head. That was the Sun family. Although the Sun family of Sky Sea City was not one of the top families, it was still a prestigious family. It would not be a problem for them to be ranked in the top 20. You want to annihilate them just because you said so? How dare you boast? Before Liu Lian could make way, Ling Xiao stepped forward lightly. His body moved swiftly, and he was once again standing face to face with Sun Wushuang. The two of them were only a few meters apart. Facing Sun Wushuang's terrifying killing intent, he still had a calm smile on his face. You just said that you want to annihilate the Sun family? Sun Wushuang did not know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if he heard the funniest joke in the world. Yes, what's wrong? Ling Xiao said calmly. What's wrong? Ha ha ha, so you're an idiot. Sun Wushuang was too lazy to explain. His Sun family of Sky Sea City was not only one of the top 20 families in the Sky Sea Empire, but they also had close ties with the Imperial family. Annihilate them? That would be going against the Imperial family. Idiot. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. To be honest, you're really unlucky today. If you didn't insist on killing me, you might be able to keep your life. But you just had to drag me down with you. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? As he spoke, Ling Xiao walked forward slowly with a calm smile on his face. It was as if he was mocking his opponent for being an ignorant fool. Sun Wushuang frowned. He really did not understand. What confidence did a 4th-level yin-yang martial artist have to be so arrogant in front of him? How could he still smile? If he was not an idiot, he would not believe it. Although I really have nothing to do with Miss Liu, I'm still unhappy that I'm being called worthless. A piece of trash like you is really not worthy of such a kind Miss Liu. Ling Xiao shrugged. How dare you call me a piece of trash? Fine, then I'll really turn you into a piece of trash. A piece of trash who can't speak anymore. At this moment, Sun Wushuang no longer had any scruples. Ling Xiao had completely angered him. He raised his palms. As he circulated the power of the Jiyu poison in his body, the green color on his palms became even more intense. The air was filled with a pungent stench. Many of the surrounding martial artists had no choice but to circulate their internal energy and hold their breaths, afraid that they would be poisoned. A few pitiful flies flew past and fell to the ground, dead. The closer he got to Sun Wushuang, the more dangerous it was. This 10,000 GU poison palm was truly terrifying. Within the force, there were countless GU worms that were hard to see with the naked eye. It was truly terrifying. This 10,000 venomous poison palm is a palm technique that allows the weak to defeat the strong. The poison is so terrifying that even warriors with higher cultivation than young Master Wushuang would not dare to face it head-on. He's dead for sure. That's right. His cultivation is not as good as young Master Wushuang's. Instead of running away, he continues to walk forward. He's courting death. Rumor has it that cultivators who die under the 10,000 GU poison palm have their bodies rotting away. Their condition is extremely miserable. I have never seen it before. Today, I am fortunate enough to see it for myself. The crowd discussed animatedly. They were all shocked by Sun Wushuang's 10,000 GU poison palm. As for Ling Xiao, they really did not see anything special about him. Because up until now, Ling Xiao had not shown any signs of being powerful, causing people to not have any confidence in him. Basically, everyone felt that he was dead for sure. Sun Wushuang thought so too. Die. Die in the torment of pain. These GU worms will teach you how to be a ghost in the future. Don't be so stupid when you reach the netherworld. Sun Wushuang sneered. As he spoke, both his palms had already blasted out. The horrifying poisonous palm spread out in the sky, erupting into a strange poisonous cloud. The air was also dyed green because of it. The pungent smell became even more intense. It's still not certain who will die. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. A heavenly demon suddenly appeared behind him. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was extremely hideous. After that, a black aura coiled around Ling Xiao's arms and rapidly condensed on his fists. The crowd felt an extremely intense killing intent and chill in that instant. Their bodies trembled. Boom! 2 fists and 2 palms collided. The green and black forces tore and devoured each other. Both sides were actually evenly matched in this collision. This made the crowd cry out in surprise. The second elder and the third elder were even dumbfounded. However, before their surprise began, Ling Xiao sneered. The black heavenly demon behind him rapidly merged into his body. Heavenly demon incarnation. Heavenly demon fist. It was the same heavenly demon fist. Under the heavenly demon incarnation, the power of the heavenly demon fist increased explosively. Sun Wushuang also circulated his internal energy and blasted out an even stronger 10,000 GU poison palm again in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. However, after another collision, the horrifying heavenly demon demonic chi actually captured countless GU worms instantly. Those GU worms' eyes turned red. They actually flowed backward and coiled around Sun Wushuang's arms. The 10,000 GU poison palm was originally used to attack the opponent. At this moment, it backfired on its owner. Ah! A shrill scream came out of Sun Wushuang's mouth. His face was extremely horrified. He retreated rapidly and vented his anger on a few of his family's martial artists. Only then did he transfer the GU worms on his arms away. However, at this moment, his arms were basically crippled. His meridians were basically crippled from being bitten by the GU worms. Waves of excruciating pain continued to attack him. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could Sun Wushuang believe that not only did his domineering 10,000 GU poison palm not injure Ling Xiao, but it was countered by Ling Xiao and backfired on him? This kind of thing had never happened before. One had to know that the GU worms that their Sun family members used to cultivate the 10,000 GU poison palm were nurtured by the heavenly demon demonic chi. Unless it was a true heavenly demon, it was absolutely impossible to affect these GU worms. Could it be that Ling Xiao was a true heavenly demon? He stared blankly at the horrifying and sinister face in front of him. His heart kept trembling non-stop. He seemed to understand a little now why Ling Xiao could help Liu Lian get rid of the GU worms. Even if this fellow was not a heavenly demon, he must be possessed by a heavenly demon. What shocked him the most was that Ling Xiao's fist force was on par with his for the first time when he was only at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. The second time, he was even stronger than him. How did he do it? He was shocked, but the crowd was even more shocked. The first collision was already shocking enough, but this second time, Ling Xiao actually crippled both of Sun Wushuang's arms with a single punch. This was completely different from what they had imagined. What was going on? Was young Master Wushuang not in his best condition today? Ha ha ha, young Master Wushuang? Is this how you prove that you're stronger than me? The sinister heavenly demon avatar sneered. The huge body stepped forward. Those who dared to stop him were immediately entangled by the black aura. Their bodies withered and died. So what if he crippled Sun Wushuang's arms? Ling Xiao's goal was to kill him. Chapter 1704. The thick black aura became even more terrifying. Ling Xiao instantly arrived in front of Sun Wushuang. The huge hand grabbed Sun Wushuang, just like a person grabbing a struggling bird. Being grabbed by Ling Xiao, Sun Wushuang's face was pale and his heart was filled with fear. The Ling Xiao in front of him was completely different from the Ling Xiao who was indifferent and didn't have the slightest domineering aura. The current Ling Xiao was simply like a demonic god descending to the mortal world, terrifying to the extreme. Let me go. Quickly let me go. Otherwise, my Sun family won't let you go. Sun Wushuang struggled with all his might while shouting loudly. At this very moment, you actually dare to use such words to threaten me? Trash, you think you're worthy of Miss Liu Lian? Ling Xiao's hand gradually tightened. Shrill screams continuously sounded in the Liu family's courtyard. The frightened second elder and third elder saw this situation and wanted to turn around and escape. However, the Liu family had already blocked their escape route under Liu Cheng's lead. Both sides started to fight, and the scene became chaotic. However, the attention of the crowd outside was completely focused on Ling Xiao's palm. As long as the huge demonic palm used a bit more strength, the dignified young Master Wushuang would be crushed. I said before that you shouldn't have provoked me. If you didn't provoke me, I wouldn't have bothered to interfere with the matters between your Sun family and the Liu family. However, you don't know the difference between life and death, so don't blame me. Ling Xiao's voice was cold and emotionless. It was filled with killing intent. Let go of our young master. The Sun family's martial artists who followed finally reacted. If they allowed Sun Wushuang to be killed by Ling Xiao, then when they returned, it would be difficult for them to escape death. Facing Ling Xiao, although they were frightened, they had no choice but to bite the bullet. The group of people used all kinds of martial skills to charge at Ling Xiao. However, the result was like an egg hitting a rock. Ling Xiao didn't even make a move. The black aura was released, and the dozen people were all sent flying. They fell to the ground and screamed. If you want to take my life, then don't do it. I'm only going to kill Sun Wushuang. It has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao sneered cruelly. Only now did the crowd realize that Sun Wushuang was cruel and tyrannical. This Ling Xiao was even worse than Sun Wushuang. This fellow was indeed worthy of being the celestial emperor of the celestial empire. He truly had the domineering aura of a celestial emperor. Friend, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. There's no need to be so ruthless. Suddenly, a person jumped out from the crowd. He was wearing a bright yellow battle robe with a crocodile embroidered on it. This color and pattern could only be worn by members of the royal family. Scram! In the face of this imperial martial artist who had suddenly jumped out, Ling Xiao only said one word. The crowd was shocked. This celestial emperor was too overbearing and arrogant. That was a martial artist of the imperial family. Furthermore, it was obvious that he had the bloodline of the royal family. He actually dared to ask him to scram? Is this fellow really only at the 4th level of the yin-yang stage? The terrifying heavenly demon battle intent and heavenly demon incarnation were like the descent of a demon god. They were terrifying, domineering, and ruthless. At this moment, Liu Cheng, Liu Lian, and the other members of the Liu family who were fighting were even more shocked. They thought that Ling Xiao was weaker than Sun Wushuang, but he had easily subdued Sun Wushuang in a few moves. Even Liu Cheng could not compare to him in terms of strength. The first elder said that Ling Xiao was not worthy of Liu Lian. However, it seemed like Liu Lian could not keep up with Ling Xiao's pace. No wonder even Ji Luoyu was willing to be his friend. This fellow is definitely hiding his strength. This had become everyone's common thought. They could not see through Ling Xiao's cultivation, so they assumed that Ling Xiao's cultivation was between the peak of the 7th level of the yin-yang stage and the early stage of the 8th level of the yin-yang stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to defeat Sun Wushuang so easily. Moreover, he dared to tell the imperial martial artist to scram when he was persuaded by the latter stage of the 7th level of the yin-yang stage. The second elder and third elder were even more terrified. They only wanted to escape now and did not have the heart to continue fighting. However, the Liu family's martial artists did not care about the danger and kept attacking. As a result, the two of them could not break out of the encirclement no matter what. As Liu Cheng recovered from his injuries and his strength recovered, it would be even more difficult for them to escape. "Stop!" Sun Wushuang suddenly shouted in fear. "I can give you that woman if you want. I'll give you anything you want. Let me go. I only want to keep my life." Finally, under the threat of death that Ling Xiao brought to him, his mentality collapsed. At this moment, he did not expect Ling Xiao to let him go because he was afraid of the Sun family. This Ling Xiao was just as the rumors said. He was a complete madman. "Now you're not using Sun Yuanji and Little Devil Sun to pressure me?" Ling Xiao laughed mockingly. The strength in his hands increased again. "To be honest, I've never heard of them." "Ah!" An even more shrill scream sounded. Sun Wushuang's body was almost squashed flat. "Let him go or I'll attack." The imperial martial artist pulled out a long sword and pointed the cold blade at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with humiliation and anger. He was an imperial martial artist, a member of the Sky Sea race. Even martial artists with higher cultivation than him had to give him face. However, the Ling Xiao before him did not take him seriously at all. This was humiliation, intense humiliation. He felt that he was being laughed at by the crowd like a fool. "If you don't have the ability of Sky Sea tyranny, I advise you not to attack. Otherwise, your ending won't be better than his." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Do the martial artists of the Sky Sea Empire have no self-awareness? Do you dare to meddle in other people's business? How dare you? Do you dare to kill me? I'm an imperial." Before he could finish his words, a black shadow suddenly attacked him. The imperial martial artist did not have time to react. He was sent flying and crashed heavily into the courtyard wall. He vomited blood and was heavily injured. So annoying. Imperial family, I understand what you're saying. You don't need to say it so many times. Disappear right now. Otherwise, the next attack will kill you." Ling Xiao's cold voice sounded in the imperial martial artist's ears. That guy no longer had the domineering aura from before. He crawled up from the ground and ran away while crying. "Just you wait." As if he felt safe, he cried out and continued to run for his life. Ling Xiao laughed disdainfully and did not care. That kind of trash could not pose any threat to him. If he wanted to kill him, he could cripple him at any time. "Now, it's your turn." Ling Xiao looked at Sun Wushuang in his hand and sneered. "You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Do you know that my elder brother, Sun Yuanji, is a peak yin-yang realm level 8 martial artist? My younger brother, Little Magical Beast Sun, is a yin-yang realm level 9 martial artist. If you dare to kill me, you're courting death." Sun Wushuang screamed helplessly. Chapter 1705. Sun Wushuang originally hoped that the royal martial artist would be able to deter Ling Xiao. But in the end, he suddenly realized that this Ling Xiao was really a complete lunatic. He was simply impervious to everything. No matter what anyone said, it was useless. Once this guy made up his mind, even 10 dragons would not be able to change his mind. "So what? Do you think I will be afraid?" Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. "However, I still have to thank you. Now I finally know the cultivation level of the 7 minor saints. They are probably at the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. It doesn't seem like a big deal. So, you can really die now. Pu." With more force, Sun Wushuang couldn't even let out a miserable scream. His entire body was crushed like a mosquito being crushed. He had been killed so easily. "You are worse than a pig or a dog. This way of dying is very suitable for you." Ling Xiao removed the heavenly demon transformation and returned to his original appearance. He looked coldly at the mangled corpse on the ground. His gaze was cold and emotionless. How terrifying. How cruel. How crazy. Originally, in the crowd, other than the royal martial artist, there were actually many people who wanted to curry favor with the Sun family and stop Ling Xiao. However, when they saw the end of the royal martial artist, they completely gave up on that idea. When they saw this scene, they felt very fortunate. It was right not to make a move. Otherwise, it would be too unfair to be killed like a mosquito. This celestial emperor was simply overbearing. He would kill anyone who wanted to kill him. He did not give the Sun family any face, not even the royal family. In any case, they had never seen such an arrogant person before. It was really terrifying. As for the Sun family martial artists lying on the ground, they felt like they had a terrible nightmare. If they did not see the corpse of their master, Sun Wushuang, they would not have believed that this was real. Hey, do you guys think that the royal martial artist who just left will inform the Sun family? A voice came from the crowd. He definitely will. Sun Yuanji probably won't come. After all, he is one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Sky Sea Sacred Academy. He wouldn't even bother to deal with a nameless nobody. However, Sun Yuanji will definitely come. There's going to be a good show now. Sun Yuanji is different from Sun Wushuang. His cultivation is at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and is ranked in the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's candidates. Ling Xiao is definitely no match for him. Don't be so full of yourself. Be careful not to get slapped in the face. Haha, a miracle can happen once. Do you think it will happen a second time? The crowd was abuzz with discussion. Most of the martial artists felt that although Ling Xiao was strong, he was absolutely not Sun Yuanji's match. All of you can scram now. Are you waiting for me to kill you one by one? Ling Xiao glanced indifferently at the warriors of the Sun family who followed Sun Wushuang and said coldly. After killing Sun Wushuang, the main culprit, to him, the massacre was already over. He didn't have any deep enmity with the Sun family, so there was no need to exterminate them. The group of people turned and left. They definitely wouldn't return to the Sun family unless they had a death wish. Then, Ling Xiao turned back to look at the other ongoing battle. There were already many corpses lying on the ground. They were all Liu family's martial artists. Although the 2nd and 3rd elders were shameless, they were still strong. In addition, a large number of Liu family's martial artists were fence-sitters. They didn't understand the situation and weren't willing to help either side. In reality, it was Liu Cheng, Liu Lian, and dozens of Liu family's loyal martial artists working together to deal with the 2nd and 3rd elders. Liu Cheng suppressed the 2nd elder by himself. However, the 3rd elder started a massacre. Die. Liu Cheng finally found an opportunity. He raised his hand and slammed it towards the 2nd elder's head. However, at this moment, a terrifying aura came from the Liu family's courtyard. Enough. Killing each other in our own family. What a scandal. When this voice sounded, an old man who was so thin that he was almost skin and bones suddenly appeared. His aura was extremely evil. He was dressed in colorful clothes from head to toe, like a madman. He also looked like a monster. Old family head. Liu Cheng hesitated for a moment before retreating. The ongoing battle stopped instantly. Old family head. Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect the Liu family to have such a person. This old man's cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the Yin-Yang realm. His aura was much stronger than Sun Wushuang's. If he was willing to help, why would he be afraid of Sun Wushuang? However, this old man didn't appear in that situation just now. Instead, he suddenly appeared when Liu Cheng was about to kill the 2nd elder. Ling Xiao guessed that this person was most likely related to the 2nd elder. Father, you're out of seclusion? The 2nd elder was overjoyed. However, Liu Cheng and Liu Lian looked bitter. As expected, Ling Xiao's guess was right. This old man was the 2nd elder's father. Rumor has it that the Liu family was once a prestigious family. However, the family had offended too many people and angered everyone. Therefore, he was besieged and heavily injured. Since then, the Liu family declined and became an unknown small family. After that, the matter of Willow City's revival occurred. There were many well-informed experts in the crowd. These people had nothing better to do, so they liked to gather information. Moreover, this wasn't a secret in the Tianhai Empire. It was normal for them to know about it. Liu Cheng, you've really grown up. Your family's elder was killed, but you didn't deal with it. Instead, you attacked your own family. Where is the logic in this? As soon as the old man appeared, he began to bombard Liu Cheng with questions. Liu Cheng's face was ashen, but he didn't dare to speak. Perhaps because his cultivation was inferior, he could only endure. Old family head, your words are unfair. When the second elder and the third elder joined forces with Sun Wushuang and almost killed my father, where were you? Liu Cheng knew how to endure, but Liu Lian was furious. Of course, his words made sense. The crowd nodded in agreement. That's how it is. Old man, you're being too obvious by taking sides. Slap. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out in the Liu family courtyard. Liu Lian's body was sent flying. However, Liu Lian didn't fall to the ground. Instead, she was caught by Ling Xiao. Seeing Liu Lian's swollen cheeks, his face darkened. He could ignore the other members of the Liu family, but Liu Lian was deeply in love with him. Even if he didn't want to accept her feelings, he couldn't just stand by and watch Liu Lian be bullied. Lowly girl, since when did you have the right to tell your elders what to do? The old man looked coldly at Liu Lian and snorted. If you had been obedient and married Sun Wushuang, you wouldn't have had all this trouble. The Sun family is incomparably powerful. Why can't our Liu family have a big tree backing us? Now that brat killed Sun Wushuang, if the Sun family sends people to seek revenge, which one of you will be a match for the Sun family's Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Magical Beast? Chapter 1706. Father, you're right. Your son also has the same idea. But Liu Cheng's brain was flooded with water. He was actually bewitched by that kid called Ling Xiao and went against the Sun family. The second elder said excitedly, but now, there's still a chance to mend our relationship. That is, we can capture that Ling Xiao and send him to the Sun family to apologize. Perhaps we can exchange it for the safety of the Liu family. Hehe, this fart is really smelly. Ling Xiao finally couldn't help but say, old thing, I've always been puzzled about the source of the shamelessness of the two elders of the Liu family. Now I've found the reason. It turns out that it was passed down by a shameless guy like you. When Sun Wushuang massacred the Liu family, what were you doing? Now you dare to hit Liu Lian? Who do you think you are? The Liu family was completely dumbfounded now. The one who defended the Liu family today was actually an outsider. The one who helped them vent their anger was also an outsider. Instead, their old family head and two elders actually blamed the person who attacked them. Kid, you haven't even grown your hair yet. What do you know? Sun Yuanji and Sun Xiao are powerful. No one in the Liu family can compare to them. If they come for revenge, the Liu family will definitely be exterminated. Not only did you kill Sun Wuji, but you also killed Sun Wushuang. You're not afraid of the Sun family. If you want to die, our Sun family won't be happy. The old thing looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. That's right. Whether our Liu family lives or dies has nothing to do with you. The second elder seemed to have become lively because of this old thing's support. He shouted at Ling Xiao. As if Ling Xiao had made a big mistake by saving the Liu family. Ling Xiao said sarcastically, you think too highly of yourself. I saved Liu Lian and Liu Cheng for the 10,000 ghost banner. I didn't plan to save you, nor did I plan to save your Liu family. But fortunately, I didn't plan to save you. Otherwise, if I saved you and was ridiculed for being a busybody, how much of a loss would I be? In the future, when the Liu family is in trouble, don't worry about them. Just watch the Liu family be humiliated to death. That's enough. These sarcastic words made many people of the Liu family lower their heads. Because they felt ashamed. No matter what Ling Xiao's motive was, objectively speaking, he had helped the Liu family. He had stopped Sun Wushuang from killing indiscriminately and prevented others from humiliating them. Now that the second elder had spoken such words, it was truly chilling. You. Don't pester us endlessly. How can it be the same this time? Your actions will only bring more trouble to our Liu family. The second elder stiffened his neck and said. So what? Are you qualified? Ling Xiao looked at the second elder in disdain and said, you really think you're something, huh? Liu. Are you an idiot? Ling Xiao looked at the second elder. He really couldn't understand how there could be such a stupid person in this world. Who do you think you are? Do you think the Liu family is important in my heart? If I want to save people, I only need to take Liu Lian and Liu Cheng. Do I need to explain anything to anyone? Ling Xiao said disdainfully, what's more, you're willing to be the Sun family's dog and think highly of the Sun family. I'm not afraid of the Sun family. Father, this kid is simply stubborn. You'd better make a decision early. The second elder couldn't win against Ling Xiao. This way, the Liu family can avoid the crisis of destruction. That's reasonable. The old man nodded and revealed a sinister smile. Old family head, don't you think this is a bit too much? I'm the family head of the Liu family now. You ruined the Liu family, and I revived the Liu family. Now you come out and pretend to be the boss. I don't accept this. I don't accept this. Liu Cheng wasn't the only one who didn't accept this. Many warriors of the Liu family also expressed their dissatisfaction. How could there be such a logic in this world? So what if you don't accept this? I'm stronger than all of you. I have the final say here. The old man looked coldly at Liu Cheng and said, you're the family head. If I say you are, then you are. If I say you're not, then you're not. Do you really think you're something? What's more, since you value the Liu family's current achievements so much, then all the more you should apologize. Sacrificing you and your daughter in exchange for the revival of the Liu family. Isn't that great? Old man, you're really shameless. You want to take away the foundation that others worked hard to establish with just one sentence. How can there be such a good thing in this world? Even if I, Liu Cheng, am no match for you today, I won't let you get what you want. Although Liu Cheng was afraid of the old man, there was a limit to his patience. The old man's actions had clearly crossed the bottom line of what he could tolerate. This was unbearable. You're courting death. The old man suddenly raised his hand. On his pitch-black palm, there was a strange pattern. Then, a strange giant beast appeared behind him and pounced on Liu Cheng with the force of a whale. Liu Cheng hurriedly channeled his internal energy to resist in horror. However, the old man's attack was too straightforward. Moreover, this attack had clearly been prepared for a long time. His hasty response simply couldn't block it. What's more, he wasn't the old man's opponent to begin with. It's over. Liu Cheng thought mournfully. Bang! All of a sudden, a figure appeared in front of him and forcefully repelled the old man's terrifying palm strike. The one who made the move was naturally Ling Xiao. You want to kill him? I won't let you. He still hasn't given me the 10,000 ghost banner. Ling Xiao looked at the old man and said coldly, what's more, you actually want to kidnap me and bring me to the Sun family? Do you have that ability? Liu Cheng, didn't you want to kill the second elder? I'll give you a chance. I'll block this old man. Kill him in front of him. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Liu Cheng and said, all right. Liu Cheng knew that since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the old man, there was no possibility of a good ending today. He must kill the second elder and the third elder. After saying that, Liu Cheng suddenly rushed toward the second elder. His strength was originally stronger than the second elder. In the previous battle, he even injured the second elder. This time, it should be much easier to kill the other party than before. Liu Cheng, you're crazy. The old family head is here. You still dare to mess around? The second elder hurriedly retreated. Don't worry. If he dares to kill you, I'll kill his daughter, the old man said coldly. Liu Cheng hesitated for a moment and looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just continued to hold Liu Lian in his arms with a cold expression. Liu Cheng gritted his teeth. Since he had chosen to believe in Ling Xiao, there was no need to hesitate now. Looking left and right and hesitating would only make his situation even more awkward. Chapter 1707. Kill. Liu Cheng continued to charge forward. A green long sword appeared in his hand. It was filled with vitality. Father, he really wants to kill me. The second elder became anxious and started to make a big fuss. Third elder, why aren't you helping? The old man did not attack. Instead, he shouted at the third elder. The third elder nodded. He was on the old bastard's side, so he had to take action. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if he didn't please both sides. However, just as he rose into the air, a strange cone pierced through his chest. Shadow cone. It was invisible. It was hard to see with the naked eye. As Ling Xiao's cultivation increased, the shadow cone's sneak attack became more effective. The third elder was as shameless as the second elder. It was not a pity that he died. Seeing the third elder killed, Liu Cheng's morale was boosted. His attacks became more rapid and fierce. The second elder was beaten until he could not fight back. His injuries were getting worse. How could the old man stay still when he saw his son being tortured? He roared and was about to save the second elder. However, a figure blocked his path. It was not Ling Xiao. It was Liu Lian. Liu Lian, I've already helped you release and transform the sealed energy in your body. Your cultivation has recovered to the 7th level of Yin-Yang realm, but it's not stable enough. This battle with the old man is a good opportunity to stabilize your cultivation. Don't worry, you're stronger than him. Ling Xiao did not plan to kill the old man himself because he was bored. Killing 7th level Yin-Yang realm martial artists would be a walk in the park for him. He was not interested in killing them at all. He would rather let Liu Lian fight by herself. Anyway, his yin-yang origin energy had circulated in Liu Lian's body and completely activated her yin-yang fish martial soul. The energy sealed by Liu Lian's Jiu worm was also released by him. However, the time was too short. Otherwise, Liu Lian could have recovered to the 10th level of yin-yang realm. Of course, Ling Xiao also benefited a lot from this. His yin-yang origin energy had been greatly enhanced by the yin-yang fish martial soul. His cultivation base that was originally at the late stage of the 5th level of the yin-yang realm actually rose to the peak of the 5th level of the yin-yang realm in an instant. Moreover, he was only a step away from breaking through. No wonder that Sun Wushuang fancied Liu Lian. Liu Lian's yin-yang fish martial spirit was indeed extremely beneficial to one's cultivation. It was simply too miraculous. Boom! A blazing flame appeared on his left hand. A ball of cold air appeared on his right hand. Liu Lian's body floated in mid-air, blocking the old man's path. She stared coldly at the old man before her. Since you are the old family head of the Liu family, I can give you a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you apologize to Brother Ling and my father right now, and swear that you will never interfere with the affairs of the Liu family from now on, I will let you go. In your dreams. How could the old man be frightened by Liu Lian? The pitch-black beast behind him roared, and strange patterns appeared all over his body. After that, his hands trembled, and a pitch-black wind blasted towards Liu Lian. This guy is still quite strong. If Liu Lian can't continue to break through during the battle, she will definitely lose. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at the two people in the sky. Even though the battle had yet to begin, he could already predict the outcome. Unless Liu Lian's cultivation base increased even more, she would definitely not be able to face this cunning and experienced opponent. Boom! In the sky, the two people's palms collided, and a violent force raged in the air. Liu Lian retreated more than 10 meters before she could stop. As for the old man, he only retreated 2 to 3 meters. Although your cultivation base has recovered to the same level as mine, your experience and combat skills are far from mine. I will tell you that cultivation base isn't the only thing that represents combat power in this world. After I take care of you, I will also kill the man you like and send him to the Sun family to atone for his sins. The old man laughed coldly, and he seemed very pleased with himself. Don't worry about what he said. He's just trying to bewitch you. Ling Xiao reminded Liu Lian when he saw that she was a little shaken. Liu Lian was also a little dissatisfied with herself. In the past, she would not be shaken when facing the enemy's provocation or bewitchment. However, she did not know why this time, but just one sentence from the old man made her uneasy. The old man laughed coldly, and then the shadow of the beast behind him became more solid. The ferocious beast originally only had one head, but at this moment, it suddenly condensed 5 heads. Each head let out an ear-piercing roar. What kind of martial soul is that? Why is it so strange? That's the 9-headed demon bird, right? Rumor has it that the more heads this monster has, the more terrifying it is. Someone in the crowd said. 9-headed demon bird martial soul? Doesn't that mean that the Liu family's old master's attack this time is much stronger than before? That's right. Can Liu Lian handle it? The crowd looked at Liu Lian in surprise. They wanted to know how this delicate girl was going to fight the old man. Do you think you're the only one who has a martial soul? Liu Lian said indifferently. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge yin-yang fish appeared behind her. Flames and frost reflected on the yin-yang fish, and it looked extremely eye-catching. At this moment, Liu Lian's aura also became stronger. That's the yin-yang fish martial soul? I didn't expect that in addition to increasing one's cultivation speed, its actual combat ability is also so strong. Seeing this martial soul, Ling Xiao was also a little surprised. The 5 demon bird heads screamed and roared, releasing a terrifying black aura. A large number of strange inscriptions appeared in the air. Then, these inscriptions merged into the old man's palms. Kill. The old man attacked Liu Lian again. This time, he clearly wanted to kill Liu Lian completely. Yin and Yang fusion, Liu family's spear technique, first move. Liu Lian shouted and raised her hand, and a long spear appeared in her hand. The long spear shook, and the yin and yang energies merged into the long spear, erupting with a shocking power. Then, she stabbed out, aiming at the old man's palm wind. Boom! The violent collision sounded again. This time, Liu Lian did not retreat. The black and white light released by the long spear was especially dazzling. Half of it was the flame sky. The other half was the frost sky. She was actually evenly matched with the old man. Bitch, I didn't expect you to have some ability. However, you still have to die. He roared, but he didn't retreat. The 9-headed demonic bird on his back actually grew 2 more heads. The power of his palms suddenly increased. In that instant, Liu Lian's spear light was completely engulfed. Even the long spear was destroyed as if it was a dried twig. You don't have a chance. The old man smiled coldly. The 9-headed demon bird behind him changed again, and there were now 8 heads. With 7 heads, Liu Lian was already unable to withstand it. With 8 heads of the 9-headed demon bird, wouldn't Liu Lian die for sure? Chapter 1708. A 9-headed demonic bird with 8 heads. Liu Lian can't be saved now. It's not that she's weak, but the opponent is too strong. She really has no chance. The crowd sighed. Liu Lian was once a famous female genius in Sky Sea City. Her status was no lower than Sun Longchan and Mu Wanshuang. However, she was going to die in such a cowardly manner. Do you regret it? If you really want to deal with me, you should wait until your cultivation has fully recovered. However, you won't have the chance today. I'll destroy your cultivation so that you'll never have the chance to kill me again. The old man revealed a ferocious expression. The 8 demonic bird heads behind him screeched in unison. The wind from his palm became even more ferocious and evil. You're the one who should regret it. Liu Lian looked at the old man indifferently and said, if you used all the power of the 9-headed demonic bird from the beginning, I might have died. However, you don't have the chance now. She looked at the old man with some sympathy. She never thought that she would have to kill the Liu clan leader with her own hands one day. However, she couldn't show any mercy now. If she didn't kill the old man, he would destroy her. The crowd was stunned when they heard that. What did she mean? Did Liu Lian have another trick up her sleeve? While they were puzzled, Liu Lian extended her right hand. Then, a spear formed by yin-yang energy appeared in her hand. It was a blazing spear. It was an ordinary frost spear. The energy of ice and fire flowed on the spear. The weapon was completely formed by true origin. It was even more powerful than the weapon that was destroyed earlier. The terrifying heat and the terrifying cold mixed together. The crowd was shocked and terrified. They all avoided the aura that attacked them. Otherwise, it would be extremely uncomfortable if the aura invaded their bodies. Her cultivation has increased again. Someone saw through the clues. Liu Lian's cultivation seemed to have recovered a little after the battle with the old man. Currently, she was at Yin-Yang realm level 8. Her cultivation was even higher than the old man's. You're asking me if I regret it. However, you're the one who should regret it the most. Liu Lian calmly looked at the old clan leader of the Liu clan. She felt the burning pain on her face and a deep hatred grew in her heart. The weak should be bullied. Only the strong could seek justice for themselves. Humph. So what if your cultivation has recovered to the 8th level of the yin-yang realm? Although the old man's face was solemn, he was obviously not afraid. The 9-headed demonic bird behind him let out an ear-piercing shriek. Then, the 9-headed demonic bird's 9th head finally grew out. When the 9-headed devil bird grew 9 heads, the old man's aura also became stronger. Black smoke billowed from his body. The thick smoke had a pungent smell that filled the entire courtyard of the Liu clan. Any martial artist who breathed in this black smoke would feel a piercing pain in their throat, and their bodies would become weak. Those with weaker cultivations fainted on the spot, and even their inner strength seemed to be continuously sucked away. There were only a few people who were not affected by the black smoke. Liu Lian watched all of this with an indifferent expression. Although she sympathized with the cultivators who were fainted by the black smoke, she didn't dare to relax in the slightest when facing this old man. The elemental energy spear in his hand became more and more dazzling. Above the long spear, a strange yin-yang fish gradually formed. A terrifying fighting spirit burst out from her frail body. She was fearless. 9 demons hunt. The old man roared in a deep voice. Then, he struck out with his palms, enveloping the terrifying 9-headed devil bird. Together with the black smoke that covered the sky, he charged towards Liu Lian. He wanted to kill Liu Lian on the spot. At this moment, he clearly had the intention to kill. Originally, he wanted to capture Liu Lian alive. However, after Liu Lian's cultivation recovered to the 8th level of the yin-yang realm, he was no longer confident that he could capture her alive. To be safe, he had to kill her. Liu Lian stared at the incoming opponent with a piercing sound. Then, she stabbed out with the ice-fire spear in her hand. Amidst the roars of ice and fire, the spear collided with the 9-headed devil bird. Boom! Boom! Ice and fire continuously collided and entangled. Liu Lian's powerful fighting spirit made her look like a Valkyrie on the battlefield. She was extremely domineering. The 9-headed devil bird martial soul was pierced through by the spear. Then, the black smoke that covered the sky began to be burned by the flames. It was frozen by the frost. The power of the ice-fire spear reflected the old man's horrified expression. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Liu Lian has successfully used the old man to recover his cultivation and won the battle. It seems like she is the one who is favored by fate. Ah! A shrill scream was heard. Then, blood splattered everywhere. Through the gradually dissipating black smoke, people saw the Liu family head's body fly out. His body was actually pierced with 2 eye-catching bloody holes. One was burning and raging. The other was freezing and eroding. Sigh. Seeing this, Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. After all, Liu Lian was not him. At the last moment, she was still compassionate and did not kill the old man. Instead, she used her spear to pierce the old man's meridians and cripple his cultivation. Liu Lian slowly descended and pointed her spear at the old man on the ground. Anger and coldness appeared on her face. Old family head, you committed a heinous crime against the family. My father let bygones be bygones and hid you away. He gave you the best cultivation conditions and allowed you to recover your cultivation. However, what did you do to my father? You actually wanted to kill him. You said that because you are strong, you can do whatever you want. Now that I have defeated you, you are nothing in front of me. Liu Lian looked coldly at the old man lying on the ground. Her voice was cold and emotionless. The crowd sighed. Hehe, this old man is too shameless. Liu Cheng was so good to him. How could he be so ungrateful? I saw it long ago. He was so arrogant that he wanted to send Liu Cheng and Liu Lian to the Sun family to beg for forgiveness. In the end, he couldn't even defeat Liu Cheng's daughter. Not only is he shameless, but he is also useless. At the same time, the second elder, who was beaten to the brink of death by Liu Cheng, felt his heart fall to the bottom. The third elder was killed. The only person he could rely on, his father, was also killed. It was easy to imagine what would happen to him. He suddenly looked at Ling Xiao. It was all because of that person. That terrifying young man. Not only did he kill Sun Wuji, but he also allowed Liu Lian's cultivation to recover to a terrifying level. How could such a terrifying existence come from such a weak place like the Heavenly Dragon continent? Moreover, this young man was only 17 years old. With such terrifying strength, wouldn't he have a higher aptitude than Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Magical Beast? If he was given a few more years, perhaps even Sun Yuanji and Sun Little Magical Beast would not be his opponent. Die. Liu Cheng cut off the second elder's head with his sword. Then, he turned to look at Ling Xiao. He was also shocked. Ling Xiao's talent and aptitude were too terrifying. Perhaps even his daughter, whom he was proud of, could not compare to him. Chapter 1709. Previously, Liu Cheng thought that Ling Xiao was not good enough for his daughter, and he did not want his daughter to be with Ling Xiao. But now, he suddenly realized that perhaps his daughter was not good enough for Ling Xiao. Fortunately, he had chosen to stand on Ling Xiao's side. Otherwise, he would have ended up in a terrible state. Liu Lian's heart was filled with gratitude and admiration for Ling Xiao. If it was not for Ling Xiao, she would have been brought to the Sun family by Sun Wushuang. Then, she would be tortured and humiliated, and finally die in anger. But now, not only did she survive, but her cultivation had also recovered to the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm. If she was given a little more time, she believed that her cultivation would definitely recover to its peak. By then, the Liu family would not have to fear the Sun family. The old man lay on the ground and looked at Liu Lian miserably. His eyes kept darting around as if he was thinking of something bad. He really did not expect such an ending. He really did not expect that the brat called Ling Xiao not only had a terrifying cultivation, but he could also help Liu Lian recover her cultivation. Who was this guy? Hehe, B*TCH, you're good. I've lost today. It's been decades, and I finally recovered my cultivation to this level, but you crippled it. Even if I'm alive now, it's meaningless. Just kill me. The old man sneered and looked at Liu Lian. He knew that Liu Lian would not kill him. Because Liu Lian could not be so decisive. Old family head, it's already come to this. Why are you still so stubborn? I won't kill you, I'll only cripple you. In the future, the Liu family will treat you like an ancestor, but there's no hope for you to practice martial arts. Liu Lian shook her head. She really could not do it. After all, the old family head was her second grandfather, her father's second uncle. A cold smile appeared in the old man's eyes as he thought, do you think I can't cultivate just because you're watching over me? As expected, you still don't understand the power of this old man's cultivation method. There will be a day when this old man will kill you and your father together. Lian get him to remove the black smoke. Liu Cheng walked over and said. Liu Lian glanced at the old man and said, Old master, do as I say. You can suffer less. Are you really not going to kill him? If I'm not wrong, he should be cultivating the 9 nether devil arts. This kind of cultivation technique is already very strong, and coupled with his 9-headed devil bird martial spirit, even if he doesn't cultivate, he can still steal cultivation from other martial warriors. Ling Xiao suddenly said indifferently, if you keep him, your Liu family will be destroyed sooner or later. You. The old man looked at Ling Xiao in horror. He did not understand how Ling Xiao knew such an unpopular martial art. You don't have to stare at me with such big eyes. I just read a little more. Actually, the reason he knew this was purely because of the Yuan Venerate's reminder. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known about the 9 nether devil art. Lian kill him. In the end, Liu Cheng was experienced and knowledgeable. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, his back immediately broke out in cold sweat. Back then, he had been too benevolent to let this old man live. Of course, he had also thought of using this old man to do things for him. However, no matter what, he had treated this person well. In the end, he had actually raised a poisonous snake. He absolutely believed in Ling Xiao's words. This old man was really capable of doing such a despicable thing. She can't do it, so let me do it. However, I will kindly accept his 9 nether devil art and 9-headed devil bird martial spirit. Ling Xiao did not need the 9 nether devil art. His blood soul talisman could transform the enemy's cultivation into his own. The 9 nether devil art was prepared for Cold Plum. Cold Plum's cultivation method was very compatible with the 9 nether devil art. The 9-headed devil bird martial spirit could also be merged with the ghost spirit martial spirit to form a new 9-headed ghost bird martial spirit. Not only could it inherit the characteristics of the ghost spirit martial spirit, but it could also obtain the overbearing power of the 9-headed devil bird martial spirit. If Cold Plum obtained it, her cultivation would definitely improve even faster. Speaking of which, other than the Moon Maiden, Ling Xiao really loved Cold Plum the most. He was very clear that if the difference in cultivation was too great, Cold Plum would have to leave his side. This was not because of his will, but because of Cold Plum's personality. Cold Plum did not like to cause trouble for Ling Xiao and become a burden to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao also liked Cold Plum to be by his side. Although this girl was ice cold and not as interesting as other women, she was more reassuring and reassuring. As he spoke, he slowly walked over. The eye of the immortal pot. Above his head, a gourd floated there and sucked the old man into it. Even the black smoke scattered throughout the Liu family's courtyard was sucked in. An unexpected gain. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. This time, he did not lose anything by helping. Liu Cheng, give me the 10,000 ghost banner. I'm leaving. After dealing with the matter here, Ling Xiao did not need to stay any longer. This time, he came out for the Tai Chi stone. In fact, he had already achieved his goal. However, what happened later disrupted his plan. But fortunately, his efforts were not in vain. That was enough. Please accept it. Young hero Ling Liu Cheng did not hesitate at all and directly took out the 10,000 ghost banner from his storage ring. This 10,000 ghost banner was actually refined by the old man who had just died. It was a powerful weapon used together with the 9 nether demonic art and the 9-headed devil bird martial spirit. Liu Cheng did not have much use for it, so he did not feel bad giving it to Ling Xiao. Moreover, even if he felt bad, he still had to give it to him. If it were not for Ling Xiao today, he really could not imagine what the Liu family would be like. Not bad, you are a man of honor. Ling Xiao accepted the 10,000 ghost banner and praised Liu Cheng. He actually did not hate Liu Cheng, because it was impossible to expect everyone in this world to be as pure and kind as Liu Lian. Ling Xiao himself was not that naive. Therefore, he did not expect others to be like that. In fact, even if it was that old man of the Liu family, if he did not try to deal with him, he would not have to kill him. Young hero Ling, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if you can agree? Liu Cheng suddenly said. Speak first. Ling Xiao would not agree to anything carelessly. I believe that young hero Ling can also see that my daughter Liu Lian is infatuated with you. Can you bring her along and let her stay by your side? Liu Cheng was a very realistic person. He saw Ling Xiao's terrifying talent, so he was prepared to take a gamble. Even if Liu Lian could not become Ling Xiao's wife, it was not bad to become friends. In the future, the Liu family would definitely benefit. What's more, this was not an unreasonable request. You can follow me, but I can tell you clearly here that I, Ling Xiao, only like one woman. Liu Lian can only be my friend if she follows me. She can never become my woman. You have to understand. Chapter 1710. Ling Xiao was a very opinionated person. Especially for someone as successful as him, there were too many women who were willing to throw themselves at him. If he fell in love with every woman he saw, he would probably have more than 10,000 concubines by now. Ling Xiao did not even think about such a thing. A person who was obsessed with women would never be able to attain the great path of martial arts. He admitted that Liu Lian was a very good girl, just like Ji Luoyu, Feng Minglian, and Haim Myung Ko. However, if he did not like her, he did not like her. He would not force himself to fall in love with a woman. Liu Cheng said awkwardly, "Do you think Lian is not good enough for you? It's not a matter of whether or not she's good enough. Liu Lian is very outstanding, but I only have one woman." Ling Xiao's attitude was very firm. "I, Liu Lian, have set my mind on you. No matter what you think of me, I'm willing to follow you. Even if I have to keep my chastity for the rest of my life, I won't hesitate. At this moment, Liu Lian suddenly spoke. For a girl to be able to say such words, she was really desperate. Shameless B***tch, you adulterer and thief, you killed my brother. How can I let you go today? Just as Ling Xiao was thinking about how to answer Liu Lian, a thunderous sound suddenly exploded in the sky. Liu Cheng and Liu Lian's expressions froze when they heard the sound. Fear appeared on their faces. Quick, young hero Ling, take Lian and leave. No matter if you treat her as a friend or a woman, leave first. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Liu Cheng hurriedly shouted. Although his daughter Liu Lian had recovered to the 8th level of the yin-yang realm, he still did not think that Liu Lian was Sun Yuanji's match. As for Ling Xiao, although he was talented, he was still young after all. He was also not Sun Yuanji's match. Leave. You still want to leave? Guard all the important roads and encircle the Liu clan. The voice exploded in the sky again. Then, hundreds of figures quickly rushed towards the Liu family, driving the onlookers away and surrounding the Liu family. They are the elite warriors of the Sun family. They are all in the yin-yang realm. The Liu family is in trouble this time. That young man won't be able to escape either. The crowd looked on in horror. There were not many clans that dared to make such a big fuss in Sky Sea Imperial City, and the Sun family was one of them. It's over, it's completely over, sigh. Liu Cheng's face turned pale. If his daughter could escape, then even if the Liu family was destroyed, there would still be hope. But now, he couldn't leave even if he wanted to. Sun Yuanji alone was already terrifying enough. He didn't expect this guy to bring hundreds of elite warriors from the Sun family. This clearly meant that he wanted to destroy the Liu family. Brother Sun, it's that person. His name is Ling Xiao, a candidate from the Dragon Phoenix continent. The one who spoke was actually the Imperial family's martial artist who had been defeated by Ling Xiao. Sure enough, this fellow had gone to inform them. Just in time. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. That's right, he did it on purpose. If he directly barged into the Sun family, it might be more dangerous. He might as well let this fellow go to the Sun family to get reinforcements. Not all of them would come. This way, he could continue to weaken the Sun family's strength. This was not for the Liu family, but for himself. Since they were already enemies, the weaker the Sun family was, the more beneficial it would be for him. Sun Yuanji was dressed in a bright silver robe. It was clearly pasted with silver foil. Under the sunlight, his appearance could not be seen clearly. Everyone says that Sun Yuanji is very flashy. Today, I see that it's true. Yeah, he's wearing such eye-catching clothes. Isn't he afraid of being robbed? What's there to be afraid of? How many people in Sky Sea City dare to provoke him? Those who are weaker than him fear him. Those who are stronger than him fear his family. Moreover, the clothes he's wearing are not just flashy. They also have special effects. The crowd looked up at the sky and narrowed their eyes. Sun Yuanji stood there like a silver-armored war god. He was domineering and confident. No wonder he was one of the top 20 geniuses in the Sky Sea Empire. Although he was not as strong as his younger brother, Sun Xiaoshu, he was already very powerful. Many people were in awe of him. Young hero Sun, since you're here, why don't you come down for a chat? There might be some misunderstanding between us. Liu Cheng took a deep breath. Since things had developed to this stage, he could only try his best to minimize the losses. If he could sacrifice his old life and give the Liu family's treasure to Sun Yuanji to save his daughter's life, that would be enough. Ha, misunderstanding? Liu Cheng, do you dare say that my two younger brothers, Sun Wuji and Sun Wushuang, didn't die in your Liu family? Sun Yuanji smiled coldly. He leaped into the air and arrived above Liu Cheng. He wanted Liu Cheng to look up and talk to him. Ling Xiao looked at Sun Yuanji. His Taikai eye spun. To be precise, Sun Yuanji's cultivation was at the early stage of the 8th level of the yin-yang realm. Among the large number of martial artists from the Tianhai Empire who participated in the White Tiger Meet, those at the 8th level of the yin-yang realm were considered the backbone. However, There was a huge difference between those at the 8th level of the yin-yang realm. From the early stage to the peak stage, each had their own differences. This Sun Yuanji was not considered too outstanding among these core forces, but he was still above many people. Ling Xiao was very interested in him. With his current cultivation, Ling Xiao could defeat a martial artist at the 8th level of the yin-yang realm. However, it would be difficult. However, it was precisely because of this difficulty that he could stimulate his potential and improve his strength. If he could not defeat Sun Yuanji, then he could not afford to offend a martial artist at Sun Xiaoshuo's level. This time, it could be considered as a test for himself. Young Master Yuanji, Young Master Wuji and Young Master Wushuang's deaths were accidental. I'm willing to use my life as compensation. Also, the Liu family can give you the Icefire herb for free. You should know that the Icefire grass is very helpful to martial artists with fire and ice attributes. Young Master Yuanji, if you have the help of the Icefire herb, the yin-yang revolution technique that you're cultivating will definitely improve. Liu Cheng knew that this matter would not be resolved easily. However, he was still willing to put in some effort to resolve this matter perfectly. Haha, why do you think I brought so many people here today? I want your life. I want the Icefire herb too. And your daughter. Since my brother is dead, she can reluctantly be a maid accompanying me in bed. Sun Yuanji sneered. The members of the Sun family were all so arrogant and unreasonable. It seemed like their family was too powerful, but it was not always a good thing. If they did not educate them well, then their descendants would definitely develop in the direction of being more and more unreasonable and unreasonable. Sooner or later, they would kick an iron plate. Is there no room for negotiation? Chapter 17:11. No. But I'm not in the mood to bicker with a piece of trash like you. Ling, you killed my two brothers, right? Sun Yuanji turned to look at Ling Xiao and asked. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao's gaze was on the imperial martial artist. It was as if he didn't hear Sun Yuanji's words. Instead, he said coldly, I let you live. I thought you would know the pros and cons and then go back to live your life as a member of the imperial family. But I didn't expect you to go to the Sun family to ask for help. Have you really gone crazy from wanting to die? Ling Xiao, don't boast shamelessly. Brother Sun will never let you hurt me. Moreover, do you dare to kill me? You don't dare. You let me go only because you're afraid of the imperial power. Although the imperial family's martial artist was a little cowardly at heart, he felt that his words were very reasonable. You don't dare. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. He suddenly raised his hand, and a crimson sun all flew through the air. Under the clear sky, the crimson sun all absorbed the power of the crimson sun and became even more dazzling. The imperial martial artist looked at the fast attack in horror and hurriedly hid in Sun Yuanji's direction. Insignificant skill. With me here, he can't kill you. Sun Yuanji was already angry because Ling Xiao ignored him. Now that Ling Xiao dared to attack the imperial martial artist in front of him, he was even more furious. He wanted to show Ling Xiao who was the boss. Yin-yang rotation, 9 yang fists. Sun Yuanji raised his right hand and a ball of blazing white light appeared on his fist. It was like the crimson sun. Then, he blasted it out. The crimson sun all was smashed into pieces by this punch. He cupped his fists and smiled coldly. Ling Xiao, you're quite strong. No wonder you can kill my two brothers. But if we meet again, you're dead for sure. If you want to kill my friend today, you'll have to step over my dead body. Really? But I don't think it's that difficult. Isn't he already dead? Ling Xiao spread his hands and said helplessly, it's really not challenging at all. What? Sun Yuanji hurriedly turned his head to take a look. Only now did he discover that there was a shadow all stuck in the throat of the imperial family's martial artist, almost invisible to the naked eye. In fact, Ling Xiao had already seen how powerful Sun Yuanji was, so he didn't expect his red sun all to be able to kill the royal family's martial artist in one strike. Therefore, the shadow all was the real killer move. I don't want to die. Before the imperial family martial artist died, the only thing he left behind were these few words. Don't do that if you don't want to die. I'm afraid of the imperial power, so I don't dare to kill you. Are you an idiot? Why don't you go and find out how I obtained the position of Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully, then looked at Sun Yuanji mockingly and said, I'm sorry, young Master Yuanji. I've slapped your face and embarrassed you. Good, very good. Very good. You killed 2 of my brothers. Stealing my younger brother's woman again. Now, you even killed my friend. How do you think I should kill you to vent my anger? Sun Yuanji was practically gnashing his teeth as he said these words. Ling Xiao had completely driven him mad. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he really wouldn't be able to calm down. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with incomparable rage and killing intent. If you want to kill him, kill me first. Now that my cultivation has recovered to the 8th level of the yin-yang realm, you might not be my match. Before Ling Xiao could speak, Liu Lian stepped into the air and floated in front of Sun Yuanji. She looked at Sun Yuanji coldly with a very calm expression. Ling Xiao had rejected her, but she was still infatuated with him. You're really a bitch. My younger brother's body hasn't even turned cold, and your engagement hasn't been annulled, yet you dare to protect your adulterer. You're simply shameless. Sun Yuanji said coldly, since you're so shameless, then I'll cripple you today and then kill that brat in front of you. I'll let you die in pain. He felt a strong sense of humiliation. He was a genius of the Sun family, but in Liu Lian's eyes, he couldn't even compare to a nobody from the Sky Dragon continent. His pride and self-esteem were torn to shreds. A terrifying murderous aura was released and directly enveloped Liu Lian, causing her to tremble in the air. Miss Liu, I appreciate your kindness, but you're not his match. It's better for you to stand aside and protect your family. The elite martial artists of the Sun family are eyeing you covetously. Ling Xiao naturally had to deal with the opponent that he found himself. How could he let Liu Lian fight for him? Moreover, Liu Lian's cultivation had just recovered to the early stage of the 8th level of the yin-yang realm. Although she was on the same level as Sun Yuanji, her cultivation hadn't completely stabilized, and her body was still weak. With all these factors combined, she really wasn't Sun Yuanji's match. No, Brother Ling, you should leave. With your strength, I believe those people won't be able to stop you. I'll stop Sun Yuanji. Although I might not be his match, it shouldn't be a problem to stop him for a while. Liu Lian shook her head and said firmly, You'll die. Ling Xiao sighed. What's so scary about death? I'm willing to die for the person I love. Liu Lian's attitude was very firm. Hihi, what a pair of adulterers. How dare you be so intimate in front of me? You don't have to give in because today, you're all going to die. Sun Yuanji was so angry that his body trembled. The terrifying murderous aura was released even more fiercely. Not only did it envelop Liu Lian, but it also enveloped Ling Xiao. Forget it. Young hero Ling, take Liu Lian and leave. I'm not talented, but I have some special methods. It shouldn't be a problem to stop them for a while. Liu Cheng didn't want his daughter to die, so he could only give up on his old bones. After all, he was old and didn't have much of a future. This person was really too good to his daughter. Ha ha ha, I'm really touched to see how close you two are. Since that's the case, you two can die together. You can reconnect when you're in the netherworld. Sun Yuanji released his murderous aura again and enveloped Liu Cheng within it. I say, Patriarch Liu, Miss Liu Lian, did you guys misunderstand something? Ling Xiao scratched his head and said helplessly, he's only at the 8th level of yin-yang realm. Do you guys think that I'm no match for him? That I can only choose to run away? He was really speechless. From Liu Cheng to Liu Lian, and the surrounding martial artists, including Sun Yuanji himself, they all seemed to think that he, Ling Xiao, was no match for him. Although Ling Xiao had never defeated a martial artist at the 8th level of yin-yang realm, it wasn't because he didn't have the ability. It was because he hadn't encountered one yet. Liu Lian and Liu Cheng looked at Ling Xiao. They didn't seem to understand what Ling Xiao meant. Were they going to fight if they didn't run? Sun Yuanji also looked at Ling Xiao and revealed a mocking smile. Was Ling Xiao scared out of his wits? At this moment, anyone could tell that other than running away, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Chapter 17:12. Ling Xiao did not like to raise his head to talk to others. He instantly rose into the air and pushed Liu Lian towards Liu Cheng. The two of you should just stay at the side and watch. Then, he looked at Sun Yuanji and sneered. Do you really think you're stronger just because you're looking down on others from the sky? Do you know that your behavior is really stupid? Your two younger brothers also lost their lives because of this self-righteous behavior. You're next. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, revealing a look of shock. Could it be that Ling Xiao really planned to fight Sun Yuanji? In the next moment, they confirmed their thoughts. An extremely terrifying battle intent suddenly erupted from Ling Xiao's body. This battle intent directly suppressed the killing intent released by Sun Yuanji. This made Liu Lian, Liu Cheng, and the other Liu family martial artists much more relaxed. Was he really going to fight? Could this guy not see the difference between him and his opponent? Sun Yuanji was still high and mighty, and his attitude was extremely arrogant. He looked at Ling Xiao in disdain, and his lips curled into a mocking sneer. A mere martial artist at the 4th level of dualism realm actually wanted to fight him, a martial artist at the 8th level of dualism realm. It was really funny. Were the martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent brainless? Ling Xiao, you might be number 1 among the young martial artists of the Dragon Phoenix continent, but here, you're not even worth a fart. You should know the name of Sun Yuanji, right? All the martial artists of the Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent are not worth mentioning in front of me. Sun Yuanji was not very happy because he thought that Ling Xiao would either be scared witless by his reputation and run away, or kneel down and beg for mercy. That would show his power and nobility. However, this kid actually wanted to fight with him. It was like a ridiculous rabbit shouting in front of a ferocious tiger. Although it was ridiculous, it made the tiger unhappy. Why should I run? You think you're a tiger and I'm a rabbit. Little do you know that you're just a sick sheep in a tiger's skin, and I might be a wolf in sheep's skin. Ling Xiao said coolly, after I came to the Tianhai Empire, there were many Tianhai Empire martial artists showing off their strength to me, looking down on me, a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent. However, without exception, all of them suffered a crushing defeat or even died. Do you think you'll make a difference? Showing off? Sun Yuanji smiled and said, I don't need to show off at all. I, Sun Yuanji, am ranked in the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's young martial artists. This is my glory. If you had a little bit of self-awareness, you wouldn't be so pretentious in front of me. Because you're not worthy. Sun Yuanji looked down on Ling Xiao, and this had never changed. The Tianhai Empire was filled with geniuses that far surpassed the Divine Phoenix continent. The fact that Sun Yuanji was able to stand out and enter the top 20 was a symbol of strength. It was a symbol of status. He had reason to be proud. Especially when facing Ling Xiao, this kind of martial artist who came from a small place, he had even more such qualifications. Ling Xiao was merely a candidate martial artist who was invited to be cannon fodder. How could he compare to him, this kind of candidate martial artist who went through layers upon layers of selections and finally stood out? The surrounding crowd also had the same thoughts. Their gazes when looking at Sun Yuanji all revealed fear and reverence. People looked at Ling Xiao, hoping to see the same reverence and fear in Ling Xiao's eyes. However, they were disappointed. When they saw Ling Xiao, what exuded from his eyes was iciness and disdain. The expression on his face was actually filled with mockery. Being able to participate in the White Tiger Tempest meet is very worthy of being proud. You said that you stood out through layers upon layers of selections. Could it be that our Dragon Phoenix continent's candidate martial artists all didn't go through selections? Ling Xiao gave Sun Yuanji a glance, truly feeling that this person was ignorant enough. For this White Tiger Tempest meet, on the Divine Phoenix continent, quite a few young geniuses died. He, Ling Xiao, was similarly nearly killed. And these efforts were actually not worth mentioning in the eyes of others. Isn't that so? You just didn't meet any of the Tianhai Empire's candidate martial artists. Otherwise, how could you still be alive? Sun Yuanji sneered disdainfully. Hee. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. I didn't meet any. Looks like you really don't care about me. You didn't even investigate what I did after coming to the Tianhai Empire. You know Water God Hall's #1 hero, the Dragon Crown Prince, right? They were also candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet, but I killed them all. And you know Wonder Tower, right? When I was on the 15th floor, I accidentally killed a few of your Tianhai Empire's so-called genius martial artists. They were also candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet. Moreover, their expressions and tone at that time were simply too similar to yours right now. The same ignorance, the same idiocy. Oh, right, your younger brothers Sun Wuji and Sun Wushuang were also candidates for the White Tiger Tempest meet, right? I'm sorry, they were too weak, so I killed them too. If you tell me that the Tianhai Empire's trash were all selected through a selection process, then I'll be very disappointed. I wonder where your arrogance comes from. As soon as these words came out, the crowd immediately burst into cries of surprise. Many people felt like their heads were about to explode. The amount of information was just too much. They could only vaguely tell that this person surnamed Ling was a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent and seemed to be the celestial emperor of some celestial empire. However, they had no idea what Ling Xiao had done after coming to the Tianhai Empire. They believed that the worst candidate of the Tianhai Empire was stronger than the strongest candidate of the Dragon Phoenix continent. However, Ling Xiao's words were like a clap of thunder, blasting these people silly. Liu Cheng stared at Ling Xiao, flabbergasted. He knew that Ling Xiao was exceptionally talented and daring. However, he never expected that this young man would kill several so-called geniuses participating in the White Tiger Tempest meet so soon after coming to the Tianhai Empire. Liu Lian looked at Ling Xiao, and the adoration in her eyes did not change. She liked Ling Xiao, not because Ling Xiao was powerful, but because Ling Xiao saved her and her father. She felt that this man could be entrusted to her for the rest of her life. So what? It still doesn't change the fact that you're trash. Of those people you killed, which one of them entered the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's martial artist candidates? Although Sun Yuanji was also somewhat surprised, he was not overly surprised. With Ling Xiao's strength, if he could kill his younger brother, Sun Wushuang, then killing a few martial artist candidates was not strange. Looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, Ling Xiao sneered. As you said, I indeed haven't killed anyone who entered the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire's martial artist candidates. However, that's only because I haven't encountered them. Today, you'll help me make up for this shortcoming. Arrogant. Sun Yuanji shouted. Your good luck ends here. As he spoke, his fighting spirit erupted, brimming with powerful fighting spirit. Ling Xiao must die. Chapter 17:13. To Sun Yuanji, Ling Xiao was an unerasable stain on the Sky Sea Empire. Only by killing him could he wash away this humiliation. Perhaps this is the end of your good fortune. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, similarly erupting with a powerful fighting spirit. He was like an unsheathed peerless sword, incomparably sharp. He faced Sun Yuanji head-on, not backing down in the slightest. Ha ha ha, I've seen many arrogant people, but this is the first time I've seen someone like you. Although the White Tiger meet didn't officially invite martial artists from the Sky Dragon and Divine Phoenix continents, it did specially invite one or two of the strongest and most dazzling young geniuses from the two continents. But do you know what happened to them? You definitely don't know, or you wouldn't be so arrogant. This young master can tell you that they never entered the second round. They were all eliminated in the first round. Sun Yuanji's words were full of mockery. In the end, the White Tiger meet was a martial arts arena between the four great empires and the righteous sect. The other small countries, including the former Divine Phoenix Empire and Black Crow Empire, were nothing but foils. Perhaps they weren't even foils, but cannon fodder through and through, stepping stones for others to step on. Besides humiliation, there was only humiliation. That's all in the past. I, Ling Xiao, have set foot in the Sky Sea Empire. This humiliation will be thoroughly washed away. Ling Xiao was very calm. He absolutely believed Sun Yuanji's words. But so what? The Divine Phoenix continent and Sky Dragon continent's martial artists weren't good enough not because of their aptitude, but because the mystic world's laws didn't allow them to become stronger. At the same time, they also lacked more powerful martial arts and better resources. But now, the situation was different. The Sky Dragon continent and Divine Phoenix continent had merged, and the mystic world's laws had changed. The resources that had been extinct on the two continents had reappeared. The Celestial Empire had to get a good ranking in this year's White Tiger Storm meet. He was one, Dan Feng was another, and perhaps Cold Plum and Long Chen could also obtain a good ranking. It was time to change the history of martial artists from the other side being cannon fodder. You are quite confident. However, every cultivator who has been invited to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet is very confident. They all thought that they could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. However, the ending is very cruel. Sun Yuanji sneered. Haha, what's the point of saying so much nonsense? Why don't we fight? We'll know whether you're laughably ignorant or I'm arrogant after the battle. However, after your crushing defeat, you must not cry. Otherwise, that proud hat of yours will definitely fall off. Ling Xiao knew that Sun Yuanji said so much just to strike a blow to his confidence. Unfortunately, no matter what his opponents did, they could not affect him. His will was as firm as a 10,000-year-old boulder. Fine, I'll let you know before you die. That way, you'll know how big the gap is between you and a true genius. Sun Yuanji did not want to waste his saliva. Anyway, no matter what he said, Ling Xiao did not seem to be swayed. After saying that, two strange balls, one black and one white, appeared behind him and began to revolve around his body. This is my martial soul, black and white mysterious jade. Sun Yuanji announced proudly. When the black and white mysterious jade works with my yin-yang revolution, even a mid-yin-yang realm martial artist would fear me. With this combination, I've already killed 2 mid-yin-yang realm martial artists. It's really a waste to kill you. However, to show you your ignorance, I'll do my best. From beginning to end, his words were filled with an overbearing arrogance. Big brother Ling, you must be careful. The yin-yang revolution can reverse the yin and yang. It's impossible to guard against it. Liu Lian hurriedly reminded him. No one knew Sun Yuanji better than her. After all, before she lost her cultivation, she had often abused Sun Yuanji. Both yin and yang came from the same source. Her yin-yang fish was stronger than Sun Yuanji's black and white mysterious jade. Reverse yin and yang. This is interesting. Ling Xiao smiled and suddenly thought of something interesting. There was such an ability in his light and shadow ultimacy. Perhaps he could test out its power today and give Sun Yuanji a shock. Wretched woman, you're protecting this adulterer. But so what? Even if he knows my abilities, can he withstand it? Sun Yuanji was very confident and his tone was filled with disdain and arrogance. Obviously, he had absolute confidence in killing Ling Xiao since he dared to reveal his martial soul and cultivation technique. I really want to know, when you're defeated by me, will your arrogance still exist? Ling Xiao's smile was filled with strong confidence. Divine Light Sword. Dark Demon Sword. Massacre Sword. Destruction Sword. Fusion. Dark Massacre Sword. Destructive Light Sword. Sky Demon Fighting Spirit. Golden Crow Fighting Spirit. Facing such an arrogant opponent, Ling Xiao planned to defeat him as easily as crushing dry weeds. He held the destructive light sword in his right hand. It was blazing hot. He held the dark massacre sword in his left hand. It was cold and emotionless. A sky demon and a golden crow appeared behind him. They released a strong fighting spirit that caused all the martial artists to tremble. Sun Yuanji had yang in his right hand and yin in his left. Ling Xiao was the same and he was even stronger than his opponent. Is the yin-yang revolution very powerful? Is the black and white Xian jade martial soul very powerful? You're really a frog at the bottom of a well. In terms of darkness and light, I'm not targeting anyone. In front of me, you're all trash. Ling Xiao held the sword with both hands and was domineering. He was like a demon god floating in mid-air. His black pupils were filled with disdain and mockery. In the next moment, he opened the Taikai eye in his left eye. His black and white pupils were filled with wisdom and calculation. He opened the 3-leaf demonic eyes in his right eye. The 3 green pupils were like 3 leaves. They shot out a strange and soul-stirring light. You said that I can't block your attack. Why should I block it? I don't need to be so passive against you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao took a step forward and teleported right in front of Sun Yuanji as if he was just inches away. Now, you should think about how you're going to block my attack. The immortal light sword shone with a dazzling light. The golden crow fighting spirit behind him exploded and absorbed the power of the red sun in the sky. It made the sword even brighter. Even the air seemed to be burning. The dark massacre sword stabbed out from the shadows. The sky demon fighting spirit exploded and the black killing intent exploded in the void. Sun Yuanji's face turned cold. They were so close. Such a terrifying sword intent of massacre and destruction. He found it difficult to adapt to such a terrifying power. In a hurry, he clasped his hands and punched out. A black and white Taikai diagram appeared in the sky. The power of ice and fire burned in the Taikai diagram and was released. Boom. However, the hasty attack was meaningless. The terrifying sword intent of the destructive light sword tore the void and cut the Taikai diagram in half. Chapter 17:14. The sword of annihilation tore apart the Taiji diagram, and then the sword of darkness of massacre unleashed a cold killing intent that stabbed at Sun Yuanji's vitals. Sun Yuanji felt his entire body stiffen. Not daring to meet this attack, he fled into the distance. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you running? Ling Xiao's cold and mocking voice echoed across the battlefield. The cold sword gleam instantly pierced through Sun Yuanji's origin energy protection. Sun Yuanji was shocked. Yin-yang rotation, black and white reversal. He hastily let out a furious roar and instantly unleashed the trump card he had been hiding at the bottom of his chest. At that moment, Sun Yuanji's body turned into nothingness. Not far from him, his true body appeared. Yin-yang rotation, black and white fusion, fission. After dodging Ling Xiao's attack, Sun Yuanji's rage reached an uncontrollable level. He, the mighty Sun Yuanji, was being pursued by Ling Xiao like this. He had to counterattack. The strange Taiji diagram in front of him instantly exploded, and a terrifying energy charged at Ling Xiao. At such a close distance, Ling Xiao definitely couldn't dodge. A cold smile appeared on Sun Yuanji's face. But a moment later, he was once more dumbstruck. Annihilation. Ling Xiao coldly spat out these two words. Without using any technique, the Taiji Eye had accurately grasped the flaw in his opponent's attack. And then the sword of annihilation stabbed forward. The sword of annihilation tore apart this terrifying explosive energy. After destroying this explosive energy, Ling Xiao charged at Sun Yuanji once more, not needing to adjust the two swords in his hands. Run. Terrified, Sun Yuanji repeatedly retreated, barely dodging Ling Xiao's sword gleams each time. But at this time, his clothes were already in tatters, and there were several dozen wounds of varying sizes on his body. Blood had already dyed his clothes red. Although they were all superficial wounds, he was still in a sorry state. Haha, is this the strength of the top 20 geniuses of the Sky Sea Empire? Your so-called strength is just being abused. You look down on the Dragon Prince, but I think the Dragon Prince has more guts than you. At least he dares to face me head-on. Ling Xiao held his sword with both hands and looked coldly at Sun Yuanji, who was not far away. He laughed and mocked him. The other party's arrogance had long since disappeared. What replaced it was fear and depression. Ling Xiao stopped attacking. Only then did Sun Yuanji catch his breath, but his face was ashen and extremely unsightly. Everyone looked at this scene in disbelief, thinking that they were dreaming. This was completely different from what they had imagined. Ling Xiao held the light and darkness divine swords in his hands, and the primordial heavenly demon and primordial golden crow battle were gathered behind him. He was like a demonic god from the ancient times, unstoppable. From the very beginning, he had suppressed Sun Yuanji with an unstoppable momentum. Sun Yuanji wanted to escape, but he was unable to completely escape every time. He would be swept by the sword beam every time. What was this? This was no longer as simple as having the upper hand. This was a complete suppression. This was simply too shocking. Actually, they were surprised. Ling Xiao was also somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, with Sun Yuanji's cultivation, he should not be so incompetent. He could only blame his mental fortitude for being too weak. He had probably never been challenged much in the Tianhai Empire. Unlike Ling Xiao, who had crawled out of piles of corpses several times. Now that I think about it, your arrogance is really laughable. I really don't know where your so-called pride and honor come from. Ling Xiao wanted to make the other party feel like they were on the brink of collapse, to feel disappointment and despair. Sun Yuanji's face burned. Such a wretched situation was a stark contrast to his previous arrogance and self-righteousness. It was really too miserable. You were the one who asked for it. Then don't blame me. Sun Yuanji's body began to change amidst his rage. Gradually, a huge crocodile appeared in the sky. He chose to activate the crocodile bloodline and directly enter the giant crocodile incarnation. He stretched 7 to 8 meters and swung his tail, causing the air to shake. The black and white jade was still suspended above his body. His martial soul and bloodline erupted together. It seemed that Sun Yuanji was really going to go all out. After the giant crocodile incarnation appeared, Sun Yuanji did not waste any more words. He was afraid that if he said anything now, he would be slapped in the face again. His huge body pounced directly at Ling Xiao, roaring continuously. As he closed in, his huge tail suddenly swung, and a ball of blazing flames descended from the sky. With a whoosh, it smashed viciously towards Ling Xiao's head. At the same time, he opened his huge mouth and spat out a ball of dense black gas, which enveloped his huge body. It was said that a dragon's head could be seen but its tail could not be seen. Sun Yuanji could only see a black fog and the whooshing of the wind. Ling Xiao raised his sword to block. The giant crocodile tail slammed into the sword of light destruction. Ling Xiao immediately felt as if 1,000 kilograms of force were pressing down on him. His body sank, and he plummeted downwards. Boom! Ling Xiao's body crashed into the ground, creating a hole in the bluestone-paved ground. He raised his head and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he smiled. That's more like it. You really disappointed me just now. However, it's far from enough to kill me with such an attack. Pretentious. A rough voice came from the pitch-black fog. The area covered by the fog was getting bigger and bigger, and it gradually filled the entire battlefield. Many people could not see the situation within the fog. That Ling Xiao just now seems to be at his limit. Who knows? Isn't that kid still laughing? The crowd did not dare to jump to conclusions now, because they had been slapped in the face several times by Ling Xiao. In the black fog, Ling Xiao's Tai Chi eye released a strange light. In the distance, a huge figure wriggled rapidly towards him. Ignorant. I've seen this tactic many years ago. Can you really hide under my Tai Chi eye? Ling Xiao showed some disdain. He looked at his opponent coldly, and the two swords in his hands began to accumulate power, preparing to end the battle with the next attack. Die! A deep roar came from the black fog, and there was no definite direction. However, Ling Xiao caught sight of his opponent's figure, and then the two swords combined. Human King's sword. Kill. A terrifying sword chi tore apart the black fog, and stabbed towards the figure in the black fog. Yin-yang reversal, black and white reversal. As if he had felt the terror of the Human King's sword, Sun Yuanji had already thought of a countermeasure. As yin and yang reversed, the black fog turned into a clear sky. And the clear sky turned into black fog. Black and white were reversed in an instant. Although it was only in a small area, it was enough to put Ling Xiao in danger. The place where his Human King's sword stabbed was no longer Sun Yuanji, but the air. At this moment, it was impossible to stop. However, Sun Yuanji appeared behind him, revealing his sharp claws and teeth and a sinister smile. Chapter 17:15. Everyone could clearly see Ling Xiao being tricked by Sun Yuanji's yin-yang revolution technique. Because the black fog had disappeared. They looked at this scene in shock, feeling that Ling Xiao was doomed. Die, you stupid and arrogant brat. Sun Yuanji also made a declaration of victory. However, the corners of Hot Ling Xiao's mouth curled up into a cold smile. I said before, in front of me, your yin-yang revolution technique is nothing more than a trap of your own making. Light and Shadow's sixth profound killing move, reversing eye. As the light and shadow profound meaning energy circulated, Ling Xiao's Taiji eye released a strange light. In that instant, All the changes returned to their original positions. Black and white switched again, the real body and the illusory body reversed again. Ling Xiao's sword once more stabbed at Sun Yuanji's giant crocodile avatar. Swish, swish. The human king's sword pierced into the thick leather armor of the giant crocodile avatar with an immortal aura. Sun Yuanji let out a mournful howl like a wild beast. The giant crocodile avatar instantly collapsed, and Sun Yuanji returned to his half-crocodile state. This was the result of his lack of control over the power of his bloodline. Everyone looked at this scene in astonishment. Ling Xiao, this fellow, was too strange. Just now, they had no idea what method Ling Xiao had used to break Sun Yuanji's yin-yang revolution. They only knew that in that instant, the yin-yang revolution had completely lost its effect. You truly disappoint me. The top 20 genius martial artists of the Tianhai Empire are not even worth mentioning. Ling Xiao's cold voice rang out, and the human king's sword once more stabbed out. Swoosh. The terrifying human king's sword pierced through Sun Yuanji's chest with an unstoppable sharpness. A massive bloody hole took shape there. Then Ling Xiao flung the sword, and the deformed Sun Yuanji was flung away like a piece of trash. Ayo! Sun Yuanji fell to the ground and let out a painful howl like a wolf. He felt as if countless ants were biting his body, and the terrifying sword energy was still wreaking havoc in his body. Ling Xiao looked coldly at this 8th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. Too weak. Really too weak. He felt that it was easier than dealing with a 7th-level yin-yang realm martial artist. It seemed that cultivation was not enough to determine a person's combat power. Sun Yuanji was like a flower in a greenhouse that was instantly destroyed by the outside world. He was truly disappointed. He originally wanted to use this battle with Sun Yuanji to raise his cultivation level. But in reality, he had not even used 70% of his strength. Ling Xiao slowly walked towards Sun Yuanji with a cold smile on his face. Have you never thought that you would lie on the ground like a dog and not be able to do anything at all? Nobility. What happened to your arrogance? What happened to your arrogance? Ling Xiao mercilessly mocked this so-called prodigy who had come with an imposing aura. Didn't you want to end my good luck? Let me see how powerful the Tianhai Empire's geniuses are. You want me to see it just like that? Your backward-facing wild goose landing technique is not bad, but unfortunately, it's not very useful. Don't come over. Sun Yuanji moved back in fear. Unfortunately, his body could no longer rise into the air. Otherwise, he would definitely choose to escape. Attack. The Sun Clan's elite martial artists who had been watching the battle from the periphery finally recovered from their shock. Among the hundreds of people, a few of the strongest ones pounced at Sun Yuanji in an attempt to save him. As for the other martial artists, they all charged at Ling Xiao. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao let out a roar, and countless sword chi suddenly condensed around his body before shooting towards the crowd. It was only one move. More than half of the so-called elite martial artists died. Only a few of the stronger cultivators managed to survive. They were so terrified that they turned around and fled, not even caring about Sun Yuanji. Elite martial artists? I think they're just trash martial artists. Ling Xiao sneered and quickly walked towards Sun Yuanji. Let your arrogance and nobility turn into blood and my energy. Ling Xiao released the 18 Hell Talismans. The terrifying ghost hand once again reached out from the Blood Soul Talisman and dragged Sun Yuanji's body in. Mournful screams rang out continuously. But it was no use. Sun Yuanji was sealed in the 18 Hell Talismans and was completely done for. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who withdrew the Blood Soul Talismans and stood proudly in the middle of the battlefield, dazed. Terrifying. Shocking. Unimaginable. Ling Xiao's performance today completely overturned their understanding of the Heavenly Dragon Continent and Divine Phoenix Continent's martial artists. Cannon fodder. Perhaps the Dragon Phoenix Continent's martial artists would truly become a dark horse in this year's White Tiger Storm meet. Especially this Ling Xiao. He was too terrifying. They did not see the scene where Ling Xiao killed the Great Elder and Sun Wuji. However, the fact that Ling Xiao had killed Sun Wushuang, casually killed the Third Elder, helped Liu Lian recover her cultivation, and then killed the Liu family's old patriarch, they had seen everything clearly. What they found most inconceivable was that Sun Yuanji came with hatred, noble, arrogant, and supercilious. He did not take Ling Xiao seriously at all. However, Ling Xiao killed the imperial family's martial artist in front of Sun Yuanji, causing Sun Yuanji to lose all face. Not only that, Ling Xiao held his sword with both hands and soared through the air, completely crushing Sun Yuanji from beginning to end. In the end, Sun Yuanji, a martial artist ranked in the top 20 of the Tianhai Empire, was killed. This scene kept replaying in their minds. Many people still couldn't believe that what they saw was real. They thought that they were dreaming. Although this battle might not become a classic, it would definitely remain in their memories for a long time. Liu Cheng swallowed his saliva. He had never imagined such an ending. Ling Xiao actually killed Sun Yuanji? To think that he had told Ling Xiao to run for his life at the beginning. It turned out that this youth was actually so terrifying. He had really misjudged. He had completely misjudged. Liu Lian looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of adoration. She had already completely fallen in love with Ling Xiao. Seeing the man she liked kill the Sun family's martial artists who had once tortured the Liu family until they pissed their pants in terror. Her heart was as sweet as honey. This kind of ending was really the most beautiful. Miss Liu, come over here for a moment. Ling Xiao looked at Liu Lian and suddenly said. Liu Lian did not know what he meant, but because she had complete trust in Ling Xiao, she did not hesitate to walk towards Ling Xiao. Sun Yuanji just said that your Liu family has icefire grass? Ling Xiao asked. I dare not hide it from young hero Ling. We do have icefire grass. Liu Cheng hurriedly replied. Take it out and give it to me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Liu Cheng froze for a moment. To tell the truth, he definitely would not be happy to hand over his Liu family's treasure. However, Ling Xiao had helped his Liu family out of a predicament today. Even if it was the icefire grass, it was fine to give it to him. Chapter 17-16. From Liu Cheng's point of view, Ling Xiao was someone he couldn't offend. This young man was too scary. He was definitely the kind of person who would kill at the slightest disagreement. The crowd also felt that Ling Xiao's request wasn't excessive. After all, Liu Cheng had already planned to give the icefire grass to Sun Yuanji. Young hero, please wait a moment. Liu Cheng left for a while. When he returned, he held a flower pot in his hand. In the pot, there was a strange plant made of ice and fire that was shining with a unique light. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Liu Cheng's reaction. To be honest, if Liu Cheng wasn't willing to hand over the icefire grass, he would have turned and left. As for the Liu family's future, he didn't care. Fortunately, Liu Cheng didn't disappoint him. Miss Liu, sit cross-legged. Ling Xiao instructed. Liu Lian nodded and sat cross-legged in the air, 1 foot above the ground. Then, Ling Xiao released the eye of the immortal flask and completely absorbed the energy of the icefire grass. When the icefire grass completely withered, Ling Xiao stopped absorbing. I'll help you recover to your peak. This way, even if Sun Yuanji comes, you won't have to fear him. After saying this, the immortal flask spat out a black and white light that entered Liu Lian's body. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Liu Cheng and the crowd were stunned. After all this time, Ling Xiao didn't want the icefire grass for himself, but for Liu Lian. The Liu family was really lucky to have such a person. After about 15 minutes, Ling Xiao put away the immortal flask. Liu Lian opened her eyes, which were bright and full of spirit. She happily turned to Ling Xiao. Big brother Ling, I've recovered, I've finally recovered. It's good that you've recovered. Ling Xiao looked at Liu Cheng and said, I'll take the remaining energy of the icefire grass as a reward. Is there a problem? No problem. Liu Cheng hurriedly replied. What kind of joke was this? Although the icefire grass was good, it couldn't let Liu Lian recover her cultivation so quickly. Now that he was paying the price of the icefire grass to let his daughter recover her cultivation, not only would his daughter regain the qualifications to participate in the white tiger meet, but the Liu family would also be safe. This was simply a huge bargain. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Miss Liu, let's meet again at the White Tiger Summit. Ling Xiao smiled, then stepped into the air and left. With a wave of his sleeves, he did not take away a single cloud. He was still so carefree and at ease. Liu Lian wanted to call Ling Xiao but gave up in the end. She liked Ling Xiao, but she couldn't force Ling Xiao to like her. More importantly, the Liu family needed her now, so she couldn't leave easily. At the same time, Ling Xiao had returned to the Tower of Heroes. It was obvious that many battles had taken place here. The air was filled with the smell of death. Although the bloodstains had been cleaned up and the corpses had been disposed of, Ling Xiao's sense of smell told him that there was no way he would miss the remnants of the smell. Pushing open the door, Ling Xiao entered the courtyard where the other 6 martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire resided. Ji Luoyu went to the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company to find her father, Ji Qing, to help Ling Xiao gather the ingredients for the Heavenly Spirit Earthly Fiend Scarlet Yang Malatang, so she wasn't here. There was also a thick smell of blood here. However, Dan Feng and the others were still alive. This made him heave a sigh of relief. He didn't ask what happened because there was no need. He wasn't these people's nanny. Some things had to be experienced. He only took out healing medicinal pills and gave them to a few injured people to let them heal. At the same time, he gave the Myriad Ghost Banner, 9 Nether Devil Art, and 9-headed Devil Bird Martial Soul to Coldplum, letting Coldplum go into closed-door cultivation. There was still quite some time before the White Tiger Summit. As long as Coldplum cultivated well, she would definitely have a breakthrough before the White Tiger Summit began. Brother Dan Feng, I'll have to trouble you to stand guard. I'm going into closed-door cultivation. Ling Xiao brought Coldplum into his room and then took out the Tai Chi stone. He directly ate it in one bite. When others used the Tai Chi stone, they would absorb the energy inside. However, he was a little too overbearing. He actually ate it like it was candy. Coldplum, if you encounter any trouble, just call me. Don't mess around. After reminding Coldplum, Ling Xiao entered a cultivation state. The yin and yang energies released by the Tai Chi stone continuously poured into his meridians. Above his head, a brand new gate of hell appeared. Written on it were the words Steaming Hell. This was the 5th layer of hell. The appearance of the steaming hell also meant that Ling Xiao was not far from the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. The essence soul was placed in the steaming hell. Terrifying steam constantly attacked, making people feel like they were about to be melted. Ling Xiao's essence soul was entrenched in it and actually started cultivating. This kind of environment was very effective for tempering one's essence soul. Ling Xiao did not want to miss this opportunity. On the other side, Coldplum also entered a cultivation state. She held the 10,000 Ghost Banner in her hand and the yin spirit energy kept pouring into her body. The 9-headed Demon Bird Martial Soul began to merge with the Ghost Spirit Martial Soul. She circulated the 9 Nether Demonic Art and the yin spirit energy started to temper her body and raise her cultivation. In the room, a sinister aura kept gathering. Even the souls that had just died in the Hall of Heroes were attracted by the terrifying and eerie aura and rushed into the room. The people outside the room could hear the cries of ghosts and howls. However, they did not need to worry. As long as Ling Xiao was inside, nothing would happen. Alright, all of you should cultivate too. Before the White Tiger Summit, raise your cultivation as much as you can. I will protect everyone. Dan Feng looked at the rest and said. It was already very difficult for his cultivation to continue breaking through unless he obtained a treasure that could break through the shackles or had a fortuitous encounter. Right now, what he needed to do was to continuously accumulate yin and yang energy. This way, when it was time to break through, he would naturally be able to break through. While the 7 martial artists of the Heavenly Empire were either cultivating or recuperating from their injuries. Sun Yuanji's death had already been spread throughout the entire Heavenly Sea City by many people. There were too many people watching the show. It was impossible to block this news even if they wanted to. Now, almost everyone in Heavenly Sea City knew that the top 20 martial artist candidate Sun Yuanji was killed by the Heavenly Empire's martial artist Ling Xiao from the Dragon Phoenix continent. This was a very shocking matter. All along, The martial artists of the Heavenly Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent who came to the White Tiger continent had never entered the top 100 even if they were the most outstanding geniuses. But today, Sun Yuanji, who was ranked in the top 20, was actually killed. How could this not be shocking? The Liu family's residence once again became the gathering place of martial artists. Because little demonic beast Sun had come to seek revenge. Little demonic beast Sun's appearance was extremely rough and barbaric. He was also dressed like a savage. That seemingly sturdy body exuded an aura that was as terrifying as a wild beast's. The martial artists of the Liu family all looked at little demonic beast Sun in the courtyard with fear and trepidation. They did not expect that this revenge would come so quickly. Chapter 1717. Sun Little demonic beast hadn't made a move yet. Because someone else had come. Ha ha ha, old Sun, your son Yuanji is too useless. He was killed by that Ling Xiao. The voice of the newcomer was quite rough, and his body was even stronger than Sun Little demonic beast. While speaking, he stood directly beside Sun Little demonic beast and spoke without reservation. Wang Xiong. Sun Little demonic beast glanced at the newcomer and said lightly, "What are you doing here?" Ha ha ha. We are all one of the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. Can't I help you? Wang Xiong laughed. No need. Sun Little demonic beast said lightly. Don't be so polite. I heard that the little girl of the Liu family is as beautiful as a fairy. I'm also here to admire her. Wang Xiong was not polite at all. Wang Xiong, what's the use of running so fast? You can't see the fun. Right at this moment, another 2 people arrived gracefully. One of them was skinny and had snake-like pupils, which made him look very strange. Chang Shi, you are slow, right? Another person appeared as he spoke. This person was extremely fat, but he could actually fly in the sky, which showed that his cultivation was profound. Bah, Junan, you still have the face to talk about me. Aren't you the slow one? Chang Shi said angrily. It's so lively. I didn't expect the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy to appear. It seems that I have come at the right time. Suddenly, the air was filled with a gloomy aura of death. A warrior in black with a thick black cloth wrapped around his right hand appeared. Judging from his age, he should be about 30 years old. Ghost Hand Old Jew, what does this have to do with you? Why are you here? Wang Xiong frowned and said. I'm just here to watch the fun. Ghost Hand Old Jew sat on the roof and smiled faintly. Humph, you'd better not make a move. Otherwise, the 4 beasts will not let you go. Junan snorted coldly. Even if I make a move, what can you do? Ghost Hand Old Jew was surrounded by black gas. He was not afraid of the 4 beasts of the Tianhai Sacred Academy. Hey, well said. I'll join in the fun too. This time, it was actually a 7 or 8-year-old child. Her laughter was like a silver bell, but it was filled with a very sinister aura. Tiny. There was probably no one in the Tianhai Empire who wouldn't recognize this 7 or 8-year-old child. Because in the entire White Tiger continent, there was no other child as powerful as him. He was only 8 years old, but he was already one of the 7 minor saints. It was enough to show how terrifying his strength was. You actually want to interfere? Little Devil Beast Sun frowned. He couldn't figure out Ghost Hand Old Jew, but at least he knew that his opponent's trump card was his right arm. But this little guy was completely unfathomable. Hehe, I'm only here to see if Miss Liu Lian's body has really been purged of the GU worm. After all, this is a problem that even I can't solve. I didn't expect that it would be solved by someone else. I'm a little unwilling. Xiao Budian smiled and said. It's just little devil Sunday Sun Yuanji's strength is not weak. Will he really lose to that person called Ling Xiao? Little devil beast Sun's face was gloomy and he didn't answer. To be honest, until now, he still couldn't believe that it was true. If someone told him that Liu Lian had recovered her cultivation and killed Sun Yuanji, he could still accept it. However, the surrounding martial artists all expressed that they had seen everything clearly. It was that person called Ling Xiao who had killed Sun Wushuang, and then Sun Yuanji. It seems to be true. I'm just curious. Will Sun Yuanji's death alarm the 4 heroes? Xiao Budian said with a smile. The four heroes only care about themselves. They don't even care about the 7 minor saints. Why would they care about Sun Yuanji's death? However, the leader of the 7 minor saints, Water God's son, should be here. Ghost Hand Old Jew suddenly said. Why? Don't you know? That Ling Xiao almost killed the 7 heroes and the Dragon Prince by himself. Will Water God's son not appear? Ghost Hand Old Jew said with a smile. It can't be. I've seen the Dragon Prince. Although his cultivation isn't too strong, he's at the 6th level of Yin-Yang realm. Coupled with the Heavenly Dragon King bloodline, how could he be killed by a martial artist from the Dragon Phoenix continent? Chongshi frowned and asked. Who knows? That's what the rumors say. I don't know how the 6 heroes of the 7 heroes died. However, when the number 1 hero and the Dragon Prince were killed, there were many martial artists from the Dragon Phoenix mountain present. That Ling Xiao seems to have the Blood Soul talisman, Ghost Hand Old Jew replied. This Ling Xiao is probably the strongest martial artist in the Heavenly Empire, right? Little Devil's son suddenly asked. Maybe, but not necessarily. There were a few battles in the Heroes' Pavilion today and dozens of candidates died. However, none of the martial artists from the Heavenly Empire died. Ling Xiao wasn't present at that time. Do you think that there aren't any experts among the remaining candidates? Ghost Hand Old Jew's information was very timely and very complete. Since you know so much, then you should also know about Ling Xiao's cultivation. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside Ghost Hand Old Jew. This voice sounded too abruptly and gave Ghost Hand Old Jew a fright. Just as he was about to flee, a hand had already landed on his shoulder, making him unable to move at all. Water God's child. Everyone looked at the person behind Ghost Hand Old Jew. That person was wearing a blue robe. Her face was delicate and cold. She was actually a woman. However, this woman was too terrifying. When she appeared, the others didn't react at all. The number 1 of the 7 minor saints wasn't bragging. Greetings, Water God's child. Ghost Hand Old Jew hurriedly said politely. The rest of the people also bowed one after another. Ghost Hand Old Jew, I ask you a question and you answer it. Is that okay? Water God let go of his hand and said indifferently. Of course, I will tell you everything I know. Ghost Hand Old Jew was really frightened by Water God's child. This guy appeared and disappeared unpredictably. What's Ling Xiao's cultivation? Water God asked. According to my investigation, Ling Xiao's cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm when he fought with the Dragon Prince and the first hero on Dragon Phoenix Mountain. Ghost Hand Old Jew answered. Really? Water God was obviously in disbelief. The Dragon Prince's cultivation was at the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How could he kill him at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm? Water God, I'm really not lying. He might have hidden his cultivation, but he was only at the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm when he unleashed it. After that, he entered the 15th floor of the Wonder Tower and killed a few candidates in front of Fan Ruohai and Mu Wanshuang. At that time, his cultivation was already at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Fan Ruohai, young Master Fan, can testify to this. Mu Wanshuang, one of the 4 heroes, can testify as well. Ghost Hand Old Jew said carefully. His cultivation speed is so fast. No, he must have hidden his cultivation. Continue. Chapter 17-18. Ghost Hand Laojiu continued. When Ling Xiao fought with Sun Wushuang, he was obviously only at the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. However, when he fought with Sun Yuanji, he unleashed the power of the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm. It seems like he did hide his cultivation level. However, is it possible for him to kill a martial artist at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm when he's only at the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm? Water Shenzi frowned. He was not the only one. The others also found it unbelievable. This was why little demonic beast Sun was unwilling to believe that Ling Xiao had killed Sun Yuanji. If it was an ordinary martial artist at the 8th level of the Yin-Yang realm, a genius could challenge someone who was 1 level higher or even 2 levels higher. However, Sun Yuanji was not an ordinary martial artist. He was a genius martial artist. The black and white mystic jade martial soul combined with the yin-yang wheel technique was extremely powerful. However, Ling Xiao had managed to kill someone who was 3 levels higher than him. Was it possible? Liu Lian, come out now. Otherwise, we'll destroy your Liu family today. Little demonic beast son suddenly shouted toward the house. He needed a truth. Perhaps Liu Lian could tell him the truth. This was because Liu Lian was not good at lying. Even if she was lying, she would be able to tell at a glance. The others also hoped that Liu Lian could come out and explain, so they did not stop her. After a while, Liu Lian, who was wearing a pink dress, slowly walked into the courtyard. She glanced at the crowd calmly and smiled. I, Liu Lian, am really honored. I didn't expect the 7 small saints of Tianhai to be here. Hehe, you've really recovered. Your cultivation level seems to have recovered too. Interesting, interesting. Xiao Budian was the first to fly to Liu Lian's side. After observing her for a while, he clapped his hands and laughed. That's right. I've recovered. It's all thanks to brother Ling, Liu Lian said calmly. In fact, she was a few years older than Ling Xiao. She called Ling Xiao brother Ling out of affection. It had nothing to do with age. Let me ask you. Were Sun Wuji, Sun Wushuang, and Sun Yuanji killed by Ling Xiao? Little demonic beast Sun did not care about Liu Lian's health. He was more concerned about his revenge. Are you questioning me? Liu Lian coldly looked at little devil beast Sun and asked. That's right, I am questioning you. So what? Little devil beast Sun Xiao released a barbaric aura from all over his body, covering the sky and covering the earth as he rolled towards Liu Lian. This clearly meant that if you don't cooperate with me, I'll kill you. Nothing. It's just that the Liu family doesn't welcome people like you. Get lost. Liu Lian's pupils shrank as she raised her right hand. A terrifying force broke through the air. This power broke through the breath released by Sun Little Magic Beast and then directly hit Sun Little Magic Beast, sending him flying out of the Liu family's house. What? The 7 small saints were shocked when they saw this. Although this attack was largely due to Little Magic Beast Sun not being able to guard against it, it was still obvious that Liu Lian's strength was stronger than Little Magic Beast Sun's. Interesting. This girl's cultivation has actually recovered to the 10th level of the yin-yang realm, Xiao Budian said excitedly. This Ling Xiao, I really plan to meet him. I also want to meet him. Little devil beast Sun gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. He had no intention of fighting back. As a martial artist, and a genius martial artist at that, he knew that he was no match for Liu Lian with this attack alone. If he fought back forcefully, he would only embarrass himself in the end. After all, there was a huge gap between a 9th level yin-yang realm martial artist and a 10th level yin-yang realm martial artist. He was a genius, but so was Liu Lian. Therefore, he did not even dare to think about challenging someone of a higher level. If you want to find Brother Ling, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't be stupid. You're no match for him. Liu Lian said nonchalantly. Is his cultivation level the same as yours? Little devil beast Sun asked with a frown. No, his cultivation level is only at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. I can confirm this. Liu Lian said nonchalantly. Liu Lian, are you insulting me? Although I'm no match for you, and it doesn't matter if I'm kicked out of the 7 small saints, you're saying that I can't even defeat a 5th level yin-yang realm martial artist? Little devil beast Sun was furious. Since you don't believe me, you can try. I just don't want the 4 geniuses of the Sun family to die in the hands of one person. It's fine if you don't believe me. Liu Lian's tone was cold, but she was actually worried about Ling Xiao. After all, even she felt that it would be difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat Little Devil Beast Sun, who was at the 9th level of the yin-yang realm with his 5th level of the yin-yang realm cultivation level. The gap between their cultivation levels was too big. Although cultivation level was not the only factor to measure combat power, it was impossible for the gap to be so big. Unfortunately, Little Devil Beast Sun did not buy it. He was a child raised by a demon beast, so he naturally had the ferocity and craziness of a wild beast. Mph, I don't believe it. If I, Little Devil Beast Sun, can't even defeat a 5th level yin-yang realm martial artist, then I'll automatically be kicked out of the 7 small saints and give you my position." Little devil beast Sun coldly snorted. He then turned around and left. "Liu Lian, I will bring Ling Xiao's head to my 3 brothers. Everyone, we shouldn't miss out on such a good show, right?" Wang Xiong smiled. He gently stepped on the ground, and his body soared into the sky. He then chased after Sun Xiao magic beast toward the hero's pavilion. Chang Shi and Zhu Nan also followed. Ghost Hand Old Zhu and Xiao Budian also followed. Water God Sun disappeared from the spot and turned into a blue light. He also headed towards the outstanding building. "No, I have to go and take a look too. If Brother Ling is in danger, I might be able to help." Although Liu Lian believed in Ling Xiao, she was also worried about Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's cultivation level was not as powerful as she imagined. Little devil beast Sun's attack was really worrisome. Anyway, the Liu family was not in any danger, so she did not have to stay at home. Thinking of this, she also tore through the air at an extremely fast speed. She instantly caught up with the few people in front of her. Among the 7 small saints, Water God Sun's cultivation level was the highest. He was only at the 10th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Liu Lian's cultivation level was similar to Water God Sun's. Naturally, she was stronger than the 7 small saints. This was also why some people said that if Liu Lian was not poisoned, she might even become one of the 4 heroes of Tianhai. Outstanding building. Not long after the massacre, several figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. Then, they directly landed in the courtyard. This scene alarmed a large number of martial candidates in the outstanding building. "The 7 small saints are all here?" Everyone looked at these 7 people in surprise. They were a little surprised. "Where do the martial artists of the Heavenly Empire stay?" Little devil beast Sun asked directly. These people had special privileges and did not need to stay in the outstanding building. Therefore, they were not very clear about the situation in the outstanding building. "Over there." Someone pointed in a direction. It was a very elegant courtyard within the Tower of Heroes. Such a courtyard is actually for the martial artists of the rebel country to stay in. What a bunch of trash. Little devil beast Sun snorted coldly. He was even more unhappy. Chapter 17-19. There were only 2 courtyards in the Tower of Heroes. In the past, those who lived there were all powerful candidates from the Tianhai Empire. Who would have thought that one of the courtyards would be occupied by the cannon fodder from the Dragon Phoenix continent? He broke through the air and the others followed. Little devil beast Sun directly stepped onto the roof of the courtyard and shouted, "Ling Xiao, get out here! Get out here! Get out here!" The terrifying roar was like thunder that continuously rumbled into the courtyard. A moment later, several figures rose into the air and stood on the roof. Dan Feng, Long Chen, Feng Minglian, Mo Yu, and Zhu Shaozong were all there. The leader, Dan Feng, looked very ordinary. However, under this ordinary appearance, there was an aura that made people not dare to underestimate him. Long Chen looked even more ferocious. He stood there like an ancient dragon, breathing in and out an aura that made people feel stifled. Feng Minglian was an outstanding beauty, and her cultivation was extraordinary. Her icy aura spread out, causing many martial artists to feel a chill run down their spines. Only Mo Yu and Zhu Shaozong were slightly weaker, but they didn't show any weakness. "Who are you? You dare to barge into the Tower of Heroes and disturb our rest?" Zhu Shaozong looked coldly at little devil beast Sunday. His expression wasn't very good. When they came up, they clearly felt that something was wrong with Cold Plum who was cultivating. She was affected by that voice. "I am little devil beast Sun of the Tianhai Sacred Academy, one of the 7 small saints of Tianhai. Which one of you is Ling Xiao?" Little devil beast Sun asked coldly. He didn't care about Zhu Shaozong's question at all because he didn't put anyone here in his eyes. "Little devil beast Sun? I've heard of you, but my celestial emperor is in seclusion and is not suitable to receive guests. Please go back," Dan Feng said indifferently. Even an idiot could see that these people were here to cause trouble. Ling Xiao and Cold Plum were in seclusion. Dan Feng definitely wouldn't allow these people to disturb them. Today, He has to see me whether he wants to or not. Little Devil Beast Sun didn't give Dan Feng any face at all. He rushed into the house and roared again, "Ling Xiao, get the hell out of here." His voice contained a terrifying amount of internal energy, causing the house to shake continuously. However, right at that moment, Long Chen suddenly opened his mouth and let out a dragon roar. Their voices collided with each other in the air and then exploded. The walls of the courtyard collapsed and the door was destroyed, but the sound did not affect Ling Xiao and Cold Plum who were inside the house. Dragon roar? Are you the descendant of the legendary Golden Dragon of the Celestial Dynasty Empire? Little Devil Beast Sun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there would be someone here who could block his roar technique. "That's right, it's me," Long Chen said loudly. "It's not easy for the descendants of the Golden Dragon to survive. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Otherwise, all of you will die today," Sun Little Devil coldly said. "Die?" Long Chen curled his lips and said, "There are many people who want us to die. Just a quarter of an hour ago, there were more than a dozen corpses lying here. Why don't you try lying down as well? Arrogant. Don't think that you're invincible just because you're from the Dragon Clan. You're just thick-skinned. Your cultivation is too weak. You're no match for me." Little Devil Beast Sun coldly snorted. "I didn't say that I'm invincible. At least in our Celestial Dynasty Empire, there are many people who are stronger than me. But you, aren't you being too arrogant? Even if my brother Ling doesn't make a move, do you really think that you can do whatever you want?" Long Chen disdainfully said, "Why don't we exchange blows first? Long Chen, you're no match for him. Let me do it." Dan Feng secretly transmitted his voice. He could tell that Little Devil Beast Sun's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Not to mention Long Chen, even Ling Xiao might not be his match. Among the martial artists in the Celestial Dynasty Empire, only he had the strength to fight with Little Devil Beast Sunday brother Dan Feng. I know that I'm no match for him. But since someone is looking for trouble, I don't want to retreat. There were two reasons why Long Chen wanted to exchange blows with Little Devil Beast Sunday. Firstly, the Golden Dragon's body was extremely strong. The chances of him being heavily injured or dying were not high. Secondly, he was anxious. After coming to the Celestial Sea Empire, he had seen many powerful martial artists. He could not help but want to increase his strength. The potential of the Golden Dragon in his body could only be stimulated in battle. Little Devil Beast Sun was definitely a good opponent. Even if he could not win, he still wanted to fight. "Fine, you go and try. I'll watch from the side. If you're in danger, I'll help." Dan Feng thought about it and agreed. With him and Long Chen's powerful talent, it was impossible for him to die. He might as well give it a try. "Thank you, brother Dan Feng." Long Chen had to listen to Dan Feng. This was an order from Ling Xiao. So if Dan Feng did not agree, he could not fight without permission. He took a step forward and looked at Little Devil Beast Sunday. "Kid, if you want to fight my brother Ling, you'll have to defeat me first. Otherwise, there's no way. You're courting death." Little Devil Beast Sun looked at Long Chen coldly and took a step forward. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. At this moment, he was very angry. Long Chen was only in the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. How dare he provoke him? This was too humiliating. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Long Chen was also a person who did not admit defeat. However, when facing Little Devil Beast Sun, he immediately entered his human dragon form. He knew that he was no match for Little Devil Beast Sunday. In his human form, he might not even be able to withstand a single blow. "Kill." Little Devil Beast Sun raised his right hand and a long staff appeared in his hand. He then smashed it toward Long Chen. Long Chen waved his dragon claws. He did not have any thoughts of retreating and directly faced the attack. Boom. In midair, there was an explosion. Long Chen was smashed into the ground by the staff. Bah. The difference in cultivation is too great. Looks like I have to go all out. Long Chen spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva. He looked up to the sky and roared. He directly entered his golden dragon form. "Have a taste of my attack." He waved his huge claws toward Little Devil Beast Sunday. The long staff in Little Devil Beast Sun's hands instantly became huge. He did not dodge and directly faced the attack. However, this time, he had underestimated Long Chen's golden dragon form. The terrifying power not only broke the long staff, but it also smashed Little Devil Beast Sun into the ground. A furious roar came from the ground. Little Devil Beast Sun's body soared into the sky. The beast blood in his body began to boil. His body rapidly changed. He turned into a huge white ape. "You're just a white ape, aren't you? You're a real beast." Long Chen looked at the huge white ape in front of him and said in surprise. This was not the power of bloodline. It was a real white ape. The white ape had cultivated into a human form. This scene not only shocked Long Chen, but also the other 7 small saints who had always been on par with Little Devil Beast Sunday. They had thought that Sun Xiao was a human with a bloodline power. They hadn't expected that she was actually a demon beast through and through. Chapter 1720. Long Chen, come back. When Dan Feng saw Sun Little Demonic Beast transform into a white ape, he knew that the situation was bad. Sun Little Demonic Beast's cultivation was much higher than Long Chen's. After transforming into a white ape, his combat strength increased exponentially. Long Chen was currently in a dangerous situation. Go back. If you can't win, do you want to retreat? Leave me with your life first. Sun Little Demonic Beast did not come here to spar with Ling Xiao. His 3 brothers had been killed by Ling Xiao. Today, he came here with great hatred. Now that he had transformed into a white ape, he wanted Long Chen's life. As he roared, he took a step forward and smashed his huge palm toward Long Chen. Long Chen saw that he could not retreat and decided not to. Facing Sun Little Demonic Beast, he did not show any weakness. He roared and pounced forward. The scene was too shocking. A huge white ape that was 7 to 8 meters tall was fighting with a huge golden dragon. The ground shook and the surrounding candidates turned pale. Rumble. Rumble. Bam. After continuous collisions, the golden scales on the huge golden dragon fell off piece by piece. Blood dripped from the dragon. As expected, Long Chen was no match for Sun Little Demonic Beast. He was beaten up badly. However, a golden dragon was a golden dragon. Even with such a huge difference in cultivation, he was not defeated immediately. Instead, he was able to fight back. The white ape's face was also hit by a claw. There were obvious wounds on it. I'll tear you apart alive. Sun Little Demonic Beast roared furiously. He grabbed the golden dragon's head with both hands and wanted to tear it off. Golden Dragon Extinguish. At the critical moment, the golden dragon spat out a golden dragon extinguish. It was like a hot golden liquid. Although Sun Little Demonic Beast was unwilling, he could only retreat and dodge. When the scalding golden dragon extinguisher landed on the ground, it instantly burned a deep hole in the ground. Terrifying. As expected of the primordial dragon tribe. He's too strong. He's only at the 4th level of Yin-Yang realm, but he managed to last more than 10 moves against Sun Little Demonic Beast, who is at the 9th level of Yin-Yang realm. At this moment, even the rest of the 7 small saints could not help but praise Long Chen. He was really tenacious. So what if he's strong? He's still going to die. It's a pity that he's a living dragon. Wang Xiong said disdainfully. Is it a pity? It is said that the golden dragon's blood can be used to temper the body, and its scales can be used to refine magic treasures. Every piece of its body is a treasure. Chang Shi chuckled. Brother Sun, don't continue damaging his body. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with him if he dies. Zhunan shouted at Sun Little Devil. The surrounding crowd felt a chill run down their spines. The 4 ferocious beasts of the Heavenly Sea Academy were truly ferocious. They actually wanted to skin the other party alive. At this moment, Long Chen's vision was a little blurry. His opponent was too strong. He knew that he was no match for him. However, he was unwilling to admit defeat just like that. The potential of the golden dragon within his body began to erupt. After being sealed and suppressed for tens of thousands of years, a large amount of potential had been accumulated in their bodies. At the moment when he was about to die, he crazily surged out. Roar tilde tilde. A roar came from Long Chen's mouth. His damaged body began to heal at an accelerated rate. His aura was also constantly growing stronger. This guy actually made the right bet. Seeing this scene, Dan Feng was extremely shocked. On the verge of death, Long Chen actually began to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Brother Sun, quickly kill that guy. He's breaking through. Wang Xiong shouted. The golden dragon at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm was already so terrifying. If this guy was allowed to break through as well, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. The dragon tribe definitely could not be measured by ordinary martial artists. Sun Little Devil also noticed this. He did not care about having an unfair advantage. He was only here to kill. In a flash, his huge body leaped up. Then, he clenched his fists and smashed them towards Long Chen's head. Long Chen, who was in the midst of breaking through, did not react at all. Dan Feng sighed and finally prepared to make a move. At this moment, he had to make a move. Otherwise, Long Chen would really die. However, at this moment, Chang Shi suddenly darted out and blocked Dan Feng's path. Just as Dan Feng was about to make a move, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura surging into the clouds behind him. Then, a pitch-black figure flew out from the house. His face lit up with joy, and he stopped rushing over. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao had made a move. Moreover, for some reason, Ling Xiao was in a very bad mood. When he made a move, there was actually a powerful and violent aura. Scram! The pitiful Chang Shi did not even see who flew out. He blocked Ling Xiao's path to save Long Chen. He only felt a terrifying aura coming towards him. It was filled with eeriness and coldness. Then, he was so frightened that he turned around and fled in a sorry state. But even so, he still suffered a punch to the back, causing him to be dizzy and seeing stars. His entire body directly fell to the ground like a dog eating feces, and his face was covered in blood. He was actually very lucky. Ling Xiao was in a hurry to save Long Chen and did not chase after him. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by Ling Xiao on the spot. Boom! White Ape's fists finally smashed down. However, the golden dragon had disappeared. His fists had struck the ground. The power of this punch was really huge. The entire ground was smashed open and almost flipped over. White Ape looked up. In mid-air, there was a person in snow-white clothes with a cold expression. His somewhat immature face revealed a cold killing intent and anger. "You are Ling Xiao?" Sun Little Devil asked coldly. "You are Sun Little Devil?" Ling Xiao was in a bad mood. He had just cultivated in the room when a roar mixed with terrifying inner energy came from outside. Although he was not affected, Cold Plum was injured and unconscious. Although her condition was stable now, she needed the awakening pill to wake her up. The awakening pill was a mid-grade black-grade pill. Although Ling Xiao could refine it, the core ingredients were not easy to find. Now that Ji Luoyu was not by his side, he could only think of a way himself. He planned to go to the market to look at the situation and get some ingredients. However, he found that Long Chen was being beaten up and was in danger. In his rage, he saved Long Chen. However, Ling Xiao still maintained his calm in his rage. He had just broken through to the 6th level of the yin-yang realm. Although he had a chance of winning against Sun Little Devil, it was not high. It could only be considered a 50-50 chance. Hence, he did not block Sun Little Devil's attack. Instead, he chose to dodge. "That's right. I am Sun Little Devil. You are the one who killed my 3 brothers, right?" Sun Little Devil asked coldly. Facing Ling Xiao, he didn't rashly launch an attack. He still couldn't accept Ling Xiao's strange movement technique until now. It was like teleportation. He easily saved the person he wanted to kill. Sun Little Devil's eyes shone with a golden light. This should be some kind of eye technique. The light shone on Ling Xiao. Sun Little Devil was stunned. 4th level of the yin-yang realm? He heard that Ling Xiao's cultivation had reached the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Chapter 1721. As expected, Water God's son was right. This guy should be good at hiding his cultivation. Little demonic beast Sun pondered. Firstly, he didn't think Liu Lian would lie. Secondly, He didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat Sun Yuanji, who was at the 8th level of the yin-yang realm. Therefore, he determined that Sun Yuanji was hiding his cultivation. Then, the two beams of golden light shot towards the others. Other than Dan Feng, who couldn't see through their cultivation, the cultivation of the others was not worth mentioning. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. The Heavenly Empire was indeed a country born on the two backward continents. The cultivation of the martial artists couldn't be too strong. As for the 7 small saints, the weakest was at the 9th level of the yin-yang realm. They wouldn't take these people seriously. Ling Xiao naturally knew what little demonic beast Sun was thinking. Actually, after coming to the Tianhai Empire, he recognized the reality. Other than him and Dan Feng, who was at the 10th level of the yin-yang realm, the other people from the Heavenly Empire couldn't compare to the martial artists from the Tianhai Empire. Reaching the second round was their limit. Because of this, he had been looking for ways to increase the cultivation of these people during this period of time. Ji Luoyu's departure was also for this matter. Of course, he also needed to continue to become stronger. There was no doubt about this. Everyone thought that the martial artists from the Heavenly Empire came here to be cannon fodder, but he wanted to stun them. Even the cannon fodder had to counterattack. "You're here for revenge?" Ling Xiao glanced at little demonic beast Sun and said, "I remember that when I left the Liu family, I asked someone to tell you not to think about revenge. Otherwise, the 4 rare young geniuses of the Sun family will all die." Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Facing little demonic beast Sun, who had transformed into a white ape, and the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire, this guy was still so arrogant. Was he stupid? Or did he have something to rely on? Little demonic beast Sun's golden eyes were filled with hatred. What a joke. I'm little demonic beast Sun, one of the 7 small saints of the Tianhai Empire and one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Tianhai Academy. If word gets out, how can I survive? That's better than losing your life. Ling Xiao said indifferently. How arrogant. Little devil beast Sun was furious. Arrogant? The way I see it, you're the ones who are being arrogant. This is the Tower of Heroes. Since you dare to use force here, you should understand that no one will care even if you die. Ling Xiao said coldly. According to the rules of the Tower of Heroes, anyone who issued a challenge here, even if it was just a spar, would be considered a life and death battle. Even if they were killed, no one would pursue the matter. You think you can kill me? Little devil beast Sun sneered. Of course, Ling Xiao said resolutely. Brother Sun, you deal with that Ling Xiao. We brothers will help you eliminate the others. This time, no one from the Heavenly Dynasty Empire should participate in the White Tiger Storm meet. In any case, it would be embarrassing if they participated. She was hit by Ling Xiao's palm. Although it wasn't a serious injury, it seriously hurt his self-esteem. As one of the 7 small saints of the Heavenly Ocean and one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the Heavenly Ocean Sacred Academy, he had always been a revered existence. But here, he was injured by an unknown brat. This loss of face was too great. He had to take revenge. And the best way to take revenge was to kill all the martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. In any case, there were only 3 people who were a threat in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. One was Ling Xiao, one was Dan Feng, and one was Long Chen. Long Chen couldn't fight at all. The remaining 3 people weren't worth mentioning at all. He could wipe them all out by himself. His 2 companions, Wang Xiong and Junan, should have no problem dealing with Dan Feng. Good idea. I'll also join in. Ghost Hand Old Jew said with a smile. A martial artist from a small Heavenly Dynasty Empire should obediently lie down in the Heavenly Ocean Empire. I really can't stand such arrogance. I'm not playing. It's too boring to bully the weak. Xiao Budian shook his head and said. Although he was also one of the 7 small saints, he always acted alone. As for Water God, her eyes were fixed on Ling Xiao. To her, Ling Xiao was definitely a person who must be killed. However, she didn't say a word. This woman could be considered to be cautious to the extreme. She couldn't figure out Ling Xiao's cultivation, so she planned to wait for Ling Xiao to fight with Sun Little Devil before making a decision. When the battle was about to begin, Liu Lian stood up. Whoever wants to touch my big brother Ling will have to defeat me first. Her current cultivation was not inferior to any of the 7 small saints. Standing in front of Ling Xiao and facing Sun Little Devil, she revealed a determined expression. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? After Sun Little Devil transformed into a white ape, his personality seemed to have become much more tyrannical. His previous fear of Liu Lian had disappeared. However, although he said that, he did not attack. On the other hand, Wang Xiong, Chang Shi, and Yunnan pounced at the few martial artists of the Heavenly Dynasty Empire at the same time. Ling Xiao stood there and watched coldly. Although these 3 people were extremely powerful, Dan Feng was even more terrifying, so he was not worried about the result of this battle. Although Feng Ming Lian, Mo Yu, and Yu Xiaozong were not strong, the 3 of them could still deal with Chang Shi for dozens of rounds. The only troublesome one was Ghost Hand Old Ju. However, as long as this guy dared to make a move, Ling Xiao dared to kill him with thunderous means. When the battle began, Ghost Hand Old Ju temporarily stayed on the sidelines. Wang Xiong and Zhu Nan attacked Dan Feng. These 2 people, one had the bloodline of the war elephant, the other had the bloodline of the wild boar. After activating the power of their bloodline, their battle strength was definitely not weak. Chang Shi had the bloodline of the ancient snake. Not only was he cunning, but his internal force also contained poison. Feng Ming Lian, Mo Yu, and Yu Xiaozong were very careful in dealing with them. The most exciting battle was the one between Dan Feng, Wang Xiong, and Zhu Nan. Dan Feng was fighting 1 against 2, but he was extremely relaxed. His left hand blasted out a palm, and his right hand punched out. At the same time, he collided with Wang Xiong and Zhu Nan. Bang! Bang! Almost at the same time, 2 loud sounds rang out. Wang Xiong and Zhu Nan were actually sent flying backward. They only managed to stabilize themselves after more than 10 meters. One had to know that these 2 people were extremely sturdy. Wang Xiong's figure was tall and sturdy, while Zhu Nan was extremely fat. The 2 of them actually lost to Dan Feng in terms of strength. This made many people feel that it was inconceivable. Looks like this person is the strongest martial artist in the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Water God's pupils suddenly contracted as he made a judgment. Ghost Hand Old Ju was glad that he did not immediately make a move. This Dan Feng gave him a feeling that he was a bit like Water God. Both of them were not to be trifled with. War Elephant Incarnation, Wild Boar Incarnation. Wang Xiong and Zhu Nan had suffered a loss, so they naturally would not let it go. Amidst their furious roars, the 2 of them entered their incarnation state. A huge elephant and a very large wild boar floated in the air, majestic and domineering. The 2 wild beasts roared and attacked Dan Feng again. Can't see your own strength clearly, how laughable. Dan Feng sighed. Originally, the opponent should have taken the initiative to admit defeat in the first exchange, but they were stubborn.